51. The group returned to the dormitory together. Roll's chain mail was hanging on the hanger. He sat down and stretched out his hands. Jem helped him put it on. He took off Roll's beautiful coat. Roll was wearing a cotton armor underneath. To put it simply, it was a long cotton jacket. It was a blend of cotton and linen, and the interlayer was also thick and uniform cotton wool. Such a piece of clothing can effectively protect the body and has a certain protective effect against slashing and heavy blows. Roll's cotton armor is relatively new, well made, and the material is also of high quality. For a warrior, brand new protective gear is not worth showing off. The upper body of Roll's chain mail is similar to a shawl, square and without cuffs. It is put on the head and there is a delicate buckle at the neck. Such a chain mail weighs less than 10 pounds. I have an injury on my foot, so I have only worn the upper body during this period. He put on a helmet for Roll. The one he wore was an inner helmet, not a formal one, buckled on the head like a bowl, like a bald head, very funny. Jem handed Garland a knight's sword. Take it. Bring a water bottle and a towel. In addition, he brought a small stool for the young master with weak legs to sit on. Yes, and a cushion to cushion him when he sits. Garland held a lot of things in a flash. Jem stayed in the dormitory, and Garland followed the two masters to the playground. The trainee knight followed the knight master and strode in front, and the newly promoted Squire Garland followed behind with a lot of things. The two people in front were really impressive. When ordinary soldiers met them, they made way and bowed their heads to greet them. Garland also benefited from it and was particularly respected. The young man who came here to be low-key really needs time to adapt. Oh, by the way, he can no longer use the name Garland. In the city, he is the squire of the Knight Master, Shalinlows. The training ground they are probably also used exclusively by the Knight Masters. Going west from the main gate, there is a vacant area that is very shady. There is also an aerial garden upstairs that sends the fragrance of flowers from time to time. From afar, I saw other well-dressed people training in groups of 3 or 4. They seemed to be familiar faces that I had just met in the cafeteria. There were also many arrogant servants standing behind them. Put the bench here. Tillenis pointed to an empty space. This is also our exclusive territory. So Shilin arranged the venue, handed the training weapon to Roll, and stood aside with his crutches and sundries. Let's practice the sword techniques in the manuscript 133 again. After the old man said this, Roll began. The sword techniques of the Northerners are really interesting. There are names for every move. Shilin soon became confused and couldn't remember any of them. He peeked at the side and felt that although the sword techniques that Roll practiced repeatedly were a little slow, his postures were very hard. He was indeed a serious student. After practicing for half an hour, Roll signaled to rest. Shilin helped him take off his helmet, and saw that the man was already sweating all over his head and his hair was stuck together. Okay, you take a break. Tillenis agreed. Shilin was busy feeding him water, wiping his sweat, and fanning him. It took the young man a long time to catch his breath. Is everyone in this practice field in this tone? That's not necessarily the case. Not far away, there was another knight with a burly figure, a stern face, and a teaching stick in his hand. His apprentices were different. On one side, 2 apprentices were fighting each other and practicing dagger stabbing. Although they were wearing protective gear and their faces could not be seen, they were estimated to be about 14 or 15 years old. Both of them were very agile, and their moves were clean and neat. They were also very capable in momentum, and the murderous aura could be felt from a distance. The teacher stared at their fight closely, and any small flaws would be severely pointed out. There was another student under the teacher, who was more burly and even had a tendency to surpass the teacher. The man was practicing a long-handled weapon. Look at him dancing up and down, so beautiful. Looking at the 3 attendants of the night, none of them were idle, each holding a teaching weapon to fight with this powerful apprentice. And it seems that the apprentice can easily fight 3 people alone. He is very brave. The teacher also gave praise from time to time. This knight must be a person who likes fighting very much. It seems that his squire also carries a sword, and he has to wear protective gear to train with his apprentice. The knight was seen walking around proudly, afraid that others would not see his powerful apprentices. The man turned his head and saw Xiling peeking at this side in a trance, so he pretended to cough and walked towards Tilinus. "Hey, old man, good afternoon. Are you training?" he asked knowingly. "Oh, Aina." Tilinus was a little embarrassed. He didn't welcome the visit of this colleague. But he could only deal with it and said, "Yes. Raul has a foot injury recently. I am afraid that he will neglect practice, so I urge him to do this." Oh, this Aina was naturally not listening. He pretended to ask casually, "Who is this? Your new apprentice?" He scanned Xiling from head to toe with a very sharp eye. Xiling felt the hair on his back and instinctively tensed up. Even though the man opposite him was not holding a weapon, he exuded the murderous intent on the battlefield. "Oh, no, he is just a temporary attendant who helped me while Raul was injured." Tilinus was afraid that others would notice Xiling. After all, he had a plan to replace him. "He is a barbarian and can't understand what you are saying." Xiling really couldn't understand most of the conversations between northerners. But he understood this sentence, and he felt really bad. Oh, Aina nodded again. He brought up another topic and asked, "Old man, how is your Raul's injury? Can he make it in time for this year's assessment?" Tilinus was a little embarrassed and explained slowly, "I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in this year's assessment. His injury will take some time to heal. I have already told the butler that he will not participate in the draw." "Oh, that's a pity." Aina was a little regretful for a second, and then praised, "Armoric will definitely win the Grand Slam this year. It's a pity that you don't have Raul as an opponent." Yes. Tilinus wiped the sweat and nodded. Aina's apprentices were full of energy, and Raul looked like a child riding a wooden horse. If Raul really met that Morik, who knows what he would be beaten into. After watching for a while, Xiling roughly understood what was going on between the two of them. Raul had rested enough and started the next round of practice. Not far away, after finishing their intense training, Aina and his group drank up all the water happily and shouted that they were going to take a bath. They said goodbye to this side loudly, fearing that the old man didn't hear them. Luo was really a kind person. He waved goodbye to those people and wished them a good time. "Humph! Showing off is not a gentleman's style," Tilinus complained. Before dinner, Luo finished the day's training. Xiling was busy helping him take care of it. No wonder that Jem wanted to find an excuse to escape. It was really boring to practice with Luo. He was tired and his back ached all the time, but he didn't do anything. He was just a living clothes hanger. Looking at Luo's ability, Xiling estimated that he could beat him. It was really anxious to see him practicing so stupidly. The food for dinner was the same as lunch, and the thick soup had a different ingredient, so the taste was a little different. In addition, everyone had a glass of wine. The cafeteria was filled with a warm atmosphere after drinking. "We will practice riding tomorrow. This is a basic requirement for the tour, and it's not difficult." Tilinus was also a little proud. "Xiling, you have lived in the wilderness since you were a child, so riding a horse is definitely no problem for you." Xiling nodded. 52. The next morning, after the group finished washing up, Tilinus invited them to his dormitory. There was only a bed and a few daily necessities in the dormitory, which was very clean and tidy. The old man's weapons and equipment were placed on one side of the room, hanging very neatly. This dormitory is half a weapons warehouse. We martial artists always carry weapons with us. I usually get along with these iron guys day and night. Telanis introduced. Iron is a very precious metal in the wilderness. With so many iron tools in front of him, it is definitely a sign of wealth and prosperity. Shiling was stunned. Seeing this fuss, several city people couldn't help but snicker. Most of these are made by the masters of the weapons factory. Every 1 or 2 years, when I have saved enough money, I will go to see if there are any new styles. Over time, I have accumulated so many. I am not young anymore. They are all my old friends. They look very simple, but very practical. As he said, the old man picked up one of them and looked at it carefully. His love for it was beyond words. Be careful when you work, these are real things and very dangerous. Jem also has a key to my room. He comes to wipe all the weapons and protective gear every other day. The old man explained, and then looked at his apprentice and looked forward. In the future, when Roll becomes a formal knight, he will also have his own dormitory, where he will display his exclusive armor and weapons. Shiling admired the collection in front of him intently, and his eyes could not help but fall on the old man's helmet. This helmet is really interesting. It is shaped like a bucket, a cylinder that is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, and it seems to be hooped on the top of the head. Of course, it is commonly known as a bucket helmet. Shiling thought it was fun and put it on his head. The helmet was too big, and the edge fell on the shoulders. The fixed position was wrong, and the thin slit for observation was not in front of him, so Shiling had to hold the barrel helmet with both hands. Jem, who was standing by, couldn't help laughing, and knocked it with the sword guard. Is it fun? Shiling's head could only hear the thumping sound inside, and no one outside could hear what he said. The breathing hole was too small, and he almost suffocated. Seeing them so happy, the old man also smiled knowingly. This is called a giant helmet. Is it heavy? Shiling nodded. Speaking of weight, it's about 3 pounds. Because it is made entirely of iron, the price is not cheap. Well, you have to wear it like this, so no one can see your face. This was originally my helmet, and it's okay to wear it on my apprentice head during the parade. The old man calculated. The barrel helmet can perfectly cover the entire head, and no one would think that the person below is an imposter. But this helmet is so big, Shiling said while holding the helmet. Stupid, because it's not worn like this. Jem knocked him again, and Shiling took off the helmet. How do we wear it? Let's put on Roll's full outfit for Shiling, and then put on the helmet to see how it works. The old knight suggested. Jem happily got busy. Because it was fun. Roll took off his cotton armor, pants, and leather shoes and exchanged them with Shiling. Shiling was a little thinner, so the old man helped him find a thick coat to put under the cotton armor, and the two looked the same. But it was really hot to wear so many clothes. Unconsciously, sweat was dripping down. Then put on Roll's chain shawl, tied a belt, and put on his gloves, leaving no skin on his body exposed. Jem helped him put on the inner helmet, the bald watermelon rind. Shiling's head was also a little smaller than Roll's, his hair was smoother, and the inner helmet was a little loose. Then Jem took a huge square scarf and wrapped Shiling's entire head with it, leaving only his face exposed. Then he used another scarf to make a thick circle on his forehead. Ancient helmets did not directly touch the head, but formed a hollow suspension structure with the circle on the head. Heavy blows from the outside would not fall directly on the head, and the person inside could only hear some thumping sounds. If the helmet was deformed by the knock, there would be a certain amount of space for buffering. Of course, with the sturdiness of the helmet, it would not be penetrated. But the warrior's neck must be strong enough. If it breaks inside the helmet, it would be useless. Oh, yes, there is also Roll's robe. A gorgeous dark blue robe with a beautiful leather belt. The old man helped him tie the belt, and Jem buckled the barrel helmet. Perfect. Another Roll appeared. The thin seam on the helmet was particularly similar to an arrogant and contemptuous expression. Roll himself found it funny. How is it? It's genuine. I always feel that something is missing. Well, the sword and shield are missing. Roll obediently handed over his sword and shield, and they all went to Xiling. Now, Xiling is a perfect replica. He made a few more of his signature poses, and Xiling imitated them, and it really looked like the real thing. Luo Er's walking posture is like this, you have to imitate him. Luo Er is a little fat, so his feet are apart when he walks. And one of his legs is injured, so he must pretend to be unable to move. Xiling imitated him and gradually found the way. Don't show up with these two Luo Er at the same time. The real Luo Er should hide in the dormitory today. Okay. Luo Er said happily. He soon found an important thing to do: practice an instrument and a love song. No, don't make any sound, it will be a big trouble if someone finds out. The old man tried to stop him earnestly. Luo Er didn't dare to play the piano, so he had to change to lip syncing without making any sound. Don't go anywhere. Hide obediently. Luo Er nodded repeatedly. In fact, everyone was busy talking and laughing, and it was almost noon. Xiling absolutely couldn't show his face to eat. Jem had to take the trouble to run to the cafeteria to pack everyone's lunch and bring it back. Xiling took off his helmet and was panting. The turban was soaked with sweat. Jem had worked so hard to put it on, he couldn't just take it off for a while to cool down. Tilanis patted the boy on the shoulder. How was it? Was it hard? The boy nodded. Fighting is definitely not easy, otherwise how could we make so much money? Hang in there, we'll go for a ride this afternoon. Xiling didn't have the energy to talk, so he just nodded. His stomach was already growling. After coming to the castle, his appetite increased significantly. Sometimes he even worried that he would starve to death if he went back to the wilderness with such a big appetite. Soon Jem came back with delicious food. In order not to dirty the important tunic, Jem was busy helping Xiling take it off. So annoying. I'll feed you. Jem wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the end, in order to save everyone's energy, Xiling stretched his neck, and Jem fed him soup mouthful by mouthful, looking so funny. There was a joyful atmosphere in the small dormitory. 53. In order not to reveal the plan of transplanting flowers and trees, no more servants or followers participated. Jem was busy all the time. Seeing how hard he worked, Xiling felt sorry for him. But he was wearing expensive clothes, so he couldn't help. The old man also had to put on the mail to rehearse the scene on the day of the parade. He had a longer mail with sleeves, which was hung on the rack in front of the bed. The best iron armor is the gorgeous clothing that men should wear. He kept nagging while changing his clothes. His iron armor was polished to a shine. It made a clattering sound when lifted up. In addition to the upper body, there is also the lower body. The lower body is more funny, like two stockings connected to the feet. There are two suspenders in front and back, hanging on the belt. This, when put on, is just like the garters of today. And actually, this is the origin of garters. Jem helped the old man put on the hooded mail, which was about thigh length. The mail was connected to a hood, similar in style to today's sweatshirts. Of course, if you really want to verify the origin of hooded sweatshirts, the old man also wore a cotton hood to cover his head. Then the melon skin inner helmet, then the chain mail, then the headband, then the helmet. Anyway, it's a lot of layers. He found another helmet, which was not as heavy as the great helmet, and his face was also exposed, with a bridge on the nose to protect his nose. Can this thing protect the nose? The author can't help but doubt it. He happily put on the robe, which was also dark blue with light yellow. Both the master and the apprentice had this color scheme. The teacher was dressed and saw Shilin sitting with his head tilted. "How is it? Can you handle it?" Tilinus asked, knocking on his helmet. "Hot." This unauthentic northern dialect was even more difficult to distinguish in the Iron Can. "Haha, you'll get used to it." There was still something important that needed to be taken out, the old man's flag. The color is consistent with the robe, very exquisite and beautiful. And it is usually hidden in a large wooden box and carefully kept. Jem held the long flag in his hand, and he would need to find a long pole to hold it later. The old man waved his hand and said, "Let's go for a walk." Then he strode out of the dormitory. Jem bowed to the fake trainee and said, "Young master, please." Shilin hurriedly followed. Jem did not forget to hand him the crutches. "Don't jump around so much, pretend to have difficulty walking. As long as you put on this outfit, you are Laura. I will keep calling you Laura, don't be distracted." The old man kept reminding him. "On the day of the parade, I will ride in front, followed by my team. You don't need to do anything else, just follow me all the way. Of course, keep your mask down and don't let anyone see it. After walking for a day, the mission will be completed and everything will be fine. It's not difficult. The sword is always hanging on your waist, so you don't need to swing it. You will also ride horses when you march, so you don't have to worry about running out of energy." Shilin nodded after listening, and the helmet rubbed against the armor and made a creaking sound. "Then let's go to the playground." The two staggered, and the armor kept making a rattling sound. Because the garters were not so close to the body, Tilinus took big steps with each step, and looked very exaggerated. Shilin limped for 2 steps, and thought he was pretending to be quite convincing. But Jem carefully reminded, "It's the other way around, that leg." The master and apprentice walked down the stairs and came to the playground. Tilinus suddenly got excited and knocked on Shilin's helmet and asked softly, "Child, do you know what a fully armed knight is most afraid of?" "What?" "Dressed like this, what are you afraid of?" Shilin couldn't think of it for a while. The old man was not polite. While he was distracted, he suddenly tripped Shilin's foot, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and rushed up to hit him with all his strength. Shilin immediately lost his balance and fell on his back. With such an unexpected fall, Shilin's head hit the ground and hit his helmet, making him dizzy. The helmet was slightly tilted, and everything in front of him became dark. He tried to stand up again, but he felt that the armor was heavy. He couldn't get up quickly like usual. Instead, he fumbled to turn over and climbed up, and adjusted his helmet before he regained his sight. "How is it? Are you afraid?" The old man showed a rare mischievous look on his face. "Afraid? Really afraid?" After Shilin stood up, he still felt a buzzing in his ears. He nodded. On the battlefield, if a knight in iron armor is knocked down like this, he will die soon. The enemy's sharp blade will quickly pierce your body, and no matter how tightly you are dressed, it is almost impossible to get up. Of course, this is your weakness, and also the enemy's weakness. When fighting, knowing the weaknesses of both sides is like knowing yourself and the enemy. If you can use them flexibly, you will be the king on the battlefield. The old man's impromptu speech was purely to release his long-suppressed fighting enthusiasm. They walked and talked, crossed the playground and went out of the gate, and then crossed the inner ring to the stable. Jem went to lead the horse. While Trennis was riding the horse, he continued, "On the day of the parade, even the horses will be dressed up. Our horses will wear bright robes and exquisite decorations." At this point, the horses were busy. The old knight and Rawl both had their own dedicated war horses, which were kept in the castle's unified stable. There were special servants to take care of them. The horses were dressed no simpler than them. Several servants hurriedly arranged the two horses. The current state is a rehearsal before the parade. Why do you want to parade? Xiling struggled to get on the tall horse in the north. He had been holding back this question for a long time. Ha 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 ha, the old man thought this question was very funny, so he said, "The parade is a military parade. The Lord will review his troops and check the military training in the past year. At the same time, the team in full dress parades in the city to boast to the residents about the strength of the army, so that they will feel safe and don't have to worry about the attacks of the barbarians." At this point, Xiling suddenly became alert. The powerful army in the castle is, after all, to deal with the barbarians in the wilderness. And the act of parading is also a preparation for war. For many years, the tribes have been actively attacking the farmland around the castle, and the chieftain still has the beautiful dream of joining forces to attack the castle many years later. But based on what Xiling has seen and heard in the past few days, the castle is so strong that it is not easy to attack it with the brute force of the wilderness tribe. On the other hand, if one day such an excellent army in the castle came to attack the tribe, what a nightmare it would be. Tilanis also felt that he was too proud just now and talked about topics that should not be talked about. He immediately changed the topic and urged Xiling to practice riding quickly. Putting on armor took up most of the afternoon, and the training of riding became urgent. The content of the training was nothing more than how to control the northern warhorse and how to march with nobility and elegance. Xiling walked side by side with Tilanis. When he was riding, the old man looked over from time to time to correct his posture. During the parade, as an apprentice, Rawl needed to hold the old man's flag. Jem handed the flagpole to the boy and followed them all the way. It was a tiring day, training non-stop around the inner circle of the horse race. When I returned to the dormitory in the evening, I spent a lot of time removing the armor. It was late at night when I ate, and the soup was cold. 54. There were only 2 days left before the parade, and the schedule was all turned into riding and marching training. The training in the castle is not only a huge challenge to the physical fitness of the soldiers, but also very hard for the warhorses. Xiling strides with his head held high, repeatedly circling the playground by the neck of the warhorse. The process is boring and tedious. He always can't help but peek at other people's activities. Other knights also have flags, lances, and other tricks, which look very beautiful when dancing. The battle flag of the castle also has the pattern of the bunker, just like the one on the top of the city. And each knight has his own colorful flag, with different colors. In addition, between each team, there are standard bearers holding long red flags, which can help the people behind to find the direction when marching. The closer to the parade, the more exciting the training on the playground. Some people have no interest in things like marching in formation. For example, the Aina who came to provoke yesterday, he and his apprentices are still keen on fighting and killing, and all the matters of lining up are thrown to the captain. These fancy things. Such complaints can also be heard in the helmet. The training program of Aina and his team was indeed more interesting than marching in formation. It was a fully armed knight hitting a target with a spear. Even a wooden target was thrilling to watch. Xiling couldn't help but peek at their activities, even during the intermission. Sometimes he would forget that he was pretending to be the lame Rawl and playing with a cane. When he suddenly realized that someone was watching him, he continued to pretend. "What's up, apprentice? You've recovered well?" Aina strode over, and the greeting was very aggressive. He slapped Xiling on the shoulder with a strong force. Oh, yes. I just removed the wooden plywood today." Tilanis's response seemed very guilty. Aina squinted his eyes and looked at the fully armed Rawl and asked with concern, "How is it? Can he participate in the selection competition? No, he hasn't fully recovered yet. Tylonis hurriedly sent the guy away. On the way back to the dormitory, Xiling looked up and saw the sky garden on the second floor, and the laughter of girls came down. There were 3 brightly dressed girls, about the same age as himself. The old knight was still dealing with Aina, and Jem was returning the flagpole, so neither of them was around. He stood alone on the playground, looking at the girls playing upstairs. Just as he was lost in thought, someone patted his helmet with ill intentions. This was really uncomfortable. He looked up and saw not the familiar figures, but 2 strangers of similar stature. The 2 wore gleaming chain mail and gorgeous robes. Xiling seemed to remember that they came from the front of the line. "Hey, Laura, you are so lost in thought, are you peeking at the young lady again?" The slightly taller boy in the dark green robe laughed. "Aren't you injured in your foot? You've been slacking off in the dormitory. Why, you heard that she was standing on the balcony today, so you came running here." Another boy in an indigo robe echoed. Xiling was wearing Luo's armor, so they would naturally mistake him for her. Of course, this also shows that he pretended to be like her. As for the so-called young lady, Xiling followed the direction of his gaze and saw 2 girls in the small garden surrounding a most glamorous figure. They were probably a combination of 1 main and 2 pouncers. Seeing the 3 boys looking at each other, they waved over here. The 2 unfamiliar teenagers responded to roll with their arms around each other, as if they were very close. But their words were not very friendly. "Yo!" The green-robed teenager suddenly pointed behind Xiling and shouted, "Sir Knight, why are you here?" Xiling didn't understand why he was so excited, so he turned around in the direction of the other person's gaze. There was no one behind him, and he turned around to realize that this was a joke. And the lively teenager tripped Xiling with 1 foot, and then fell on Xiling to press him down. After being thrown suddenly, Xiling couldn't help but feel dizzy again. At this time, the green-robed teenager bent 1 of his feet again, and suddenly he felt a pain in his leg and dared not move. Another boy bent down and laughed, "Stupid, Laura. How come you get fooled every time?" The boys bullied Laura and saluted the balcony. The girls' giggles could be heard in the distance. The green-robed boy held Xiling tightly, pressing him to make a fool of himself, and the boys laughed non-stop. Xiling was not powerless to resist, he just didn't understand the situation for a while. Now it seems that the good-tempered young Master Laura also has some mortal enemies among his peers. Compared with the exaggerated Gary, the 2 boys of equal size in front of him are no problem for Xiling. He also saw the opportunity and turned over suddenly when the green-robed boy was proud and slightly relaxed. He grabbed the opponent's shoulders and neck with his hands, wrapped his legs around his body, and used all his strength to fight with the boy. The boy was caught off guard by Luo's resistance. Xiling was not bragging. In wrestling, Xiling was absolutely sure to deal with opponents of equal size, or even those who were slightly bigger. Thanks to the training of his mortal enemy, Gary, he has mastered all the skills. The reason why he has never won is simply because he lacks such a suitable defeated opponent. Soon, the green-robed boy was pressed under Xiling, 1 of his hands was grabbed, and his neck was tightly strangled. He slapped the ground anxiously. Xiling thought to himself, "You little brat, you know how powerful you are." Seeing this, another blue-robed boy rushed up and shouted, "Stop it. Didn't you see him surrender?" Seeing his arrogant attitude, Xiling squinted his eyes and looked up, jumped up from the defeated opponent, and punched the boy in the face. The boy retreated several steps, covered his helmet, and shouted, "You." Xiling stood up cautiously towards him, ready to fight. The green-robed boy behind him struggled to get up, muttering, "Damn it, how come Laura has grown up today?" Xiling turned around and saw that the boy was still trying to rush up, raising his fist and aiming at his face to hit him again. "Stop it, stop hitting." The green-robed boy opened his hands to stop him. "If the Knight Commander sees us, he will punish us again." The green-robed boy took off his helmet, and he was a fair and beautiful boy with orange curly hair, blue eyes, a snub nose, and a pointed chin. There were some freckles on his face. "We are unlucky today, and you will be in trouble next time. Grammon, let's go," the green-robed boy said. The blue-robed boy also took off his helmet. He was a slightly fatter and stronger child, with brown eyes and curly hair, a wider chin, and not so delicate. "Okay. Luke." It turned out that the two were called Luke and Grammon. After suffering a loss today, they should not dare to provoke Roll for a while. Xilin did not dare to take off his helmet. The old knight Tilinus warned him. He just stood there and watched the two troublemakers leave. Then he saluted to the balcony. The maids were also very surprised by Roll's performance, and laughed and cheered. The young lady seemed to have no interest in this barbaric fight and left with a stern face. Xilin stood there, not knowing what to do. At this moment, he vaguely felt that someone was staring at him. Instinctively looking around, he saw Aina passing by, and the other's sharp eyes seemed to be staring at him. Xilin did not dare to speak, and lowered his head again. After a while, he saw Tilinus coming to find him. "Let's go, let's have dinner early," the old man said. Seeing that there were many kinds of training on the playground, Xilin couldn't help but ask in the poor northern dialect, "Can I learn those?" "Those?" Tilinus was stunned for a moment, then hesitated, and said, "I'm afraid there is not enough time this time. Learning martial arts requires talent and energy. We have a long time to come." After that, he took Xilin away from the playground. 55. On the day before the parade, the knights did not train intensively, but were busy taking care of their clothes, armor and weapons. The servants were busy building the stands and cleaning the playground. The whole castle was busy. Xilin, Jem and Luo were all busy that day. They were preparing for the parade together. Xilin stammered about how he taught the two teenagers a lesson. Luo was shocked, then smiled gently and said, "Oh, those two guys always tease me, and I never fought back." "Hey, new guy, I heard from the old man that you can fight." Jem suddenly asked, "Have you killed anyone?" It was just an unintentional question. Xilin nodded casually, not wanting to surprise the other two. "You actually killed someone?" Luo almost ran out yelling. "Hey, killing people, how did you kill them?" Jem didn't believe it and continued to ask. Xilin gestured the scene when he killed two northern soldiers. He didn't mention that the enemy was a soldier, for fear of disturbing the two teenagers. Luo looked at Xilin in shock, and Xilin sneered. No wonder Luo was so kind, he really had never seen a real life and death struggle. The subsequent parade was not so exciting in comparison. I got up early that day, put on Roll's armor as planned, and followed Tilinus to line up on the playground. The castle's army was led by 4 great knights with their own squads. The total number of each squad was less than 100 people, and the size of the entire regular army was about 300 people. Among them, there were more than 60 people on horseback, and the rest were infantry. According to the old man, there were 32 people in the castle who could be called knights. The lower-level people were trainees and retainers. In each team, the great knight held a sword, hung a shield on the horse, and walked in a show of force. And trainee on the side held a large flag. There were also standard bearers holding red flags behind. The people on horseback in front of the team all held spears and hung shields. There were also spearmen walking behind, and archers behind. People in ancient times really wanted to dress more coquettishly. The whole army was colorful, and from a distance it was like a cluster of flowers waving in the wind. There was also a knight commander in the army, who led a squad of more than 30 personal soldiers. In addition to managing the entire regular army, the knight commander also led 3 apprentices. 2 of them wore dark green and indigo robes, namely Luca and Grammon. There was another person who wore a purple-based robe embroidered with golden flowers, bright silver chainmail, and rode a black horse with the same luxurious decorations. That person didn't talk much, and usually 2 troublemakers accompanied him on the left and right. When I heard others chatting, they said that the boy walking at the front of the team was the youngest son of the Lord, the young master of the castle. After all the troops were assembled, only 3 boys were seen at the front of the team, and the 2 troublemakers each held a gorgeous flag. The knight commander's personal soldiers served as the honor guard, and all members wore red robes with gold edges and held flags with various patterns. Behind the honor guard, there was also a military band. There were soldiers playing drums and blowing trumpets. After the marching horn was blown, everyone would follow the drumbeats and march in time, so that their steps would not be chaotic. Behind them, several knights lined up according to seniority. The competitive Aina was at the front, with his apprentice and spearman. The old man Tilinus was at the end, leading Roll and the infantry squad. After the formation was completed, the young master took the lead to follow the knight commander to review the troops. At this time, the sun was high in the sky, and several hours had passed since the time to get up. The army in the castle was much more complicated than that in the tribe. With so many people, they were required to wear uniform clothes and pace, so a lot of time was spent on the formation. When the knight commander gave the order and all the members went out of the city to start the parade, Shilin was almost suffocated in his helmet. The entire army first walked around the central ring line outside the city for a circle and a half. The official road around the city is wide and flat, separated from the outside world by a city wall, and separated from the inside by a high wall. It is a perfect training ground. The army can move quickly without interference. When they arrived at the city gate, they stood in formation again. With the sound of the horn, the castle gate opened. The enthusiastic cheers of the residents in the city came to their faces. It turned out that they celebrated this day as a festival. The city was full of colorful flags. Men, women, and children were dressed up and stood along the streets waving flower handkerchiefs. Some people scattered flower petals along the road. The army became a long and narrow team of 4 people in a row, marching to the rhythm of drums. The march in the city was very slow, and the route was to walk along the central main road all the way back to the castle. The cheers in his ears continued, but Shili himself could not see the situation of this grand parade. All he could see was the tail of the team in front of him outside the narrow gap. Occasionally, he turned his head and saw the old knight Tilinus beside him. The old man would wave to the crowd. And all Shilin had to do was to keep a distance from the front team and follow the old man closely. Behind him, the captain led their own team. These ordinary soldiers were dressed more simply, without the chain mail that covered their whole body, just to protect the main part of the torso. The soldiers of lower ranks did not even have complete iron armor, but only wore helmets. They wore leather coats or cotton armor. The soldiers' clothes were not completely uniform. The degree of decoration of each person is related to the financial resources of the individual family. The mighty team marched along the central avenue to the square. There was a circular pool and a large open space there. Countless residents gathered outside the square. Enthusiastic shouts came one after another. Some people sang and danced in the open space. The team paused in front of the square, changing from 4 people abreast to 8 people abreast. The shorter army slowly circled the square to show the residents the majesty of the army. Then, the team prepared again, changed into the original formation, and returned to the castle along the central avenue. The parade on the street came to an end. The soldiers trained hard in various skills in the castle every day, but what they showed to the residents was just neat formations and fancy clothes. The residents didn't seem to mind. They didn't care about those technical things, and they just liked to watch the excitement. When the army returned to the inner ring line, it was already past noon and the sun was setting. In the period after they left, a series of changes took place on the playground. The attendants used colorful flags and wooden stakes to divide the field, dividing the playground into 3 different competition fields and rest areas on both sides. The servants laid out tables on both sides of the competition field, filled with sumptuous food. The viewing platform on the 2nd floor was already full. The one in the middle wearing a black cloak was the Lord, and Shilin finally saw him. This Lord rarely showed his face, and this time he could only see his outline from a distance. Beside the Lord were his wife and eldest daughter, and behind them were their servants and maids. On one side of the stands sat some wealthy families in the city who were related to each other. They were also men and women, with many entourages. On the other side sat some old men and young people dressed strangely. Shilin didn't know at this time that they were the bishops and priests from the church. These outsiders had just entered the field, and their carriages and horses were parked in the corner of the playground. They sat in comfortable reclining chairs, with a sunshade above their heads and a delicious table in front of them, which was very comfortable. And soon, they will enjoy another wonderful drill battle. As for the teams below, they dispersed after completing the inspection. Reassemble at the designated location. Knights and trainee knights have simple chairs to rest, and the rest of the soldiers need to take turns standing guard and resting and eating. Roll sat next to Tilanis. The castle gates were open, and many residents came in to watch. Some even climbed onto the city walls. There was constant singing and dancing outside the castle, and the residents were enjoying themselves. Tilanis sat down, and everyone ate and drank. Of course, Shilin couldn't eat. Water couldn't be drunk either. In short, the helmet couldn't be taken off. Hee, there will be a good show to watch later. The old man said happily, the annual knight selection competition. Those trainee knights will compete. At this time, the logistics director came over and shouted to the old man, the 3rd game, Roll versus Morik, fighting with sword and shield. What? The old man jumped up when he heard it. It's all decided by drawing lots. The logistics manager was about to leave, and Tilanis rushed up and grabbed the manager and shouted, Roll is injured. He won't participate in this year's selection. Didn't I tell you that? Injured? Isn't your apprentice there well? After the logistics manager said this, Shilin hurriedly leaned on his crutches and pretended to be injured. Aina came out from behind the manager and smiled maliciously. Why, are you scared? The old man was tough, puffing his beard and glaring, but he didn't say anything. 56. I saw Tilanis holding his breath and returning to his seat without saying a word. Do I need to fight him? Shilin asked in a low voice. The old man sighed. That stinky guy is going to make me look bad before he gives up. He looked at Shilin with some guilt, shook his head and sighed. It's such a short time, I don't have time to teach you anything. Can you resist a beating? Shilin nodded. Then, when you go on stage, be careful not to be beaten to death by him. When he wins 2 moves and tastes the sweetness, you should admit defeat quickly. Originally, Roll could not beat Morik, and Tilanis did not expect Shilin to win. Knight competition has always been a traditional event in the Middle Ages. But it is said that there have been no rules for hundreds of years, and it is a complete free-for-all competition. There were even no referees in some eras. Knights compete to snatch valuable things such as weapons and armor from the defeated. Fighting to make money is of course fast. But it is not that easy. The round-robin battles are arranged tightly, and they cannot be finished in one day, and they will continue later. The competition between apprentice knights is the focus of today. Through real battles, the best warriors will be selected to join the ranks of formal knights. Morik has long said that he will win the Grand Slam this year, and all the apprentices will become his defeated opponents. Of course, he does not want Roll to be absent, otherwise the Grand Slam will not be satisfying enough. Xiling did not think too much and agreed to the old man's suggestion. The qualification selection competition started soon. Both sides prepared for the competition. The competition was very exciting. The Lord naturally wanted to watch the competition in person. He was the sponsor of the entire army. The contestants in the long strip at the back of the playground were holding spears and riding horses, wearing armor, and they looked heroic. The first challenge was to hit the designated target with a spear. Xiling kept peeking while preparing. The spear was more than 2 feet long, taller than 2 people stacked together. Such a huge weapon must be very difficult to operate. But seeing that the contestants made it look easy and could hit the target steadily while sitting on a galloping war horse, it was really not easy. Looking at another venue, it was a group battle between ordinary soldiers. There were 4 soldiers on each side, and they also held long swords and short sticks. The fight was very lively. Xiling didn't have time to take a few more glances and was dragged to the side of the competition field by the logistics chief. The contestants who were about to play were standing there preparing to warm up. The old man Tolinis was very worried and ran over. Xiling stood among the many apprentice knights and followed their example to prepare for some exercises. The battle site for the apprentice knights was in the middle of the playground, facing the stands. The 2 troublemakers Luca and Graman were also there. They were originally greeting the young lady in the stands. When they saw Roll coming, they immediately stopped. Morik came on the court in the first round, and he had no intention of leaving when he stood up. He stared at the group of little fools below. The referee of the apprentice selection competition was Knight Commander Clermont, and the deputy referees were Aina and another knight. Whether the apprentice can be promoted in the end depends on what the Knight Commander says. Aina stroked his beard leisurely. Morik, there will be no problem this year. Just wait for the Grand Slam. As for the others, the Knight Commander needs to consider carefully. Even if he doesn't beat Morik, if someone's qualifications meet the requirements, he will give him a pass. And if anyone wants to get away with it, even if he is lucky enough to have no opponent on the same stage, forget it. When saying this, Aina even looked at Tolinis. Seeing Morik's black robe fluttering in the wind, it was like a mountain pressing down on him. Opposite him was a strange trainee knight. The audience was full of expectations for Morik and cast their eyes on him. And the soldiers led by Aina also burst into warm cheers. Morik was definitely the star of the day. Xiling had no aversion to him and was happy to watch his game. Since the old knight has no time to teach me, then I'll watch the game and learn by myself. Maybe I can learn something and use it later. Xiling made up his mind to watch seriously. The 2 trainee knights held swords in one hand and shields in the other. They first saluted the audience on the stage, and then greeted each other. The Knight Commander signaled that they could start. The 2 men swayed their bodies and moved their steps. Xiling thought there would be a rhythm of first suppressing and then rising, but Morik took the lead in attacking with his burly figure. His moves were fast and fierce, and the opponent had no room to resist. He chopped the shield twice, making 2 loud thuds. His strength was really great, and the opponent actually took a few steps back. Then he didn't hold back, and kicked the shield, almost jumping off the ground. When the opponent lowered his head to fight back, Morik hit the opponent's helmet with another sword. The trainee actually lowered his head, and his feet didn't stand firmly, and he crawled on the ground. Falling to the ground is considered a defeat. The squire outside the field raised a small flag. The knight commander signaled the end of the first round. Morrick stopped attacking. He still had to save his energy to deal with the people behind him. Looking at Luca and Grammon again, both of them seemed to be trembling slightly. Shilin was also a little worried. No wonder the old knight asked if he could take the beating. He only had one last trick to use, which was to line up at the end of the team. Let the people in front consume Morrick's energy. Even if you are lucky and wait until the opponent's energy is exhausted before going on the field, don't think you can get away with it. The knight commander is watching you. Aina glared at Roll with squinted eyes and warned him fiercely. Shilin looked at Morrick again, hoping that he and Roll had a better relationship. While he was worried, Grammon had already been pushed up by Luca. There was no suspense in the second round. Grammon was no match at all. Or rather, it was because Morrick was too strong. He was knocked down in a few minutes, and the squire raised a small flag. Not long after, Luca was also completely defeated. Morrick won 3 rounds in a row. He raised his weapon high, the team cheered, and the lord also clapped his hands. A gust of wind blew into the slit of Shilin's helmet, and he opened his mouth, messy in the wind. He was going to play soon. What should he do? Seeing that the apprentices in front of him were defeated, Roll was the last one. Morrick shouted proudly, "Today's Grand Slam will end with crippling Roll's other leg." Such aggressive and cruel words made Shilin a little angry. Luca and Grammon, who were screaming in pain, did not cheer him up, but cheered for the arrogant Morrick. He glared at the 2 brats. He would not be polite to them next time they dared to provoke him. "Why, is Morrick very powerful?" he asked Tilinus in a low voice. The old knight at the side had already covered his face and didn't intend to watch. Shilin drew out his knight's sword, raised his shield, and walked into the arena with his head held high. The squire closed the fence, and the onlookers cheered again. Morrick pointed his sword at Roll and said, "Coward, come up and die." 57. Shilin raised his knight's sword to face the most promising apprentice knight. He swayed his body left and right, constantly adjusting his pace. There was no chance of winning, and he didn't know what to do. It was inevitable that he might be beaten. Looking at the opponent, it seemed that he was not in a hurry to attack and was in a defensive state. Shilin made up his mind and said to himself, "Never mind, charge." He pointed the tip of his sword at Morrick and rushed forward with force on his feet. His steps were a little slow, and he was actually stopped by Morrick. The sword fell on the shield with a dull sound. Morrick dodged sideways, and Shilin missed. Shilin stood firm, looked at his opponent again, still a little bit unwilling to accept it. Seeing that he was just like that, Morrick rushed forward. Shilin blocked with his shield horizontally, but he didn't know how the opponent was so strong that he could hold him down firmly, and then hit him hard again. Shilin retreated again, his arms were numb from the shock. The shield was too thin and not enough to block. He even heard Lucal and Grammon laughing outside the stadium. If he lost this game, Roll would probably be bullied again. He calmed down, clenched the weapon in his hand and attacked the opponent again. He gathered all his strength and crashed into the opponent with his body weight and speed. Of course, Shilin was a little smaller than his peers, so where did he get the weight from? Morrick stood firm easily, and then somehow the weapon in his hand made a turn and hooked Shilin's sword. Then the opponent raised his hand, and Shilin couldn't catch his sword at all, and watched the weapon fly out. The audience in the distance could understand the look without waiting for the referee to raise his hand. They cheered and jumped for joy. Shilin stood in front of his opponent with empty hands, dumbfounded. This time, it was Morrick who rushed up with his body weight and speed. Shilin had no power to resist and was pinned to the ground by him, lying on his back. The opponent's sword was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't move. Tylonis, who was watching the game from the sidelines, loudly signaled Xiling to hit the ground. This was a gesture of surrender. Well, if he surrendered, then he would. Xiling was convinced of his defeat. He slapped the ground hard. But Morik showed no sign of stopping, and his heavy body was still pressing Xiling tightly. Xiling repeatedly slapped the ground with more exaggerated movements, but Morik remained indifferent. "Stop it! We surrender!" Tylonis shouted at Aina on the referee's seat. "TSK. Do you shout to the enemy like this on the battlefield?" Aina disagreed. The referee raised a small red flag and declared Morik the winner. The audience applauded enthusiastically. But Morik still showed no signs of getting up, and Xiling was almost dying of pressure. He was seen riding on his chest, holding his weapon high and shouting. He could faintly hear the laughter of two teenagers outside the field. Xiling was really angry. Roll was a good-tempered person who could let them bully him, but where did he get that mentality from? When he didn't have that unfamiliar weapon in his hand, Xiling recalled how to fight. While Morik raised his hands and was not prepared, Xiling raised his legs and hooked his feet into Morik's armpits, twisting the guy off his body with all his strength. When the opponent reacted, he was already trapped by Xiling. Xiling abandoned the shield, grabbed one of the opponent's feet with both hands, and clamped his legs around the opponent's waist. Morik tried to get up, but Xiling wrapped around him like a snake. Wherever he exerted force, Xiling used all his strength to exert force in the opposite direction. Morik struggled several times but failed to get rid of Xiling. Xiling thought, "Now I'll teach you a lesson." So he grabbed his ankle with one hand and twisted the tip of his shoe with the other hand. Morik felt the pain from the toe to the thigh of the captured foot. His other foot was completely useless and he could only flutter in the air. He struggled hard several more times, but Xiling was entangled with him. Even if he had great strength, it was completely useless. It was really painful. Morik screamed and slapped the ground for mercy. "You admit defeat, Grand Slam?" Xiling laughed in a low voice. "Why are you slapping the ground? I don't understand." Morik slapped the ground with an even more exaggerated gesture, raising his hands to a position where the audience in the distance could see clearly. Aina, who was in the referee's seat, found that something was wrong and rushed into the arena and shouted to stop. Xiling's hands did not use all his strength, and he did not intend to kill his opponent. So he gently let go, and Morik rolled away from him. Xiling stood up, but Morik, who was not far away, screamed in pain and could not stand up for a long time. The medical team carried him away. Aina stared with his eyes and gritted his teeth. He pointed at Xiling's chest and said viciously, "You lose. The first person to fall to the ground loses. The game is over, you lose. Any tricks will be useless, do you understand? Come back. Or you can fight him yourself." The Knight Commander shouted in the distance. Aina realized that his behavior was inappropriate. He was originally an irritable person, and he walked back to the referee's seat with anger suppressed. He yelled at the Knight Commander again, "We won, he lost." The referee crossed his arms and said coldly, "The meaning of the game is to test the learning situation of each apprentice. The rule of stopping at a certain point is just to avoid unnecessary casualties. In theory, the person who falls first loses. After all, it was agreed in advance." "Yes, that's what I mean, did you hear me?" Aina pointed at the old man Tylonis and said. "But Morik also broke the rules. This game is invalid." "What?" Aina couldn't believe his ears. Without the results of this game, his apprentice Grand Slam wish would be in vain. Not only that, the Knight Commander continued, "Morik is very powerful, we all see it. But he is too young and too frivolous. I need to carefully consider his formalization. In this way, not only did the results of the game look bad, but the formalization that was originally thought to be easy also fell through. When Aina heard this, he was brewing like a volcano about to erupt. "Why, do you want to fight me too?" asked the Knight Commander. Aina pointed at the Knight Commander, angry but not daring to resist. Okay. Humph. He left, leaving the game aside, and went to visit his apprentice. Tilenis watched from the side, not daring to interrupt. While the attention of these people was not on Xiling, he secretly pulled Xiling and whispered, let's go quickly." He pulled Xiling, avoiding everyone's eyes, and ran back to the dormitory secretly. Roll was still lying on the bed reading a book. He was very surprised to see the two of them coming back. "Did everything go well today?" he asked with a smile. As soon as he saw his smile, it seemed that all crises had become a passing cloud. Tilenis didn't have time to care about the hierarchy. He and Roll helped Xiling take off all the armor and threw them all on the floor of the dormitory without time to sort them out. "Leave now to avoid any more trouble. Take your slaves out of the west gate, leave the city of ESSS, and wait for me on the path we met at the beginning. I will help you redeem the people tomorrow," Tilenis said anxiously. 58. Xiling changed out of his shirt and leggings and put on his taser robe. He almost didn't recognize himself. His own clothes were still in the Kildan tribe, kept by Zarkari. But since he was wearing the barbarian's clothes, he needed to change his role. Now, he was the warrior Garland in the wilderness. He and Tilenis quietly walked to the west side of the castle. The old man looked very disgusted. This was where some servants lived and worked. When they saw the knight, they greeted him respectfully, but the old man looked disdainful. Walking to the ground floor on the west side, the largest place was the kitchen. This was where everyone in the castle was provided with meals, and there was a clear distinction between the preparation areas of high-quality food and ordinary food. The old man asked where the new and ugliest slave worked. It turned out that Gorwenk was slaughtering livestock. That place was a half-underground room with a skylight above and a sewer below. There was a smell of blood everywhere, and the walls were covered with old black marks. Various dried meats were hung on the ceiling of the room, and there was freshly processed meat on the chopping board. On the floor were some huge buckets filled with livestock entrails. In the distance, there were still living livestock in cages. "Gorwenk, Gorwenk," Garland shouted loudly in the room. A dirty shadow poked its head out from behind a pile of pitch-black wooden barrels. "Little master? My little master!" The shadow cried with excitement and crawled to Garland's side tremblingly. "It's great to see you again." This sentence is a northern polite phrase that Garland learned not long ago. Gorwenk howled like a wolf, "My young master, I missed you so much. You haven't come to see me for so many days. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Garland touched his head and comforted him. "It's all over, let's go home." Gorwenk cried and said, "They all said that novices who come to participate in the selection will be stabbed through the heart by the spears, and they will come back alive. That old man is not a good guy. He is willing to lend you such a large sum of money for no reason. He must have lured you to die." These words made Tilenis embarrassed. Garland explained gently, "I didn't. I had a lot of fun these days, and I came back unscathed. If I was serious, I could string them together like a candied horse." Gorwenk then smiled and touched Garland's old robe, and hugged his waist and rubbed it. Garland was used to a clean life these days, and he was very uncomfortable when the stinky Gorwenk came up to him, and his face also showed the kind of disgust of a master. Tilenis didn't want to stay here for long, so he left in a hurry. "Wait for me on the path, I'll come find you tomorrow," he said as he left. After Garland agreed, he took Gorwenk out of the kitchen. But Gorwenk was in no hurry to leave. He picked up a bloody bag and picked up a lot of offal from the barrel. "What are you doing?" "Pack some dry food for the road, he. Gorwenk was busy picking and said casually, "The people here are stupid. These good things are not eaten. They are either thrown away or fed to dogs." "What a pity." The barrel exuded a unique stench of offal. Garland pinched his nose and looked closer. It was full of offal, black and white. "This wild boar's large intestine is super delicious. We will roast it for dinner on the road tonight. And the pig's stomach is also delicious. Well, this is what I specially hid, the deer kidney. Give it to my little master to strengthen his virility." "No, you can strengthen your virility yourself." The bag was full, and Gorwenk stopped. Although Garland despised it, he thought again that after leaving the castle, there would be no such good food. At home, he would have to live frugally. "How have you been these days? Is it hard?" Garland asked with a look of disappointment as he walked out of the west gate of the castle. "It's so comfortable here. I eat meat every meal and I've gained a lot of weight." Gorwenk muttered, "This place is really nice." "Yeah, I'm a little reluctant to leave." Garland took another look at the castle before turning around and leaving. "Gorwenk, you're carrying so many fishy things, and a dog is following you." "That's right, a dog followed the two of them all the way out of the castle and walked to the north gate." "Oh, let it follow." Gorwenk was quite familiar with this dog. This was an old hunting dog, useless, and followed Gorwenk to pick up internal organs to eat all day. "It's my pet. It can keep me warm when I sleep in the sheepfold." "Okay." Garland felt a little guilty when he mentioned the sheepfold. "When we get back, let's build a shack while the weather is warm. Otherwise, you will freeze to death in winter." The two of them left the city and walked back to the familiar path, talking and laughing. Garland was so hungry that his stomach growled. He was busy all day and didn't dare to take off his helmet at noon. He hadn't eaten anything. Soon he didn't mind the stench of his internal organs and followed Gorwenk to eat a meal of grilled intestines. "Little master, will you come back? Life here is good, and you won't freeze to death in winter. Let's all be city people in the future." "Well, but I have to go back to attend Saji's wedding." Garland counted the days with his fingers, and time was very tight. The tribal calendar is decided by the witch. The witch said that this day was auspicious, so it was set as the wedding day. How could the brother not show up? "After my brother gets married, I won't have anything important to do. We'll go to the city to work." Garland fancied, "Let's find a job together to make money and live here. Let's go to the castle. There's no better place than here. You're the knight's squire, you're so powerful and well fed. As for me, I'm just a slave in the kitchen, and I eat my fill every day. You're such a loser." Garland shook his head, but didn't blame him. After they had their fill, they slept outdoors for another night. That night, the city was decorated with lights and the residents celebrated their festival. In the castle, the lord also entertained the nobles, bishops, and his own knights. It must have been very lively. Garland lay on the grass, and he could see the lights on the top floor of the castle when he looked up. Those familiar faces kept appearing in front of him. As long as he had the chance, he would certainly like to return to that group of people. Moreover, if he had more time, he would also like to get along better with those people. He turned his head and went to sleep. Because of fatigue, that strange dream appeared in front of him again. Bright silver scales, light grey mud walls, and a door that was repeatedly knocked and was about to break. In his dream, Garland was riding a snow-white warhorse, surrounded by terrified peasants. The dream was so real. Could there be some unknown deep meaning? The old knight arrived as promised in the morning. The three of them walked forward, talking and laughing, and arrived at the mine in the evening. After it got dark, The workers were preparing to finish work. They found the foreman, explained their purpose, and bargained with him for a long time before agreeing to redeem a barbarian slave for 20 gold coins. "Everyone is there, go find them yourself." The foreman pointed, and all the workers were eating and resting. Garland rushed over with joy to look for him, but at a glance, there was not a single familiar person. How could it be? He looked again, and there was indeed no familiar face. He recalled the figure he saw from a distance at that time, and it was clearly wearing a tribal-style belt and pants. He looked carefully again, but there was no figure in the crowd. Garland walked back to Tilanis in confusion and shook his head. How could it be? "Are you sure?" The old man was also surprised and asked, "But you did see that tribesman at the beginning, right?" Garland didn't understand why. Did he make a mistake? "Hey, foreman." The old man knocked on the foreman's small table and asked him, "Have you seen any missing people here recently?" "Lack of people?" No, the foreman was absent-minded. The person next to him reminded him, "Oh, there is one. Didn't someone fall in 2 days ago?" "Oh, yes. 2 days ago, an unlucky guy fell into the crack of the stone." The person next to him explained that it was a natural crack that was found when digging stones. It was less than 2 feet wide and bottomless. A guy fell in without paying attention. The other workers also nodded with regret. When he asked the worker's name, it was the tribesman Garland was looking for. This. Tilanis was in trouble. "Then I'll go down and look for him," Garland said without hesitation. The old man wanted to stop him. Why bother, he was not his relative. But Garland shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter, I'm small, I'll go down and see, if there is a glimmer of hope, I'll give it a try. Then you tie a rope and go down, if you find someone, or if you encounter any trouble, pull the rope and I'll pull you up." The old man could only help in this way. Several workers helped to find the rope and watched Garland go down. The entrance of the cave was a natural gap with an irregular shape. The widest part was like a well. The unfortunate worker fell into it. The worker lent Garland a small kerosene lamp. If the light went out when he went down, it meant that there was not enough fresh air and he had to return immediately. Garland thanked the worker and went straight down. As Xiling descended, he whispered, "Aguz, are you there?" After descending for a while, the rope was not long enough. At the same time, the crack became wider, with a wide and narrow triangular space. Xiling untied the rope and slid down the slope. When he stepped on the ground, he felt somewhat stable. He groped for the road here. There was only one person wide on both sides, and he didn't know how deep it was. He continued to call out the names of his tribesmen. It seemed that there was a humming sound coming from the front. Garland was overjoyed and carefully followed the sound. "Aguzi!" He continued to shout. "Ah!" A faint response came. Under the kerosene lamp, there was a shirtless worker lying on the ground under his feet. It was the man he saw at the beginning. "Aguzi!" Garland squatted down and moved closer to the man. He raised his head slightly and said weakly, "Am I going to ascend to heaven? Why do I see you?" "I'm here to save you." Garland patted his shoulder. "Jihua begged me to come, so I came. Let's go out, I'll bring money to redeem you." When the man heard this, he was so excited that he burst into tears. He reluctantly got up, holding Garland's hand, and couldn't speak. "Let's talk about it when we get up there." The air below the crack was turbid, and it was almost suffocating. Garland pulled him away. The man had difficulty walking, probably because he had fallen and was injured, so he limped along. When the two were celebrating, they vaguely heard a hissing sound above their heads. Garland looked up, and in the dark crack, there seemed to be peacock green stars shining above his head. Looking closely, the stars were actually moving. "Hurry up, it's a ground snake." Aguz said in horror. The two groped and climbed up the slope, and soon found the rope they left when they came. Your foot is injured, go up first. Garland tied the rope around Aguz's waist and pulled it 3 times, which was the signal just set. The people above the cave entrance began to pull the rope slowly, and Aguz slowly rose up, and Garland finally breathed a sigh of relief. He held the kerosene lamp and waited there. Suddenly, something heavy fell down and hit him. The thing was cold and coiled around him and slowly squirmed a snake. Garland gasped. This was a python with a black body, almost as heavy as a person. In the dark crack, you could see that the snake's head was peacock green, emitting a faint fluorescence. There were also dots of fluorescence on the snake's body, which were the starlight he saw when he looked up just now. The ground snake spit out its tongue and stared at Garland. Garland didn't dare to move, and he didn't know if the snake was poisonous. It was said that snakes would catch moving prey, and he was worried that any small movement of his would attract the snake's attention. The snake looked at Garland while wriggling its body and slowly wrapped around him. Even though Garland didn't move, the warmth emanating from his body attracted the interest of the ground snake. Soon, the ground snake wrapped around Garland's entire body, wriggling and wrapping tighter and tighter. Garland didn't bring any weapons with him, and when he was worried, the rope fell down, accompanied by a clanking sound. He squinted his eyes and saw that the rope was actually trapped with Trennis's sword. Garland smiled knowingly, just in time. The sword slowly landed near Garland, within reach. He was wrapped in a python and could not move freely. At this moment, he came up with an idea and held up a kerosene lamp, shaking it in front of the ground snake. The ground snake curiously moved its head, following the light. Garland suddenly let go, and the kerosene lamp fell down. The ground snake's head followed it and stretched down, loosening its grip around Garland's body a little. Garland quickly reached out and pulled out his sword, thinking, "Ground snake, oh ground snake, I'm sorry." With a wave of his hand, the ground snake suddenly turned its head, opened its mouth wide, and its fangs just bit on the blade. Garland tried harder, only to feel the python wrapping itself tighter. But he did not dare to draw his sword. When the snake opened its mouth just now, it was obvious that hot venom was gushing out from under its fangs. Most of the venom fell on the stone wall, and a drop splashed on Garland's face. He felt a burning pain on his face. "This snake is poisonous." Garland carefully clamped the snake's fangs with the sword in his hand. He shook the blade left and right, but the snake was much stronger than him and was not moved at all. Without the light of the kerosene lamp, the crack was pitch black, and only the faint fluorescence of the snake's scales illuminated Garland's face. The snake wrapped around him tighter and tighter, and he could hardly breathe. The technique of wrapping the body around the opponent in battle was originally created by observing animals. And snakes can be said to be the ancestors of this technique. Every bone and muscle of the snake is a carefully designed rope. The python pressed Garland with its heavy body, and its own scales were smooth and it had no hands or feet, so Garland had no way to start. As he suffocated, Garland felt dizzy and his consciousness began to blur. He loosened his grip on the rock wall and slid down with the python wrapped around his body. In the darkness, there was a slight warmth. He opened his eyes again and saw that he was stuck in a narrower crack, and the snake had left his body and was coiled beside him, making a hissing sound. Deep in the cave, there were a few clusters of mushrooms that glowed faintly, and some wheat-sized insects that glowed faintly flew around the mushrooms. He kicked his feet and found a foothold. He groped for a stone to grab on, and then slowly climbed out of the crack. In order to illuminate himself, he also picked up a cluster of fluorescent mushrooms. Climbing along the rock wall for a while, it turned out that the ground snake was biting the knight's sword and stuck between two rocks. The snake was not as smart as the long-haired animal. It was stuck and only knew to move forward and not retreat. As a result, its thick belly was stuck even tighter. Seeing him holding the knight's sword, Garland felt a little sorry. After all, this was the sword that Tlenis carried with him, and it must have cost the old man a lot of money. It would be a pity to leave it here. He looked around for a weapon to attack the snake. The surroundings were all smooth rock walls, and he finally managed to get a loose sharp stone, which was just right for killing the snake. He hit the snake's head, but the snake's head was in the air, so he couldn't use any strength at all. He hit the snake's belly, but the snake's scales were so thick that this little damage didn't hurt. Garland held the stone in his hand and stared at the black snake for a while, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He held the hilt of the sword and slowly pulled the knight's sword out of the snake's mouth. The snake immediately opened its mouth and pounced on Garland again. Garland swung his hand, and the sharp stone flew out, just in time to be caught by the snake. Good timing. He swung his sword in the narrow space, and the snake's head was cut off diagonally and fell to the bottom of the cave. There was only a huge, still wriggling snake body in front of him. The snake's blood continued to flow out, and its fluorescence gradually dimmed. The snake was fat and strong, and was a perfect prey. Garland remembered that he had no decent gift for Saji's wedding, so he might as well carry the snake back. He slowly picked up the snake and stuffed it into his robe. The Taser people's clothes had no pockets, so they stuffed everything into their arms. The snake was a little too heavy, almost as heavy as Garland. He had to use all his strength to climb up. Thinking about being able to save Jihua's father, seeing the smile on Saji's face, and being able to attend Saji's wedding and give him such a beautiful gift, he was filled with endless strength. The light of the fluorescent mushrooms also became weak. Garland fumbled for a long time before finding the rope, and the end of the rope was still tied to the scabbard of the knight's sword. He put the sword back, tied the rope around his waist, and pulled the rope 3 times, waiting for the people above to pull him up. He didn't know if they were asleep, so he pulled it 3 more times before he felt someone slowly pulling the rope. Garland became much heavier with the earth snake, and the people above must be complaining. After a long time, fresh air filled his chest. Garland saw the light again, and he was still a little uncomfortable. It took him a whole night to go underground. It was already early morning when he came up. When Tlenis saw him, he hugged him and cried, "Child! Child, you are up! I thought I would never see you again." For such an unexpected warm welcome, Garland smiled shyly and said, "I brought back your knight's sword. The sword helped me a lot, otherwise I would not be able to come back. It was my idea to send the sword down." Gorwenk shouted on the side. Garland smiled and praised Gorwenk for being smart. The earth snake he brought up was a huge, shiny black python in the sun. The workers watching were all amazed. It was a pity that none of them saw the living earth snake. The fluorescent peacock green body was really beautiful. The group had breakfast with the workers on the construction site. There was a dispute over the value of a goozy. Gorwenk stared at the money in his pocket and refused to hand over all the 12 gold coins to the foreman. "You unlucky guy fell down, and you are not worth anything. If the young master hadn't risked his life to save him, what would you sell it for?" Gorwenk felt that this agoozy was not worth spending money on. The foreman was not happy when he heard this. So many brothers stayed up all night to accompany them, and they also took away the prey killed in the mine. How could he not pay? No, 20 gold coins, not a less. No one is allowed to take people without money. Garland became anxious when he heard this. He must redeem a goozy, no matter how Gorwenk persuaded him. "Then let's do this." After listening to their argument, Tlenis said slowly, "Since it's a ransom, we will pay for it. But this money is not yours alone, but earned by these workers. You must promise us to improve their food and living conditions and use the money on them." The foreman couldn't refute in front of everyone, so he agreed and happily took the money. The ransom price was $20, of which Goodwink had 12 and Tilinus had borrowed 8. Garland promised to come back and pay the money. But Tilinus waved his hand. "Forget it. I'm really sorry that you got beaten up by Morrick. Don't mention the money." Seeing his sincerity in helping, Garland blushed and thanked him, scratching his head and saying, "It's okay, I beat him up too." Tilinus touched Garland's forehead and said, "Let's go, I'll give you a ride." So Tilinus, Garland, Aguz, Goowink, and his old dog left the mine together and returned to the city. The old man came on horseback and helped them carry the python so that the few people on foot could travel as quickly as possible. They hurried on the road all day and returned to the city gate in the evening. Under the care of the old knight, the group successfully entered the city from the north gate and arrived at the foot of the castle. Tilinus sighed, "I've sent you 1,000 miles away, but we must say goodbye. There are still many things to deal with in the castle, and I have to go back." 60. Garland. Tilinus dismounted and stood in front of Garland, as if he had a lot to say, but he hesitated and didn't know which sentence to say. "It would be great if you were my apprentice." The old man was a little disappointed in his words. But soon he cheered up again, patted Garland's shoulder and encouraged him, "Come back early. The castle is so big, there must be a place for you." "Yeah." Garland nodded happily. "I don't have anything to leave for you as a souvenir." The old man sighed and touched the things on his body. "I'll give you this belt. Take it with you. Next time you enter the city, if you meet someone, just report my name. With this belt as a token, the other party will easily believe it." As he said this, he took off the belt. The belts of the ancients, especially the ones tied outside the clothes, were not really used to hold up the pants, but purely as an accessory. If someone has a little status, he will definitely wear a gorgeous and exquisite belt to show off. The old man's belt is made of cowhide, exquisitely made and very durable. The buckle and holes are all gold-plated. Maybe it's worth 2 gold coins. There is a sword hanging on the belt. He took off the sword and put it under his armpit, helped Garland tie it, and tidied his clothes. The boy was wearing a ragged robe of a taser merchant, and with this beautiful belt, he looked much more energetic. "Hey, I'm going back first. I don't have time to delay. We will meet again if we are destined to meet. If we are not destined to meet again, you should keep this belt." Garland thanked him repeatedly, and the old man waved his hand and turned away. The old man was a sentimental person. He was afraid that he would cry again if he talked too much, so he pretended to be cold and walked into the castle without looking back. During the time they spent together, he really liked Garland. In his eyes, this is a child with noble character, intelligence, and hard work. As long as there is a suitable environment, he will definitely have a bright future. The ideal situation is to take him as an apprentice and train him carefully while he is still young. Of course, this also depends on fate, and he also needs to have the ambition to make progress. Garland watched the old man leave. The rest of the group discussed staying in a hotel. Fortunately, Goowink had a few reward coins hidden in his pocket, and everyone relied on him for support. Garland took Aguz to the super-cheap hotel. The continuous journey made Garland extremely tired. He felt familiar when he saw the smelly bunk bed and just wanted to lie down on the warm bed and rest quickly. Goowink next to him had no burden and was already sleeping soundly with the old dog in his arms, snoring like thunder. On the other side, Aguz kept nagging, making Garland unable to sleep at all. Aguz's days working in the mine were very hard. Now, he is not only thin, but also a little dazed. He was cursing and talking about some things between the elders all night. I'm afraid that this escape from death has made him very resentful of his people." Garland was confused. He had not lived in the tribe for a long time and was not very clear about the conflicts of interest between the elders. He just felt bored. He needed to be told about Jinghua. So Garland told Aguz about Jinghua's recent situation and the fact that he was entrusted to save his father. Aguz, who was originally indignant, was moved by the news about his daughter. He knelt on the bed and cried loudly. It took a long time for him to recover. "Don't be sad. Jinghua is now working in the Chiaradan tribe to make a living. She has no difficulties in life." Garland comforted. Hearing that his daughter was safe, Aguz calmed down a little. He lowered his head, knelt in front of Garland, put his hands in the boy's hands, and sobbed softly. He kept muttering words of thanks, mixed with a lot of incomprehensible nonsense. Such an action is to express submission. It is only done in front of the leader or the witch. Aguz regarded Garland as his savior, so he would do this. Garland was a little proud that his hard work had paid off. But he soon thought that he did not do all this for vanity, but for the promise he made with Saji. This honor should be given to his younger brother. Because of the charge of betrayal, Aguz couldn't return to the tribe. Garland suggested that he make a living in the city. He also introduced the uncle he met in the small restaurant. As they were from the same tribe, they could communicate smoothly. In the city, no one asked about other people's origins. As long as they were willing to work hard, there was always a way to survive. "You stay here for the time being. If there is a chance in the future, let Jinghua come to visit you." Garland said, "If you have anything to say, I will help you pass it on." Aguz sighed and thought for a long time. He said, "Go back and tell Jinghua that when spring comes and all the golden flowers in the back mountain are blooming, I will take her to see her mother." Garland was puzzled when he heard this. "What the hell is this?" Aguz explained, "This is a code word. Jinghua will understand it." When she heard this, she knew it must be from my mouth. Garand nodded. The next day, he and Gur Wenk set off, bid farewell to Aguz, left the city through the main gate, and returned to the way they came. The old dog always followed Gur Wenk. Gur Wenk also loved it very much. The smile he showed to the dog must be from the heart. After getting along with this ugly monster for a long time, Garand didn't hate him as much as he did at the beginning. Sometimes he even felt that something was missing without this person. Along the way, Gur Wenk peeled the snake skin and roasted the snake meat as dry food. The master and servant laughed and talked happily. The journey that was originally 2 days of riding took 3 days on foot. On the morning of the 4th day, they returned to the Chiaradan tribe. Because of their strange clothes, they were almost mistaken for Taser people who came to do business. After explaining the purpose of their visit, the butler of the tribe said, "Oh, you are finally back. Prince Zachary also asked that your clothes and belongings be kept with me. Isn't Thakari here? The prince is escorting the princess to the Kazoo tribe to get married." Garland realized that it was bad. Time has been delayed for too long, and now they are preparing for the wedding. It seems that Saji's wedding will last for 3 days. There will be a grand ceremony on the first day, and I am afraid that I will not be able to make it back, no matter what. There will be a sumptuous banquet on the next 2 days. If we rush now, we should be able to make it back before the evening. Garland quickly changed back into his own tribal clothes. He cherished the belt given by the old man and tied it around his waist, discarding the brocade belt he used before. He borrowed a horse again and didn't care about eating. Garland just wanted to go back immediately. "I must go back as soon as possible," he said to Gur Wenk. "If you don't want to ride a horse, just follow behind and walk slowly." Without waiting for the ugly monster to nag, Garland immediately got on the horse and set off. Thinking of Saji's wedding, He kept spurring his horse and galloped at the fastest speed. He really wished he had wings on his back. In any case, he must send his blessings to his younger brother's wedding. 61. When Garand returned to the tribe, it was already evening. The Kazoo tribe held a grand sacrificial ceremony during the day, and the evening was a time for people to have fun. Garand hurried to the bonfire and greeted the chief. "Why did you come so late? You are too playful." The chief was very angry and did not even look at Garand. He did not even look at the gifts he brought back carefully and ordered his men to take them away. He asked Garand to stay outside the tent and not come in. According to the tradition of the tribe, the chief's relatives have a noble position in the tent. Garand is the chief's nephew. The chief was soft-hearted and left him the last position, but he did not expect that he would be so late for such an important event, so he got angry and drove him out. Saji was overjoyed to see his brother come back, but when he saw his father was angry, he had to persuade him quietly. The chief ignored his son, and Saji was very anxious, so he kept winking at Zakari. Zakari was also excited to see Garand come back. He quickly pretended to go to the toilet and ran out to find him. Garand came out of the chief's yurt, feeling very uncomfortable. The chief did not give him a chance to explain. Even if he did, he would not dare to say that he was late to save the traitor. Everyone is right. In the end, only he made a mistake. The time has come. The servants of the witch blew the horn, and the crowd began to get excited. In response to the sound of the horn, the chief walked out of the yurt and waved to the crowd. His whole family wore the most solemn clothes. In the eyes of the northerners, the clothes of the barbarians are already very ethnic and traditional. But in their own eyes, they usually wear casual clothes learned from foreign tribes. In the wooden box of the chief's house, there is also a set of more ancient clothes, which comes from the aesthetics of ancient ancestors. It is only worn on occasions of inheritance and marriage. This day is an auspicious day for Saji and Azan, and they wore the most solemn and complicated clothes. Azan's hair was all combed to the top of her head, shaped into two pieces of horns. A headband inlaid with jade, agate, and shells was wrapped around her bun and hung down to her waist. The ribbon was also embroidered with symbols of gods. She also wore a red bead the size of an egg on her head, symbolizing the eye of the Beast Master, followed by a circle of beads that gradually became smaller. Around her neck were countless necklaces filled with various gold coins, spread across her chest like a net. Look at the garb on Azan's head, which is as heavy as a knight's armor. She can only sit upright with her head held high and her eyes looking straight ahead with such heavy jewelry. She is wearing all the gorgeous clothes brought by her parents. She is wrapped in 3 layers of thick clothes inside and outside, unable to move. She can only sit on a rack and be carried out by a group of people, just like a sculpture. Saji was also carried out. He wore a long robe with long sleeves, so he couldn't stretch his hands out. He also wore a huge fur hat, and hung a heavy gold plate and various gemstone necklaces around his neck. He wore a sword on his waist, which symbolized power, which was also extremely luxurious and dazzling. The lively dance party began after the 2 protagonists were invited. The witch led the crowd to dance in front of the bonfire, and the crowd followed the dance, clapping and singing together, full of joy. People shouted again, carried the newlyweds for a parade, and finally returned to the bonfire and put them down. Then the witch prayed again. The witch also wore the most gorgeous clothes and worshipped the Beast Master devoutly. After a ceremony, he personally played the role of the Beast Master and bestowed blessings on the newlyweds. The Beast Master that has been mentioned all the time is a kind of god of the wilderness tribe. The barbarians do not have a systematic theological theory. They have been singing the legends handed down by their ancestors, and no one will question it. The ancestors worshipped the Beast Master, and no one would argue to ask how many gods there are in the world and what is the relationship between the Beast Master and them. The god Beast Master is closely related to the hunting activities of the tribe. The wilderness tribes believe that the Beast Master is the god of all things, in charge of all prey, of course, including enemies, so the Beast Master manages all people and animals. Capturing prey and killing enemies are all gifts obtained under the protection of the Beast Master. For this, we also need to thank the Beast Master. For prey, it is necessary to kill respectfully and minimize unnecessary pain. For enemies, they need to be buried. No matter what you get, you must offer sacrifices to the Beast Master to express your gratitude. If you don't treat it according to etiquette, you will be punished by the Beast Master sooner or later. But Garland never showed respect to the Beast Master, right? Because he didn't believe in it from the bottom of his heart. He was the only one in the tribe who didn't respect the Beast Master. So others were even more afraid of him. The white feather arrows he used were made of feathers from the Snow Mountain condor. He never took the Beast Master seriously. Garland watched from a distance, feeling a little lost and bored, not knowing what to do. He was worst at drinking and having fun. Because he had felt that those eyes were watching him since he was a child, he was always worried that if he indulged himself one day, he would be secretly harmed by those eyes. And as for happiness, how should I put it, when others were happy, he began to feel lonely. He sat behind the crowd and took some food for himself. He had been running all the way back and hadn't eaten properly. "Hey, you're back?" Zachary squeezed out of the crowd and sat next to him. "Why did you take so long to come back?" Garland shook his head, not knowing where to start. "I found her father in the mine, and rescued her father." "Oh my God." Zachary was shocked, hugged Garland and patted and kissed him. "You are really a great hero in the wilderness. You can actually rescue the tribe from the castle." Garland was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Zachary's reaction to be so strong. Zachary was happy, but there was still a little bit of something he was embarrassed to say. Seeing him being so shy, Garland was very strange. What was there that was difficult to say? "You know I'm married," Zachary said. Garland nodded. Logically speaking, princes will get married very early, and the brother must be before the sister. It's just that Garland hasn't had the opportunity to meet Zachary's wife yet. "I always feel that this is not right, but I can't bear it." "What happened?" Garland was even more puzzled. "What does this have to do with me?" Zachary plucked up the courage to say, "It was Jinghua. She was helpless and too pitiful, so I decided to marry her as my concubine. This happened during your absence." Oh. Thinking that he had not been away for long, they fell in love very quickly. "Are you angry?" Zachary was a little worried. "What's there to be angry about?" Garland smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You risked your life to save Jinghua's father, but Jinghua didn't marry you. She must be very unwilling." Zachary felt that it was better to tell the truth at this time to avoid any more grudges. Garland felt mixed emotions and sighed. He thought for a long time before he said, "I just feel very complicated. It's not that I'm unwilling, I don't know how to describe it." He thought and said, "From the very beginning, when Jinghua was still a noble lady and Aguz was still a general, I knew that it would never be my turn to have such a noble girl." Thinking back to the past, Garland had played carefree with Saji and Jinghua. Later, when Jinghua fell into poverty, I always felt that her life and mine would have no intersection. Maybe she and I are not the same kind of people. I may like other types of girls. Garland said to Zachary again, "Don't worry, I have never touched her. I can swear to the Beast Master, and my Gorwenk, Jiao Jiao and Rao Rao can also testify. When she stayed at my house, she slept in the tent with the two girls at night, and Gorwenk and I slept in the sheepfold." Zachary put his hand on Garland's shoulder, lowered his head and said, I know all this, but I don't really care. I still have something to ask you, you must tell me the truth. 62. Zachary stared at Garland seriously and said, "There is something you must tell me truthfully, so that I can fulfill my wish. Knowing the answer, I will feel at ease in this life." So exaggerated? Tell me. Garland was a little surprised. If the four of us, you, me, Azan, and Xinhua, have no distinction of status, no constraints such as marriage contracts, and are just ordinary people in the wilderness, good friends who do whatever they want. If you can get married to a girl privately just by asking, who would you choose? Xinhua or Azan? Garland was stunned. Why would he ask such a question? There is no one else now, and your people are dancing in the distance. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, we can't be called good brothers. Garland stared at Zachary for a long time, and in his mind, all kinds of scenes from that erotic dream emerged again. Azan's body, Azan's smile, her braids, her skin. The two siblings are indeed deeply in love and can talk about anything. Zachary might know everything that happened between Azan and himself. She is indeed a sincere and courageous woman. No one can refuse such a girl standing in front of me. I know everyone's choice, but I must know your choice. Azan. Garand said after a long silence, "If I can hold her hand, I'm afraid I will never let go." But he really didn't want to say such words. What's the point of imagining impossible things? It just adds to his sadness. She is beautiful and sincere. She has the warmth of home. I was fascinated when I saw her for the first time. But I don't have the corresponding conditions to marry her, not to mention. Don't continue. Zachary stopped him suddenly, knocking on his chest. It's enough to have your words. Then, both of them fell silent. Zachary drank a lot of wine, then patted Garand's shoulder hard and said, "I didn't see you wrong. Take care, good brother." Zachary still had many social activities, so he returned to the crowd. Garand sat quietly in an empty corner. He felt very tired after running around for days, so he buried his head in his knees and fell asleep. Saji and Azan sat at the celebration for the whole night, which was very tiring. When the crowd began to revel freely, Azan went back to the yurt with the help of the maid to rest. After the wedding, the daughter-in-law will live with Saji's family in the big yurt. The living conditions of the desert people are difficult, and there is not much private space. The whole family lives and eats together. Taking advantage of the opportunity when there is no one in the yurt, the maid whispered a few words to the princess' ear. This is the maid brought by her mother's family, who grew up with her and is her confidant. Just now, when the crowd was lively, she quietly followed behind Zachary and eavesdropped on their entire conversation. Now, she repeated what Garand said word by word. When it comes to holding her hand and never letting go for a lifetime, Azan burst into tears. It happened that Saji came in at this time and saw the bride sitting and crying. She couldn't help wondering why she was crying on such a happy day. The maid only said that the princess missed her hometown very much. Saji comforted her kindly. The princess just cried silently and said nothing. The revelry lasted until the second half of the night, and many people were exhausted and went to rest. Garland moved to a more secluded place to hide. He wanted to sleep, but when he looked up, he saw Xinhua standing in front of him. He didn't expect Xinhua to follow Zachary back to the tribe. "You fought again? Are you injured?" she asked. "It's okay. Fighting and getting injured are common. Garland has a little pain on his body all year round, and he is used to it. Sometimes he can't remember which specific battle each injury was left. You haven't come back for a long time. I am alone in the Chiaodan tribe without anyone to rely on. Only Zachary loves me, so Xinhua explained with a little guilt. In order to protect herself, She repeatedly asked Saji to help her and match herself with Garland. As a result, she turned around and changed her mind so quickly. According to tradition, it is indeed inappropriate. The tribesmen have a saying that once you say you love someone, you must be with that person for the rest of your life. I'm not that kind of woman, I just can't help myself, she said with tears in her eyes. As for whether she really likes Garland, I'm afraid there will never be an answer. In Garland's view, facing difficulties, anyone will compromise to save themselves. This cannot be said to be cunning, but just a helpless method. No one is wrong to save themselves in difficult situations. Garland did not speak. I heard that you found my father. She could not hide her excitement. Yeah. Garland told about what he saw in the mine, and said that with the help of his friends, he rescued Aguzi and settled him in the castle to make a living. He has a message for you. Garland repeated Aguzi's words. He couldn't remember the details, so he only said roughly, "What, the golden flower in the back mountain, something like waiting for your mother." Jinghua was shocked at first, covered her mouth and said nothing, then burst into tears and cried, "It's my father. You didn't lie to me, you found my father." The girl burst into tears and wanted to lean on the boy's shoulder. Garland avoided. Thinking that she had already been engaged to someone else, forget it, this time the great kindness was beyond repayment. "Do you know what this sentence means?" she asked while crying. "Isn't it your name?" "I guessed it. That piece of golden flower land is where my mother is buried. He told me so since I was a child, but I have never seen it. He always said, 'Let's go and see it together someday.'" Jinghua wiped her tears, but new tears rushed out again. "That place is not here, and I have never seen it. I even suspect that he lied to me. It's just that I have heard this since I was a child, and I remember when I was a child, he told me how gentle and beautiful my mother was." Speaking of this, Garand was a little moved. Seeing others mention their parents, he couldn't help but think of his own parents. What a blessing it is to be able to hear the words of his parents again in his lifetime. Thinking about it now, his efforts to save Aguz are worth it. Jinghua knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly to express her gratitude, and said, "Your great kindness, Jinghua, I will repay you in my next life by working like a cow and a horse." Garland helped her up and said, "These are all arranged by fate, not my own credit. Go back and live a good life, don't let down the luck given to you by the Beast Master." Then he sent Jinghua away. The night got deeper, and it was the darkest time before dawn. The drunken people all fell asleep. Garland looked around the camp of his tribe. Under the boundless darkness, it was unusually quiet. He felt the darkness that surged into his heart again. 63. In the early morning, Garland took a nap, and someone kicked him with bad intentions. He woke up suddenly and looked up. It was really a narrow road for enemies. How could it be the three brothers of the Hojin family again? Since Aguz was captured and the status of the Hojin family rose, these three brothers became more and more arrogant day by day. Garland suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly got up and looked at the three people carefully. "The prince's wedding is such an important event, and the chieftain has reserved a seat for you. Why didn't you show up? You are so arrogant." The eldest brother Gary said arrogantly, "I have important things to do." "What does it have to do with you?" "Important things?" The eldest brother looked at his two younger brothers, then turned to Garland and said, "Your important thing is rebellion, right?" Garland was shocked. Such words must not be said casually in the tribe, otherwise there is a risk of losing your head. "Many days ago, Saji personally asked me to go to the castle to do something. If the chieftain needs to know, he can ask Prince Saji directly. Bah! Don't involve His Royal Highness the Prince." Gary pinched his waist and said proudly, "What you do is what you do. A man should take responsibility for his own actions." Yes, Prince Saji has always been kind. You rely on being his brother to harm him like this." The two younger brothers followed suit. "As far as I know, you went to the Qiaodan tribe first. After disguising yourself and getting rid of Prince Saji, you went to the castle alone and stayed there for many days." Ga Li said as if he had seen it with his own eyes. The tribe has a large population, and everyone has different intentions. If a tribe member with bad intentions reported it, and Ga Li exaggerated it like this, it would really sound terrifying. Moreover, someone saw you with the daughter of the traitor Aguz, Jinghua, and had an affair with her. You and her were plotting against the law and wanted to rebel. Garand fell silent. It was a fact that he was with Jinghua, and he even saved Jinghua's father, the traitor Aguz himself. Fortunately, the tribe members and the northern castle did not speak the same language, and these mortal enemies did not know about it. Once such a thing was confessed, the consequences would be disastrous. However, he never thought of rebelling. He did all this just to please his younger brother at the request of Saji. In his eyes, there was no difference between the Han family and the Aguz family, they were all tribe members. Why did they hurt each other like this? Don't play dumb. I'm asking you now. You must tell the truth. I'm asking you this under the order of the great chief. Garland sternly rebuked. I've already told you the answer. It's something Prince Saji asked me to do. You are not qualified to know the rest. If the great chief needs to know, he can ask Saji himself. Garland said, squatting slightly, tightly holding the sword at his waist. He had a premonition that the three brothers would not give up easily this time, and would definitely make a big trouble under the influence of alcohol. The tribes in the wilderness are unreasonable and must solve everything by force. This is why the northerners look down on them. But this is occasionally a small advantage, especially in such occasions where it is difficult to explain. During festivals and celebrations, drinking and fighting, even causing deaths, is actually a major tradition in the wilderness. Many family feuds arise from this. Smelling the smell of a duel, the tribesmen came over one after another and surrounded the two tightly. With the instigation of others, a fierce fight is inevitable. Gari is not only the biggest brother among the three brothers, but also one of the biggest among the tribesmen. He has always been known as the tribe's first warrior for his extraordinary size. Anyone who dares to oppose him will not have a good end. The people of the Wasteland tribe have to struggle with the harsh living environment throughout their lives. A tall stature is a prerequisite for survival, so big people are very popular in the tribe. And Gary's 10-foot-tall stature is like the reincarnation of a god of war in the eyes of the tribe. He has always been loved by the tribe, and his heart is also very proud. In addition, the people of the Wasteland were originally honest and generous. He had always been disgusted with Garland's frail figure, his silent way of dealing with things, and the way he always had something on his mind. In addition, Garland had never respected him, and he also held a grudge in his heart. He drank a few more bottles of wine today, and the intense atmosphere and the unhappiness of the past made him even more angry. Gary rushed up without saying a word and grabbed Garland's collar with both hands. With a force, he lifted him up. You don't want to say it, right? Garland's eyes were firm, and he did not give in at all. Gary threw him over his shoulder and threw him headfirst onto the grass. Garland rolled when he landed. Good. Good. The two younger brothers cheered on the side. The tribesmen watching cheered for no reason. In their eyes, there is no good or bad in the fight on the wasteland. The winner is the king. Whoever can defeat the enemy in this wasteland represents justice. In wrestling, the bigger the person, the more advantage they have. Gary's weight far exceeds Garland's. He stood on the ground with a stable chassis, and Garland could not move him no matter how hard he tried. But as soon as he exerted his strength, he easily lifted Garland and threw him out. This was not the first time he suffered a loss. Garland did not dare to stand up immediately. He was very hesitant. With Gary's endless provocations, could he kill him with a sword? Considering that Gary was the son of a general and a warrior in the tribe, if he was killed or injured, the consequences would be endless. Maybe it was because he was not a pure wilderness man, and he always looked back and forth before doing things, and considered a lot. If it was someone from a certain tribe, he would have fought Gary to death in the early years. As for fear, he had never been afraid of Gary himself, and even felt that dealing with such a person was no problem at all, and even a bit unfair. "Stand up!" Gary shouted provocatively, "Dog-like thing." Garland half knelt, ready to jump up and attack at any time. Garland strode over, lowered his head and bent over, trying to grab Garland again. Garland suddenly stretched out his foot, tripped Garland with all his strength, and moved him hard. He couldn't move the whole Garland, but he could still move half of him. Garland didn't pay attention and fell on his head, dizzy. Fortunately, the grass was soft and there was no fatal injury. The tribesmen who were watching immediately laughed mercilessly. Some people also fanned the flames, "Stand up, beat the little guy to death." While others booed unhappily, "What, the first warrior of the tribe, it's no use." Garland touched his head and stood up slowly. Hearing these voices in the crowd, he was even more angry. He was about to rush forward again. Garland drew the scimitar from his waist and pointed it directly at Garland's belly. He carefully controlled the weapon and asked cautiously, "Do you dare to move forward? Do you want to know what it feels like to have your stomach ripped open?" 64. "You are cheating, you little brat," Garland scolded angrily. The pure strength of wrestling is the orthodox way of fighting for the people in the wilderness, and any other weapons are considered to be cheating. "You are also a warrior, draw your sword." Garland pointed his sword at Gary's face. "Are you afraid of death?" Gary was provoked like this. He was furious, and immediately asked his brother to hand over the scimitar. He pointed at Garland and said, "Look at me chopping you into meat sauce." Garland looked at him coldly and said, "Don't worry, I'm just competing with you today, I won't kill you. You are so arrogant, I'm just teaching you a lesson." Such words are not only impolite, but also an insult. With a temper like Gary, unless he is beaten to death, any words will only continue to irritate him. The scimitars commonly seen in the wilderness also have some traditional sword techniques. Warriors like Gary are naturally familiar with them. He waved his heavy machete, flying up and down, whistling, and others couldn't help but cheer loudly. With such a knife, it is not a problem to cut a person in half when waving it. He chopped at Garland with all his strength. Every time he spotted a figure and used his strength, the opponent dodged. In this way, Garland teased Gary like a bullfight. Gary was so tired that he was panting. Garland didn't fight very hard, so it was not hard at all. To be honest, Garland's ability to take a beating was all thanks to Gary. Gary could be called his master. As for the ability to cheat in fighting, he learned it by himself in the castle. Some tricks, for example, he clearly raised his weapon to chop off the head, but in the end he put on a realistic posture and didn't swing the sword at all, but squatted down to trip the opponent. It looked very funny and even made people around laugh, but it was really very useful in actual combat. These were not taught by a decent person like Tyrannus, but by an unknown knight who was training on the playground. That person. I don't even know his name. But Garland thought this person was too funny, and his eyes were always attracted by him. Being able to enjoy the fight so vividly, as if it was the meaning of his life, made the onlookers admire him. In addition to admiration, Garland also learned this trick. Gary was tall and strong, and the intense exercise consumed a lot of energy. In addition to being angry, he gradually lost the upper hand. When he saw that he could not play to his strengths, He stopped and pointed at Garland and cursed, "Asshole, don't run. Running around like this is a cowardly thing to do. If you have the guts, fight me head on." Garland was not in a hurry, and pointed the scimitar at Gary's face. "Okay, let's fight head on, you come on." Gary swung the scimitar and slashed at him in a circle. He rushed at an extremely fast speed, and the scimitar was like a whirlwind on the ground. The cold light of the sharp blade rotated rapidly. Once touched by this fierce attack, the bones and flesh would be instantly reduced to ashes. Garland retreated slightly. He was not in a hurry to go forward because he saw a suitable stone on the ground. Seeing Gary rushing over like this, he leaned over, picked up a stone, and hit the opponent's forehead. The opponent's attack speed was very fast, and the stone flew out at a high speed. When they collided, there was only a clang sound, followed by Gary's scream. He knelt on the ground with his face covered, and the murderous whirlwind stopped. Blood kept flowing down his palm. This injury was not light. "You cheated. You have no shame." The two younger brothers saw it and kept shouting. Garland pointed a knife at their faces. They were a little scared and hid behind their brother. As the saying goes, if you have a grudge, it is called making a feud. In a situation like today, Gary and Garland made a feud, and this feud will only get deeper and deeper. Maybe the problem between them started from the previous generation. With Gary's temperament, he would kill people he didn't like even if he saw them once. From Garland's point of view, what else can he do? You can't just die because someone hates you, right? To deal with Gary, you can neither kill him nor injure him, and you don't want to be killed by him, so you have to give in again and again and try to avoid him. Garland used up all his skills in getting along with people, but he couldn't think of a way to get along with Gary peacefully. "Gary, there are only enemies in front of me. Don't provoke me a second time." Garland's words were calm and cautious, without the enthusiasm of the desert people to show off their power. He stated coldly, and there was a piercing chill in his words. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Garland quickly left the scene. The three brothers of the Hearn family went back with embarrassment. The tribesmen didn't care about the truth at all, and new jokes would soon be spread by word of mouth at the banquet. It turned out that the tall Gary was no match for Garland, and was beaten to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Garland left the camp and saw Gore Wenk hiding outside the camp, followed by the old dog. Gore Wenk knew that the tribesmen were fierce, so he didn't dare to go in without permission, so he hid stealthily. As soon as Garland came out, the ugly monster came forward with great joy. "My young master, I came here without stopping, hee. You came back to find me? Why didn't you run away?" Garland was a little surprised. He had a flash of thought last night, would Gore Wenk come back? "Oh, look at what you said. Even if I ran away, where could I go? Then, when you left the barracks at the beginning, you didn't run for me. You could go wherever you wanted to go." "Oh, my young master, I ran away from the barracks at that time because I had no choice but to escape for my life. But it's different now. I have a new master, that is you. You are so good to me, why should I run away? I let you sleep in the sheepfold, and you still think I am good." Garland was a little ashamed. In this era, slaves were very common, and many ordinary people had slaves in their homes. But the slaves of other people's homes ate and dressed better than themselves, while Gore Wenk could only suffer with themselves, which was very pitiful. "No matter how bad you treat me, you are still my master." Gore Wenk didn't care at all. Aren't people like this? No matter how bad your parents are to you, they are still your parents. No matter how bad your friends are to you, they are still your friends. Look at you, no matter how bad your tribesmen are to you, they are still your tribesmen. Garland was speechless after being confused by Gore Wenk. Such a vulgar slave, every time he said something unexpectedly philosophical, it seemed like he was mocking himself. Garland was really angry and annoyed. Fortunately, he didn't have the habit of bullying the weak. No matter how much the ugly guy provoked him, he would not hit him. Garland just shook his head and sighed. "Let's go home." Garland said, "The sooner the better, I don't want to stay in the camp for a quarter of an hour." 65. Garland took Gul Wenk and left the camp silently without saying goodbye to anyone. The joy of the tribesmen did not belong to them. "Young master, do you really not regret it?" Gul Wenk asked him on the way. "I have done so many things, but I have not gained anything." Garland didn't know what to say. There are 2 girls at home who need food and supplies. He was busy for so many days and almost lost his life, but he didn't bring anything for them. What if he really had an accident? How would they make a living? The 2 were walking leisurely, and suddenly there was a whoosh sound. A black shadow passed by Garland's ear and landed on the grass in front of him. It was an arrow. The force was so deep that it showed the murderous intent. He was shocked and squatted down to avoid it. There was no shelter on the wasteland, so he could only hide in the grass under his feet and try to confuse the enemy's sight. Soon, another arrow flew from behind and almost hit Gul Wenk. The ugly monster was so scared that he shrank on the ground and trembled. Garland turned around to check. This was a flat land with no shelter around. There was only a small tree behind him, and he vaguely saw a figure hiding behind it and shooting arrows. "Get out! You dare to compete with me in archery? Are you going to die?" Garland shouted while squatting. The opponent did not reply, and another arrow hit Garland's face, and it was about to hit Garland, but Garland blocked it with a swing of his scimitar. It is obvious that the opponent must be the brother of the Hawley family. He used such a sinister method after being defeated. Garland was a little resentful of being threatened with his life. Moreover, this person dared to show off his archery skills in front of him. He really didn't know what was good for him. Garland took off the recurve bow on his back, strung the bow, put an arrow on the bow, and shot an arrow at the head of the black shadow. There was a sound of ouch. But the voice was clearly a little childish. "Oh no." Garland felt a chill in his heart. He ran over and saw that the person lying in the bushes was actually Barye, the youngest brother of the Hawley family. "Now, things are going to get out of control." Barye was lying on the ground, sobbing slightly. Garland's arrow had pierced his collarbone. The little guy was in pain and fear, and his lips were trembling. Garland was also anxious. He checked Barye's wound. The wound was not shallow, probably 2 inches deep, and he didn't know if it had hit a vital part. "Don't cry, or the wound will hurt, you know." He hurriedly comforted Barye. "The arrowhead cannot be pulled out rashly, there are barbs inside." Now, he must be sent back to the camp as soon as possible to find someone to treat him. "I'll carry you back right away, don't be afraid," Garland said, holding Barye and running towards the camp. This place was already some distance away from the camp, and it took half an hour to run there. He rushed into the happy crowd and ran all the way to the chief's yurt. He shouted with his last strength, "Come and save people. Come and save people." After saying that, he was so tired that he knelt on the ground. The chief and General Hall were drinking and chatting, and were stunned by the sudden scene. They immediately called the best doctor in the tribe. The doctor quickly began to treat him, while the chieftain glared and asked, "Who did it?" Garland lowered his head and said guiltily, "I." The chieftain was shocked and took a step back, not daring to believe what he said. He grabbed Garland's arm and said, "You." "He attacked me first, and I shot an arrow back," Garland explained in a panic, not having the confidence to speak. When the general saw Barye was so seriously injured and groaning weakly, he lost control of his emotions and screamed, "Barye, my son, are you okay?" Barye also cried when he saw his father coming. But he was wounded and it hurt when he cried, so he could only groan with a twisted face, looking really pitiful. "Who did it? Who did it?" Gary roared and looked around. His eyes soon fell on Garland. Garland didn't want to say anything. There was still a huge bruise on Gary's face, which was left by the battle in the morning. "Tell me, who did it?" Gary grabbed Garand's collar, his voice was deafening. "He started it first." Garand didn't have a chance to explain. Garyon punched him in the face. He didn't dodge this punch, nor did he intend to fight back. He was almost knocked out, fell to the ground dizzy, covered his mouth, and it was full of blood. Barriere was a child after all, and Garand was to blame for accidentally hurting him. When his eyes went dark, it seemed as if he saw a black shadow standing next to Barriere. Garand was scared. He wondered if he saw an illusion. That shadow could not be seen in shape, standing silently. "Get out!" the big leader roared. The two did not continue to fight, and left the yurt silently. They did not leave, squatting outside the tent to listen to the movement inside. Barriere was a child who was spoiled since childhood and had never suffered any injuries. Now he was so seriously injured that he was scared and cried non-stop. The doctor pulled out the arrow for him, and outside the tent he could only hear his heart-wrenching cry, and it seemed that he had even fainted. The mother of the three brothers was also crying bitterly. Everyone in the tent was busy rescuing and comforting. After Gali came out of the big tent, he didn't say a word. He gritted his teeth and stared at Garand fiercely, and his eyes never left. Garand waited outside the yurt with his head down. He was very scared. If anything happened to Barriere, he would never be able to repay the debt he owed in his lifetime. The doctor worked until the evening and finally pulled out the arrow. Then he woke him up and sutured his wound. Barriere continued to cry helplessly inside. In order to prevent infection, the sutured wound had to be branded flat. The child cried so hard that his throat was broken, which was heartbreaking. When he stopped crying completely, Gali rushed in with clenched fists. After Barriere's wound was treated, the doctor gave him a sleeping pill, and the child fell asleep exhausted. "It depends on luck. If he survives the next few days, he will be fine," the doctor comforted. The 3-day celebration was overturned by this accident. The chief waved his hand, and all the tribesmen dispersed and returned to their respective yurts. Yesterday, the rumor that Garand was praising his courage to challenge the big guy has now become this cruel boy almost killed the youngest brother of the Han family. The chief saw Garand standing at the door of the yurt at a loss, and sighed and said, go back to where you should go." Garand then left. The general and his family carried Barriere home, and the whole family waited for him every step of the way. The camp was extremely quiet at this time. Garland left with mixed feelings. He felt a little wronged and guilty, but more afraid that Gary would come to retaliate against him, and even more afraid that Barriere would really have something wrong, and he would become a bad guy. Now, the only thing he could do was to escape from all this as soon as possible, away from the camp, away from the tribe, and return to his own little home quickly. 66. Garland set out on the road home, feeling extremely heavy, if only he could find a place to hide forever. On the way, he saw Gorwenk still sleeping in their respective places, so he called him to get up and go back together. The two of them arrived home at night. Jiao Jiao and Rao Rao had been waiting anxiously for nearly a month. They lived too far away and had not heard any news about Garland. When Garland returned home this time, he was not interested in telling any adventures. He only prayed that the days would pass faster and that he would quickly fix the mistakes he had made. At night, everyone fell asleep peacefully, only he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The shouting in his ear became stronger and stronger. Garland felt that he was almost going crazy. Is this gaze, this voice, really real? If he was the one who was injured and facing death today, would he be free from this guilt? He couldn't sleep, so he went out for a walk again. He lay outside the small tent and turned around and around, his mind in a mess. Finally, he lay on the grass, looked at the stars, and fell asleep on the open grass. The cold breeze blew on his body, and he woke up again. There was a nightmare-like face staring at him. Garland, who had just woken up, was scared out of his wits. He looked closely and saw that it was Gary. It was already dawn. Gary left the camp overnight and came to Garland's residence. He had made up his mind that he would chop off the head of the little white wolf no matter what to avenge his brother. When he found Garland sleeping, he didn't rush to do it, but looked at him with horror. Gary planned to appreciate Garland's last despair before his death, and to show all his anger that he had nowhere to vent, so that Garland could stay awake, taste the pain, and then die slowly. Gary's face was gloomy and motionless, lifeless, like a dead body. Garland's hairs were all over his body, and he even needed to think calmly whether this scene in front of him was real or a nightmare. "Garland, I have been watching you for a long time." Gary's face was pale, and he moved his mouth gently, saying, "Your death is coming, I want you to die knowingly." After saying that, he raised the curved knife in his hand and pressed the blade against Garland's neck. Garland had a slight premonition when he heard him speak. He took out the curved knife from his waist, but he didn't have time to unsheath it, and the scabbard blocked his chest. Gary pressed down hard, and Garland resisted with all his strength. Any fight between the two in the past was not as fierce as this one. At this moment, the intention was to really kill each other. He started it first. Garland tried to explain during the confrontation. Gary's face was ferocious, and a beast-like sound came out of his throat. "He attacked me from behind. I didn't even see who it was." Garland shouted, "If I had seen it, I would never bother with him." No matter how loud the shouting was at this moment, not a single word reached Gary's ears. Gary's eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "No one can hurt my family." Just after nightfall yesterday, Barya was lying at home with a high fever. No one in the family dared to sleep. His mother stayed by his side, her tears dry. She kept wiping her son's body with a wet towel to help him cool down. His father also had a heavy face and said nothing. The other family members didn't dare to say anything and watched silently. Later, Gary couldn't wait any longer. His temper couldn't stand this torture. He roared and rushed out, and no one dared to stop him. Everyone knew what he was going to do. His father acquiesced to his actions and only sent a family member to follow him. "Today is the anniversary of your death," he sat on Garand, pressing him with his whole body weight, and at the same time pressed down the scimitar hard, trying to cut Garand's neck. Garand also pressed hard against the blade. Any slight slackness would be enough to kill him. His thoughts were turning rapidly, thinking about ways to escape. Suddenly he seemed to see someone coming, and shouted excitedly, "Sarji, come and save me." Gali believed it, turned his head slightly. Garand drew out the scimitar and slashed it at his stomach. While he was in pain, he quickly pulled away from Gali. Gali covered his stomach, the blood could not stop flowing, and his pants were stained red. Garand's scimitar was often sharpened. It was not only a warrior's ornament, but also a survival tool for him to kill prey. The blade easily cut through the opponent's sheepskin robe, and the wound hurt the skin and flesh. In the early morning of the wasteland, the air was as cold as strong liquor. The only one in the tribe who supported Garand was Prince Sarji. Everyone else treated Garland as nothing. If Garland was killed here, no one would feel sad for him. Both sides of the fight knew this. Garland could not beat Gary with his strength, so he had to cheat to survive. He pointed his blade at Gary and pretended to be timid. "Don't come over." "Are you afraid?" "Coward." "Are you afraid?" Gary tightened his belt and covered his wound without flinching. I'm very sorry for the arrow wound, Barrier. I will try my best to make up for this mistake. What will you use to make up for it? Sari's voice resounded through the wasteland. Use your life, give it up. After that, he pounced on him like a beast and slashed wildly. With his strength and speed, even iron and rock could not stop him. Garland, naturally, would not fight him. He thought about the route of retreat and escape, and gradually led his opponent to the road. He retreated up the small hill where he lived. Gary had no strength to climb the hill, so he chased him with a knife in his hand. When he saw his own white tent, Garland became worried again. Don't get any closer. Gary has lost his humanity at this moment. If he is allowed to get close to my home, he will kill all the girls in my home. Coward. Gary roared, don't run. Fight me like a man. If you have the guts, don't hurt my youngest brother, come and fight me. Don't run. Garland sneered, how can I not run when you are so fierce? He had already made up his mind, why not run on horseback? He quickly fled to his own stable and mounted the short-legged grey horse that he had the best tacit understanding with. Gary's figure was even taller than when he was riding a horse. Seeing him on the horse, Garland reached out to grab him. Just as he was about to catch him, Garland stabbed with his scimitar and injured the guy's arm, and then he got away smoothly. Garland saw from a distance that Gary was also riding a horse. Gary's horse was tall and strong. If he chased him on horseback, he would have no way to survive. So he deliberately ran slowly, leaving only a little distance between him and Gary, luring him to chase. Gary always felt that he could catch Garland with just one hand, so he greedily followed, getting farther and farther away from his horse. Gradually, the two were farther and farther away from the white tent, and Garland's pace gradually accelerated. Gary did not give up, he also ran and chased him closely. 67. Coward, hiding like a dog. Gary bared his teeth and claws, roaring and chasing. Garland thought as he ran, if I keep running like this, when will it end? Will I wait until he is exhausted and faints? But even if I escape today, he will continue to retaliate. Even if I move away with my family, as long as I still make a living in this wasteland, there will be no peace. He clenched his scimitar and couldn't help but question himself repeatedly. The tribes in the wasteland fight for water sources, fight fiercely, kill husbands and relatives. Who has ever been soft-hearted? I am facing an enemy who wants to kill me. What am I hesitating about? Garland was very familiar with this desolate grassland. He rode his horse and soon came to the edge of the thorn bush. Perhaps he came here often, and the horse habitually brought him here. He stopped outside the thorn bush, feeling a little lost. Looking back, he saw that Gary was right in front of him. Gary, don't go too far. The enemy who stands in front of me will eventually die. Garland issued a final warning. Gary laughed at him. He roared, Little white wolf, I will chop you into meat sauce right now. If you go back, I will destroy your two little bitches and crush the ugly monster's head, so that your family will never be reborn. Garland nodded, it's good to have you say that. In today's battle, you will definitely die. Report to Senlor Palace. After that, he rode his horse slowly into the thorn bush. Gary was panting, and there was no sign of giving up. He walked into the thorn bush and continued to chase in the direction Garland fled. The path in the thorn bush was winding, and Garland led him gradually into the depths. In order to take a shortcut, Gary was bruised all over in the thorn bush, and his clothes were torn. But when he went further in, there was no way out, and he was completely following Garland's figure. Garland was small, and he could pass through the gaps between many vines. And he didn't mind crawling over. But Garland was big, and he had to keep cutting off the vines that blocked the way to move forward. He searched for the enemy proudly, and he didn't even bother to bow to the thorn bush. Garland repeatedly shuttled through the thorn bush, roaring, "Garland! Coward! Coward!" He had amazing physical strength. After running for a long time, he still had strength and could keep cutting off the thorns under his feet. Garland's figure appeared and disappeared in the thorn bush, and the sharp scimitar pierced through the dense thorns and stabbed the enemy. When Garland turned around to fight back, he was trapped by the vines in front of him. He always watched Garland in front of him run into the thorns and escape, while his sword could only cut a few branches and leaves. Soon, Garly, covered with scars, lost his way. At this time, he found a row of horse footprints on the ground, and followed the footprints to chase. After walking into the dark thorns, he found that the only person standing in the thorns was the grey horse. "Little White Wolf? You bastard, where are you?" Garly shouted to the sky while holding the broken thorns with both hands. He couldn't even stand the horse, so he picked up the knife and chopped all the way, swinging the scimitar and slashing at the grey horse frantically. For a while, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and it was horrible to watch. The scimitar repeatedly chopped the horse's body, and finally the blade was stuck in the bone and couldn't be pulled out. Even if Garly had an iron body, he looked tired after such consumption. He squatted down, wiped the blood off his face, and rested with a heavy breath. "You are the son of a great general." Garland saw the right moment and suddenly appeared from behind him, pointing the tip of his knife at the back of Garly, and then stabbed him fiercely. Garland used all his strength to stab Garly with this one slash. The tip of the knife penetrated at least 3 inches into Garly's back, pointing directly at his heart. But he never expected that he would not be able to hurt Garly's vital parts, and Garly slowly turned his head. Garland was startled and tried to leave. The scimitar was already stuck in Garly's ribs and could not be pulled out. Garly's face was full of twisted smiles. "Little White Wolf, you have delivered yourself to the door." He grabbed Garland and threw him hard on the thorny ground. Under the thorn bush, there was no soft soil, but gravel-covered sand, dry and hard. Garland's face was covered with blood. He didn't have time to get up in a moment, and Garly came over and grabbed him, lifted him up high and threw him out with force, and Garland was dizzy again. His arms and legs were in great pain, and he was shaking and couldn't stand up at all, let alone run away. Strangely enough, the scimitar was still on Garland's back. He was so full of fighting spirit now, maybe it was a last gasp. Garland's mouth was bleeding, and he grinned, "Little White Wolf, you're done." He approached Garland step by step, as if thinking about how to kill the prey in front of him. "Look, I'll crush your head with my own hands." Garland clenched his fists, and his joints made a creaking sound. Garland had lost his weapon and his mount, and his disadvantage was even more obvious. He crawled back and retreated to the edge of the dense thorns, with no way out. Garland was even more proud when he saw this. He grabbed Garland's neck and lifted him up with force. Garland tried to pry his hands apart with both hands, but he had no strength to pry them apart. He kicked Garland's stomach with his foot, and the other party endured the pain and did not reduce his strength at all. Garland felt that his neck was about to be strangled, and everything in front of him turned blood red. Many past scenes flashed through his mind. Could it be that this was the end of his life? No. There must be some way. He kept encouraging himself not to give up. In a trance, he touched the wound on Gary's face, which was the mark left by a stone that had been smashed not long ago. In the bruise, there was a wound, which was caused by a sharp stone. The bleeding had just stopped and there was no time for the scab to form. Garland's fingers dug into the wound fiercely, and his nails tore through the flesh and reached the bones. Gary felt pain deep in his bones, but he was still reluctant to let go of the prey in his hand, and he still held Garland tightly. The contest between the two was a matter of life and death, and they both tried their best. In the end, Gary could no longer bear the pain in his head, and he threw Garland violently, ending the confrontation. Garland groped and climbed up from the ground, his eyes were blurry and his mind was in a mess. And Gary, under fatigue and pain, showed a kind of despair. He had realized the limit of his body, but under the trend of anger, he planned to die with his opponent. He gasped and rushed to Garland again, this time trying to grab his arm first and then twist his neck. Garland resisted with his hands and feet. Garland could hardly see anything, but relying on his sense of touch, he tried his best to push in the opposite direction of any direction that Gary was exerting force. Gary could not lift Garland smoothly, and could only temporarily suppress him with his weight. The fight turned into a struggle, and the two enemies were in close contact, and they could clearly hear each other's heartbeat. The two were entangled, and Garland tried his best to resist, but Gary's fists fell like meteors, and Garland's ears were buzzing and his head was almost splitting with pain. He didn't know how long he could hold on, but he knew that his face was covered with blood, and the blood flowed into his eyes, blurring his vision. Garland had almost no chance to fight back, and his fists didn't hurt Gary at all. In the end, he had no strength to resist anymore, and could only hold his head and try to save his life. Gary gradually exhausted all his strength. The intense activity caused him to bleed profusely, and the multiple wounds slowly eroded his life. The enemy stopped hitting, laughing intermittently, admiring his masterpiece. Gary decided to deliver a gorgeous final blow. He slowly sat up, pinched Garland's neck with both hands, and then squatted again, lifting Garland up with him. When he gathered enough strength to stand up, he failed. This time, Gary's own physical strength was exhausted and he lost his center of gravity. He did not stand firmly and took a half step back. Garland pushed him and he fell down. The scimitar was still stuck in his back. Under the effect of his own weight, the scimitar pierced his heart and pierced through his heart. Garland fell on Gary, and the blade brushed against his neck, which frightened him. When he came to his senses, he looked at Gary again. There were bubbles of blood at the corners of his mouth, and he was still struggling. But the blood rushed into his lungs, and he could not breathe, let alone speak. It was like drowning, waiting for death in pain. At this point, death is irreversible. Garland didn't hate him. His crazy behavior was understandable. After all, a fellow brother had an accident, and it was understandable to hate the perpetrator. Besides, with a character like Gary, he would never compromise like a bull. If he had to say where he did something wrong, Garland sighed, slowly climbed down from Gary, and sat aside. If there was anything wrong with Gary, it was that he shouldn't have been his enemy in the first place. Even if he killed this big guy, Garland didn't feel that he had gained any glory. He just felt that he had killed a fool by relying on his cleverness and tricks. It was an unfair victory. He would not finish off Gary, nor did he want to see that hideous face. He rested alone on the side. His face and hair were covered in blood, and his whole body hurt when he moved. He didn't want to do anything except rest. He didn't know whether he fainted or fell asleep. Garland lost consciousness for a while. Bang bang bang. It was that gate again. He saw the scene again, the strange yet familiar light grey earth wall, the bright silver scales, and the spears tightly grasped in his hands. The farmers around him were nervous and desperate. There were also women hiding behind, holding farm tools, waiting for the fate that was about to come. And in front of him was the gate that was about to be broken. This time, the cracks that revealed the enemy's eyes widened, and with fierce knocks, the gate was broken. Countless enemies rushed into the castle, and a catastrophe was inevitable. Garland was driven by an unknown force. He clearly heard himself shouting in his dream, "Charge!" Then his mount jumped up, He raised his spear and took the lead, leading the confused and trembling farmers around him to rush towards the enemy. Shouts and shouts were heard everywhere, and blood was flying into the sky. The man who rushed in from the gate looked exactly like Gary. He was huge and had the same leather armor as the warrior of the wilderness. Garland's spear stabbed at Gary in the dream, and the opponent had no time to dodge and was stabbed through the heart. The enemies that followed rushed like a flood, and he and his warhorse instantly became a lone boat in the flood. His spear broke in the enemy's chest, and Garland drew his knight's sword and ruthlessly stabbed the enemies around him. The pure white robe was stained with blood and turned into crimson velvet. And he, with infinite power, embraced the courage to fight to the death and cut a bloody path among the enemies. The comrades behind him gradually fell down, and in the end he was the only one left, killing ruthlessly and moving forward arrogantly. In the evening, Garland woke up from a nightmare. His head was still aching, and his whole body was hot. And fear came after waking up from the dream. Why did I have such a dream? Was it because he had just experienced a fight and was inspired? And the enemies in the dream were even more terrifying after he woke up. Those people were clearly all his own people. The clothes and faces were so vivid. In his dream, he was ruthlessly killing his own people. Garland's hands were shaking, and he gathered his hair. The blood on his face had dried, and his hair was stuck together. He was cold, hungry, and very weak. Looking at Gary not far away, he was motionless and probably cold. Garland sat there blankly, his mind was blank. What should I do? Run away now? Should I run into the city immediately, start working as a helper, and live in that broken hotel? But how can I leave in this state? All kinds of thoughts were in chaos. Garland scratched his head for a while, and then stared at Gary on the ground, not knowing what to do at all. No matter what, let's get rid of the body first. Garland rested for a while, regained some strength and brains, and the sky began to darken. He said to himself, "We can't bury it outside, it will be too easy to be discovered. Let's leave it deep in the thorn bush. But the land here is hard, covered with gravel and vines, and it is impossible to dig. We still have to find a suitable place to hide Gary." Speaking of suitable, there is a place that is more suitable than any other, that is the ancient foreign temple. There is a stone door there. Throw Gary in, close the door, and the wild beasts will not turn it over. Garland walked to Gary's body, turned it over with great effort, took back his scimitar, wiped it repeatedly before putting it away. Gary's body was heavy, Garland couldn't carry it at all, so he could only untie Gary's belt, tie one of his feet and drag him away. Remember that the direction of the temple is northwest, and it only takes a moment to ride a horse. Garland dragged the body with great effort, and after a few steps he saw his grey horse lying in a pool of blood, motionless. "I'm sorry, old friend. I killed you tragically for my own life." He didn't have time to bury his mount, and continued to drag Gary. The moonlight fell on the familiar thorny path, and in the distance, wolves began to howl and owls began to coo. The face of Gary behind him could no longer be seen, as his flesh and blood were all over the place. Garland only felt that behind him, there were many beasts with shining eyes, staring greedily. Along the way, he startled the birds in the thorn bushes, and flocks of black wings screamed and circled overhead. After passing many winding paths, he suddenly saw a wide open space in front of him. The marble square reflected the moonlight, and the ancient gods bowed their heads to greet them. The road in front of him led directly to the stone gate of the temple. Garland was also afraid. But thinking that he had to go back and take his family to escape, he mustered up the courage to move forward. And the stone gate had a slight gap, which seemed to be able to be moved. 69. Garland dragged the body with difficulty and moved to the stone gate. He planned to abandon the body here to avoid being pursued by his fellow tribesmen. Even though he fought back and caused the current situation, he still couldn't help being afraid. Guilt and self-blame tortured the boy's heart. His whole body was shaking, and his arms had no strength at all. Because he was too scared, he never dared to look back at the dead man's face. He always turned his head away and looked at the sleeve of his hand with a little peripheral vision. There could never be another person in the thorn bushes in the middle of the night. Only the eyes of small animals emerged from the darkness, and animals such as mice, wolves or owls wailed while looking at the bloody corpse. There was obviously no one. Why was he still afraid? Just as he was looking around anxiously, trying to find out what was going on in the temple, a hand suddenly came from behind and gently rested on his shoulder. Garland was frightened and stunned. This was a suffocating fear. He only felt his blood flowing backwards, his whole body stiffened, and he dared not move. Clearly, the only enemy had fallen. How could there be someone else? Sometimes, wolves in the wilderness will quietly pat people's shoulders. Once you turn around, they will bite your throat off. It's not surprising that such a strong smell of blood attracts wolves. Garland repeated the ancient warning in his heart to give himself courage. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look back. But he gradually felt that it was not a wolf's claw, but a real human hand. Because the slender fingers were gently touching his shoulder, the boy did not dare to let go of the dead man's foot. He was worried that the other party would suddenly attack after discovering his movements. He pulled out the knife from his waist with the slightest movement, held the knife tightly, and then mustered up the courage to throw himself over and turn over. He turned forward, left the sundries in his hand, and held the tip of the knife with all his heart, turning back to observe vigilantly. He quickly retreated and opened up enough distance from the unknown enemy. However, the stone door blocked his way, and his space for movement was limited, so he could not run away. With the moonlight, Garland saw a completely unfamiliar figure. This is clearly a person. The tall figure, white clothes, at first glance, looks a bit solemn and sacred. But after a closer look, is it really a person? If it is a person, it is a bit too tall and thin. More than 8 feet tall, even taller than the dead Gary. The man was too thin, pale and sickly, like a ghost. "Who are you?" the boy asked, shaking the tip of the knife in his hand. His hunting knife was so short that he had no way to deal with the strange figure in front of him. It was because the other party was friendly that he did not hurt the boy. Because of the height difference. "This place is so beautiful that it can be called the palace of the god of death. Teacher, how about it? Are you willing to teach me to read and write now?" "This." The old man hesitated a little and asked, "You yourself didn't know a single word?" Garland shook his head. "You don't have any basics at all. Writing is not something you can learn overnight." He touched his torn robe, took out a pen from his bosom, and wrote a few letters on the corner of the boy's cotton clothes. "What's your name?" "Shalinlos," the boy said excitedly. "Shillinglos. It's written like this." The old man spelled it out. "I also have a name for my wilderness tribe, which is Garand." "Garand? What the hell is that? How do you spell it?" "I don't know." The boy shook his head. "Well, then spell it like this, you remember it." Garand. The old man wrote down a newly created word according to the spelling rules. "This is your name, Shalinlos Garand. If you have nothing to do, practice it." The boy nodded happily. In that era, most people were illiterate. If you can write your own name and count from 1 to 100, you are considered illiterate, which is equivalent to the current elementary school education level. Teacher Heminto took advantage of the boy's distraction and wanted to run away. "Teacher, wait a minute." Garland pulled him back and asked, "Look, I've basically finished building this human bone wall, right?" No. Heminto looked a little flustered. He hurriedly put away the tableware. The boy wanted to stop him, but he kicked Garland away, not letting him get close to him, and ran to lock the door. The boy grabbed the door with both hands, not letting him lock it, and asked again and again, "Didn't you say that the wages will be paid monthly? Look at the cemetery I cleaned up, isn't it as clean as a demon's banquet hall?" No, no. The old man didn't listen to him at all, and didn't pay attention to the appearance of the cemetery, and was determined to lock the door. "Let me go. I've finished my work, why do you still let me sleep in this place? There's still one day." The old man suddenly laughed maliciously and said to Garland, "The first day doesn't count, that's at night. Ha ha ha, I'll settle your wages tomorrow. You stay inside first, don't talk, don't let them find you." Garland hesitated for a moment, and the old man took advantage of the trap door to slip away. Garland's question about wages was not a random thought, but a reminder from Saryatang. Yesterday, or maybe not yesterday, Saryatang sat next to him, knocked on his head with a leg bone and asked, "Little fool, how long have you been playing? Are you going to buy rice to take home?" "Yes." Garland then remembered that he had worked for so long and could ask the old man for his wages. And he didn't go out for so long, and he didn't know if Gu Wenk had come to see him. He had the idea of settling his wages. Teacher Heminto's vague expression suddenly made him feel uneasy. Does the old man want to default on the wages? Maybe he didn't plan to pay me in the first place because he didn't expect me to finish the work. Bad thoughts were circling in Garland's mind. Saryatang clapped his hands and said with a smile, "You are a quick-witted little guy, but you don't usually think about it. Why did it take you so long to remember it? Oh, forget it, your wages are tuition. After all, you have learned to write your own name, ha ha ha." Garland was a little confused and at a loss. He began to recall some trivial things in his life, thinking of Gu Wenk, thinking of Jiao Jiao Rao Rao, and suddenly began to miss the sunshine and fresh air. Sure enough, he had stayed in this place for too long. What if he stops delivering food to avoid wages and traps me here to death? Garland became more and more worried and asked Saryatang for help. Ha 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 ha, the demon laughed with his face up, and his charming eyebrows closed and opened gently. "With your reaction speed, I don't know how many times I will die on the battlefield. Ha ha ha." Saryatang would not say it directly, always in this way, and would mock himself at every turn. "What should I do then?" Garland slept for a while, and when he woke up, he saw that the candles in the cemetery were about to go out. In the past, before the candles went out, Teacher Heminto would come to deliver food. This time, the old man did not show up for a long time. "If all the candles go out, I'm afraid I will be trapped to death in this dark place. I still have to find a way." The boy raised the remaining candle and thought about something. He had thought about it before, but he didn't put it into practice because of the old man's warning. Although the iron gate of the cemetery was locked, there was a ventilation skylight at the top. If you use the height of the human bone wall, you should be able to climb out from the skylight. The boy then remembered to move some human bones to step on. "You want to climb out? Let me help you." The devil was very generous. With a snap of his fingers, many skeletons climbed out of the human bone wall again, and fell down in front of the high window one after another, forming a staircase that led directly to the outside of the high window. The boy didn't have time to thank him. He quickly climbed to a high place with the weak candlelight and looked out of the skylight. The skylight connected to another cemetery with piles of bones. "Oh my God!" Garland gasped. But thank God, the iron gate there was not locked. "Oh, fortunately, it seems there is still a way out." Garland turned over and jumped into the pile of human bones, almost swimming, struggling to climb out of the iron gate. After he went out of the door, he looked around again. "Satan, are you still there?" But he didn't see the devil following him. It's interesting to say, could it be that Satan only comes out when he is in danger? If that's the case, It's better to say that he is a guardian angel than a devil. Garland still roughly remembered the way he came here. He walked towards the exit with a candle in his hand. But after walking a few steps, he couldn't help but stop. Because there was a candlelight and a voice coming from the fork in the road. It seemed to be Teacher Heminto. To be on the safe side, he extinguished the candle first and hid in the dark to observe quietly. 86. Garland carefully hid behind the iron gate and poked his head out to look. Teacher Heminto staggered over with a pile of sundries in his arms, muttering something. It looked like he was not here to settle his wages. The boy looked around quietly, listening to the old man's footsteps approaching the next door, and then he opened the iron door with a clatter. At this time, Garland accidentally stepped on something soft and tripped and fell. While groping, he found that there was a highly decomposed corpse next to him, which was emitting a disgusting smell. The boy was so scared that his soul flew away, and he quickly got up again. But he saw that the corpse also sat up and even looked at him. The boy suddenly realized what was going on. Sayatan. He was furious, but he was afraid of being discovered by the old man and didn't dare to speak loudly. Devil. What are you doing? The highly decomposed corpse chuckled and admitted the fact that the devil was behind it. Boy, are you there? Come to eat. The old man shouted next door. Of course, there was no one next door. The young man thought, isn't it just an old man? If I'm discovered, I can beat him. Let's escape early. But for some reason, the demon controlled the rotten corpse and actually crawled back along the way it escaped. Garland was very puzzled. He curiously climbed back to the ventilation window to see what they were doing. He saw that the corpse crawled to the place where he slept. The old man brought food and lit new candles. Is this old man blind? Can't he even tell the difference between the living and the dead? The young man muttered. That's right. He can't even see a word, and he's still copying ancient books. The demon actually came to watch the fun and sat opposite Garland. Both of them sat on the high window and looked down. The old man was probably really old and blurry, or he was bewitched by the demon. He didn't see anything unusual, and brought the food to the corpse and watched the corpse eat randomly. By candlelight, Shilin saw the child, who was once a teenager, wearing tattered clothes, like a serf. He looked very pitiful. Could he be the one who escaped alone and got lost not long ago? Whether he got lost or not, who knows? The devil sneered. Good boy, eat well, after you are full. The old man quietly stood up, holding a thigh bone in his hand, and hit the back of the man hard. The devil's control suddenly stopped, and the corpse fell like a puppet with its strings cut. The old man thought he had succeeded and nodded with satisfaction. Well, let's get to work now. What is he doing? Garland didn't see what was going on. The devil didn't say anything, obviously waiting to continue watching the show. The boy continued to observe with uneasiness. He saw the old man brought a pile of sundries, unfolded a simple table, and laid out all his bits and pieces. At this time, 2 towering walls of human bones were facing the old man's small magic circle. It is worth noting that the old man also brought a large iron pot and boiled it, and I don't know what kind of potion was boiled in it. Oh, so he paid me to work for this altar. The boy suddenly realized, and he killed me after the work was completed. It seems that he never intended to pay me from the beginning. Now you know? Oh, it's my bad luck. I was too careless and only thought about making money, but I was cheated. Garland was dejected. Next, the old man held a book and wrote graffiti magic circles on the ground according to it. This is the first time Garland has seen these things. The witches of the tribe have never performed such rituals before. And that book, isn't it the ancient book of sages that the old man treats as a treasure? Next, the old man did something even more jaw-dropping. He took off all his clothes. This old skin and flesh, black and wrinkled, looked like bacon hanging on a wooden rack. The boy felt sick. Teacher Heminto was chanting, and gradually sang, and his body danced with his own singing. But seeing this naked figure, knocking, humming, singing, dancing, and acting crazy, it is probably an evil ritual. The naked old man dancing is not good to watch, the boy thought to himself. I should escape while the old man is dancing. But the devil did not leave, still watching with relish. What are you watching? What's so good about dancing? The boy complained and continued to watch for a while. Suddenly, Teacher Heminto shouted, "Devil! Listen to my call and appear in front of me." The old man looked very serious, and there was no change in front of the altar. He danced for a while and continued to call loudly. Since there was no vision, the old man complained angrily, "How can this be? I clearly performed the ceremony according to the records in the ancient books. Every step was in accordance with the instructions of the sages. Why haven't I seen the devil yet?" So he wants to summon the devil. The boy understood. But I don't understand. Didn't he say that demons are pure evil? He is a monk, so he should be a kind person. Why would he summon pure evil? The demon didn't answer the question at all. Saryetan leaned close to Garland's ear and said something completely unrelated. "Hey, did you see the old man's penis? Do you think it looks like a shrunken sweet potato?" The boy's nervous and scared mood was interrupted by this guy. He held back his laughter and shook his head at the demon. "You are so beautiful and behave so dignified. Can you stop talking about penis all the time?" "Talk about penis? What do you mean?" The demon suddenly grabbed Garland's hand while speaking. At this time, a strange illusion appeared. Under the high window, there was a wrinkled thing on the old man's chin, as if his own penis grew on his mouth. "Hey!" Garland was really scared, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. As expected, the sound was noticed by the old man. The old man was startled and asked vigilantly, "Who is it?" Garland panicked, fearing that he would be discovered by the old man. The demon beside him didn't care and held the boy tightly. "What are you afraid of? Didn't I say I can't touch you? Why did you take the initiative to hold me?" Xiling muttered. The old man kept shouting and asking who was talking. For some reason, a cloud of blinding smoke rose in the cemetery. "It must be the devil's doing." The devil smiled and winked at Garland, saying, "Tease him." Garland understood what the devil meant. He had been naughty and mischievous many times in his life, so he guessed what the devil meant. So he cleared his throat and shouted loudly to the skeletal hall, "Heminto! The devil is here." The sound was reflected layer by layer and was extremely loud, as if it came from all directions. The old man was overjoyed when he heard this. He knelt on the ground with a smile on his face and stretched out his hands. "Devil, show yourself. I am your loyal servant. Old skin and old flesh, I don't like it." The real devil on the side muttered. Garland repeated it verbatim. "I have fresh flesh to offer you." The old man turned around quickly and lifted up the corpse. "Please accept my gift and show yourself, devil," the old man shouted. "Cook it," Saryetan said frivolously. "Are you serious?" Garland wanted to vomit when he heard it. Such a rotten corpse, thrown into the pot to cook. How disgusting. "Say it," Saryetan urged, "otherwise, I won't play with you anymore." The boy shook his head and stretched his neck and shouted, "Cook it." "Okay, I'll do it right away." The old man didn't mind the disgust. He immediately set up a big pot and burned a blue flame. Soon the hot water boiled, and the old man picked up the corpse and threw it into the big pot. As expected, the basement was instantly filled with a stronger smell. Garland really couldn't stand it. No matter how much Saryatan tried to stop him, he didn't want to stay with the old man, so he immediately climbed down the ventilation window and prepared to escape. Devil, please respond to me. I am your loyal servant. I will dedicate everything to you. Teacher Hermintu continued to shout. This time the sound that resounded through the basement was not from Garland, but from the big pot where the corpse was boiled. Moreover, this was definitely not the sound of boiling water, but a real cry. The sound was dull and painful, gradually rising from under the boiling water. Looking at the big pot again, a hand stretched out from the turbid green soup. The hand grasped the edge of the pot and climbed hard. Then, the whole body climbed out. This body, the flesh, is still that of the poor farmer. But the muscles have been separated, the joints are bent backwards, and the appearance is extremely miserable. The corpse moved in an abnormal posture and cried out in pain. Seeing this scene, Garland was so scared that his legs went weak, and he only regretted why he didn't run away earlier. Teacher Hermintu was extremely excited, and came up to the monster to warmly welcome him. Hello, devil. I am your servant. Meat, fresh meat. The monster grinned and rushed straight to the old man to eat his bald head. The old man screamed and broke free. It seems that the monster doesn't like him very much. Meat. The monster's head suddenly turned strangely again, and its eyes stared straight at the iron gate. It just happened to see Garland, who was running away. The boy was shocked and fled in a hurry. But the monster moved very quickly, and climbed out of the gate in an instant and came behind Garland. The boy was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat, and his hands and feet trembled. Then he remembered that he had a hunting knife with him, and he quickly drew the knife out of its sheath. Garland tried to hit the monster, but the monster dodged nimbly and was not hurt at all. It crawled on all fours, leapt in front of the boy and blocked his way, then opened its bloody mouth full of rotten teeth. He did not dare to attack again and retreated cautiously. But he suddenly felt his feet tighten and he fell down. It turned out to be Teacher Hermintu. The old man's face was covered in blood, and he didn't feel any pain. He held Garland's ankles tightly with both hands to prevent him from escaping. At the same time, he called the monster crazily, "Come on, devil, come and eat." 87. The old man held Garland's ankles tightly and laughed crazily. Garland struggled hard, but it was useless. With the boy's skills, it would be no problem to kill an old man. But he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the old man is a monk in the church. Do others know that he has such crazy behavior? If I kill him in this strange place, how can I explain it to the people outside? Seeing the monster slowly crawling over, Garland suddenly had another idea. Since the old man's mind is confused, he might as well fool him to get away. Teacher Hermintu, did you make this altar just to summon the devil? The boy asked hastily. Of course. Look at the demon I summoned. And you are the fresh bait for the demon. TSK, that's not the case. What you summoned is not a demon at all. Garland pretended to know everything. Not a demon? Why do you say that? The old man, naturally, didn't believe it. Didn't I tell you that I can see demons? I know demons, and what you summoned is not a demon at all. What? Bah! The ancient sages have spent their entire lives trying to summon demons. You are a little kid, and you say you can see demons. Lie. Kids your age love to lie the most. I didn't lie to you. It was your ancient sage who lied to you. What kind of magic circle is this? Is it related to demons? How can it not be? You know shit. Let me show you the records in the book. The old man was very angry and let go of his hand to turn over his ancient book. Garland was able to get away. He immediately got up. Look, this is the kind of demon that possesses the dead and comes to the world. I summoned it according to the formation in the book, word for word. The old man was quite serious and held up the page to show Garland. The boy saw that it was a page that was tampered with by Sayetan. There were scribblings, many annotations were changed, and even the old man's own handwriting was changed, but the old man didn't notice it. "Oh my, your book." The boy was so angry that he couldn't say anything. "I'm doing my best to help him." The real demon came to the boy and looked at the monsters running around with satisfaction. "Without the few strokes I changed, the old man couldn't even summon a fart. You are really pure evil, Sayetan. Why did you trick him into summoning such a thing?" "Just to show you. It's quite fun." The boy was so angry that he wanted to slap the demon in the face, but the demon had already slipped away and ran to watch the excitement from a distance. "What on earth did he summon?" Garland questioned. "Well, I don't know, just give it a random name." He. Really?" The boy scratched his head, rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. "Teacher, the one you summoned in the book is not a demon. This one should be called..." Garland cleared his throat and said, "Nonsense, this is called man-eating monster." The 3 words man-eating monster are spoken in the tribal language, so it seems particularly profound. "Not a demon? How is it possible? You lied to me." "I didn't lie to you. Demons look like humans, and they are more beautiful than humans. I told you a long time ago." Garland's words were true, so he said it with a straight back. "The demon has been summoned by you, he has always been behind you." "Where is it?" Teacher Haminto turned around to look for it, but naturally, found nothing. "He is sitting on the altar and smiling at you." Sayetan cooperated and actually ran to sit on the altar by himself. "Then why can't I see it?" Teacher Haminto was very confused. This Garland didn't understand either. It seemed that he was the only one who could see the demon. The devil seemed to be his own. Because Garland saw Satan holding a skull bowl and making a drinking gesture, so he said, "Because you need to drink the contents of this pot. Drink 10 bowls in a row before you can see it." "I also saw it after I drank it." "Really?" The crazy old man was overjoyed to hear this. He immediately ran to the side of the big pot. In order to see the devil, the old man didn't know whether it was true or not. The boiling hot soup exuded a foul smell, and he scooped it up and drank it. Garland felt a little bit reluctant, and said, "Drink slowly, don't be in a hurry. You will see it after you finish drinking it all." After saying that, he left, and only the sound of the old man gurgling soup was heard behind him. "It takes a long time to drink 10 bowls." The old man was temporarily settled, and there was a man-eating monster blocking the way in front of him. The monster crawled out of the hall, groaning in pain, similar to a suffering person. He looked pitiful, with all his joints bent in the opposite direction and crawling with his chest facing up. What drives the monster to move is more like some kind of external supernatural force, rather than muscles or bones. The boy fled outside, and the monster followed him like a shadow. "It's better to get rid of this monster, otherwise it will follow me out. I will be safe for the time being, but it will hurt others." Garland held the hunting knife and retreated and fought. The monster was not a living creature, and it would not retreat because of injury. The blade cut 1 or 2 pieces of skin and flesh, but the monster's movement was not affected at all. Garland's weapon was too weak, so he picked up a leg bone and hit the monster's head. With a stick, he hit the top of the monster's skull. He used both hands to turn the leg bone hard and crushed the monster's head. All kinds of foul-smelling debris were scattered all over the ground. Looking at the man-eating monster again, it had no head and only the jaw was left, but it was still able to move freely. The bloody throat continued to scream. Garland gradually retreated to the stairs, slowly went upstairs, and came to the upper floor. He suddenly quickened his pace to escape, and the monster actually jumped up and jumped from behind him to in front of him. The boy swung his hunting knife and cut off one of the monster's hands. The monster was completely unaware and continued to pounce on him. Seeing it pounce on him, the boy pointed the blade at the monster's chest and pierced it with one blow. The monster's remaining 3 arms and legs were still dancing, and its palm slapped Garland's face, which was burning painful. Garland held the monster close to the stairs, took back the hunting knife, and kicked the monster down with 1 foot. Seeing the monster fall down, its 2 legs were broken and it couldn't get up, with only its torso and neck twisted. It should be okay now. The boy then continued to escape with peace of mind. Probably because of his weak legs, he couldn't run fast on this road. Struggling to run to the door he came down from, there was another closed door in front of him. It was pitch black. He pushed the door hard and heard the sound of iron locks rattling outside. It was locked from the inside. Garland panicked and pushed the door hard, making noises while shouting, "Is there anyone here? Help! Let me out!" While he was anxious, Saryetan appeared gracefully beside him, his pure white clothes gleaming faintly. Saryetan. Garland was surprised and delighted, reaching out to grab the demon's shoulder. He had never been looking forward to the appearance of this friend so much. He was afraid that the only light in the darkness would leave him. Saryetan stayed with him in silence for a while, until footsteps were heard outside the door. The demon's glimmer disappeared, and the eyes fell into darkness again, and fear came. Garland knocked on the door again and shouted, "Help, let me out." The sound of the door opening came from outside, and Garland's heart finally settled. As soon as the door opened, 5 or 6 young monks in robes holding torches appeared outside. Suddenly seeing the dazzling light, Garland was very uncomfortable, and he raised his hands to block the firelight. When those people saw that he was holding a weapon in his hand, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Garland waved his hands to show his sincerity. "Please save me, let me leave here. I am trapped down there by a crazy old man, and I am being chased by a biting monster." The few people thought it was a joke, but they were very confused and whispered to each other, "It's really strange, how did you get down there?" Garland pointed to the dark doorway. "There are also man-eating monsters and crazy Teacher Hermintu down there." Teacher Hermintu? Who is that? The few people were even more puzzled. If he is really trapped down there, he may not be very clear-headed. Maybe it's an illusion. A monk said, "You come up with us first." They took Garland out of the basement, went up the stairs, and returned to the back of the statue. After everyone came out, they locked the entrance on the floor again. Back on the ground again, I saw that the hall of the church was brightly lit, and many monks gathered together, each holding scriptures and holding a ceremony. They all wore simple robes of dark blue and khaki, but one of them wore a white robe with a gold ribbon hanging on his chest. The people who brought Garland up reported, "Bishop, it's strange. There's a person trapped in the basement." The bishop was a kind and solemn old man with wheat-colored skin and gray hair. He was dressed very neatly. Garland knelt down in front of the man. He walked up to Garland and said, "Look up, child. 88. Tell me, how did you get trapped down there?" "It was Teacher Hermintu. He tricked me into working down there and said he could pay me. But not only did he not pay me, he wanted to kill me and use my body to perform his evil ritual. I was almost eaten by the monster he summoned." Garland replied in panic, and his words seemed illogical. When they heard Teacher Hermintu, the elderly people around were a little shocked. "When are you talking about?" the bishop asked again. "Just now, the man-eating monster he summoned was crippled by me and fell under the stairs." Everyone sneered at Garland's words. The bishop still asked kindly, "Child, when were you trapped down here?" "Last month. When you weren't paying attention." I was drinking porridge that day and said I wanted to find a job. That crazy old man brought me here to work. Everyone was even more surprised. This is really bizarre. We work up here every day, and you are trapped down there. The bishop thought for a moment and said, "And you said it's been a month. How is that possible?" The bishop didn't rush to say the word liar, but looked at Garland's eyes gently and asked seriously, "Child, are the words you swear to say true?" Garland nodded and said, "Absolutely true." "Child, no matter what you have experienced, it is a fact that you have been trapped in the basement. You need to rest now." So he ordered a little monk, "Take this child to the infirmary to see if he is injured and give him some food. You need to rest, child." But he turned back and said to everyone in the hall, "Continue our chanting, don't be interrupted by irrelevant things." After that, they continued the ceremony. The boy was taken away, and the young monk took him to dinner according to the bishop's instructions, and helped him treat the wounds left by the fight. "Have you locked the iron door of the underground cemetery? Don't let that man-eating monster crawl out." Garland kept reminding him from time to time. In the eyes of others, he must have been scared. "Did you really run to the basement and the cemetery?" "Yes. The first floor is the mourning hall for the ancestors of the wealthy families, and the second floor is the cemetery, a mass grave, with everything in it." "Oh my God." The young monk was surprised and speechless. "I haven't been underground, I just heard that. It has been locked up for many years and has been abandoned for a long time." Confused and puzzled, the boy took a rest. Later, the kind bishop came to visit him with people. The boy's answer again was no different from the previous one, and he still seemed incoherent. The bishop pondered for a moment and asked Garland what the teacher Heminto looked like. The boy told the truth. He also gestured the old man's various habitual postures and mentioned the ancient book of the sages he was holding. "It's really strange. From your description, you should have seen the hermit with your own eyes." Garland nodded repeatedly. "It means you saw it with your own eyes." The young monk didn't know who the hermit was. The bishop explained to him. "Teacher Hermintu was once an old monk who copied scriptures here. He was working here when I first arrived at the church more than 10 years ago." "Once? What do you mean?" "He always liked to lick the paint on the tip of the pen, and he went crazy after consuming poisonous paint for a long time. This happened about 10 years ago. At that time, he could barely continue to work. But one time, after he came into contact with a strange ancient book, he became crazy and obsessed. He spent all his time copying and studying ancient books repeatedly, and abandoned the work of copying scriptures. He was so obsessed that he forgot to eat and sleep, to the point of being obsessed. Later, we locked the copying room and locked him in a small room to recuperate. Someone brought him food every day." At this point, teacher Hermintu was a little pitiful. Although he was a little crazy, he shouldn't be imprisoned. "What? You imprisoned him?" Garland was particularly shocked. Could it be that he escaped? Several young monks were still confused and didn't know this person at all. The bishop kindly reminded, "It's the man who retired to the cabin in the woods." "Him? That old madman?" The monks suddenly realized that some of them knew the old madman because they had delivered food to him. "Oh my God, it's the locked-up madman." The bishop led everyone out of the infirmary and entered the cemetery in the backyard through the side door. The deep part of the cemetery was very quiet, and the dense trees rustled in the breeze. The young monks held up their lights and were a little scared. Deep in the bushes, there was a very hidden cabin. The stone house was covered with moss on the outside and blended into the trees. If it weren't for the faint candlelight, no one would believe that there was someone in it. The bishop approached carefully. There was a window for delivering food on the door. The bishop first took a look inside, and then asked Garland to come over and take a look. Garland went over and gently approached the small window, only to see a dirty old man swaying around in the dim candlelight inside. That look, that dress, it was clearly Teacher Herminto. The small room was simply decorated with a black pot and a small table. On the table were plates with untouched food in them, the same as the ones the old man had given him every day for the past month. Garland was startled and took a step back. Teacher Herminto came over upon hearing the noise. His head was bloody and full of bite marks from the man-eating monster, and his mouth was full of blisters from the hot soup. Opening his blistered mouth, the old man said hoarsely, "I drank 10 bowls. I drank them all." But he pointed at the boy's nose and cursed, "You kid lied to me, I didn't see the devil at all. Just say that kids of your age have bad hearts and lie." Garland was so scared that he stepped back again and again, pointing at the small window with trembling hands, and said to the bishop, "That's him. He asked me to organize the countless skeletons in the basement into high walls, and then held evil rituals inside. If you don't believe me, you can go and see, there are still relics of the scene there." The bishop shook his head and said, "We won't go down. Basement the cemetery has been abandoned for many years, and it is not suitable for living people to go there. It is very strange that you appear there, and I don't intend to verify your words." But he escaped. Listen to the rustling sound of his body. He brought a bunch of keys and he can open all the doors in the church. He opened his chains and walked around, and he could open the underground cemetery and the copy room. He was locked up well. Let's go back first. I feel relieved to see that he is still locked in. The bishop didn't take the boy's words to heart at all. All signs showed that the crazy old man had been locked in. "But I was away for so long, he had time to sneak back and pretend to lock it up. You should check the underground cemetery to see if there are any loopholes." "But the underground is just a cemetery, isn't it? We should focus more on the living, child." The bishop took the boy's shoulders and took him away. When he left, Garland looked back quietly. Under the old madman's robe, the ancient book of the sage was clearly hidden. The old man chuckled, but no one else noticed. The group left the hut and returned to the bright hall. The bishop looked at Garland carefully and asked again, "Tell me, child, who are you?" The boy was wearing simple nomadic clothes, but with a valuable knight's belt. "My name is Garland, but I also have a name in the north called Shalinlos." He told the origin of the belt. "Not long ago, I helped a knight, and this is his parting gift." The bishop took the belt and looked at it repeatedly. "That knight, what is his name?" "Tilinus. He is an old knight who is nearly 50 years old and very elegant and calm. He also has an apprentice named Roll, and they can all prove my identity. I also worked under him for many days." "You said you used to work under the knight of the castle. So what is the castle like, and what does the knight you mentioned do every day?" Garland exhausted his vocabulary and fully described what he saw and heard during that time. The bishop also asked about some of the situations on the day of the parade, and Garland answered them all correctly. According to the bishop's understanding, the boy must have stayed in the castle for a period of time. At least this statement is true. As for other situations, I am afraid that we need to send someone to the castle to verify it in person to confirm it. Whether the boy in front of me is a madman or a liar, the truth will not be revealed until tomorrow. You just said that Teacher Herminto promised to pay you wages. Well, he has given me several pieces." Garland took out the silver coins in his pocket. The bishop looked at it carefully and did not touch it. He said with great regret, "Child, this is not the common coin of the empire, but a kind of lead core silver-plated fake coin, specially placed on the eyes of the dead. It has no value." Garland's heart skipped a beat after hearing this, and it turned out that he had worked in vain. "I repeatedly urged the old man to pay my wages, and he used these to deceive me. Later, when I saw another young slave he beat to death, I knew that he never intended to pay me all the money. But I didn't expect that he didn't want to give me a penny from the beginning, and these few coins were fake." Garland was very disappointed. He had just arrived and had no idea what was going on with the Northerners' coins. Seeing the golden coin, he believed it easily. "I'm sorry, I can't pay you the salary promised by Teacher Hermintu. I can keep you working in the church for a few days, but this kind of work doesn't have such a generous reward." The bishop said, "It's late today, I'll ask them to arrange a room for you to rest. I will send a monk to confirm your identity as soon as possible. As long as what you said is true, I will return your belt." After that, the bishop left with the belt and handed Garland to the young monk. But Garland still had many questions that needed to be answered, but because it was too late, he didn't have the chance. Since food and drink were provided, the boy followed their arrangements obediently. The two young monks took him to the backyard first and filled him with a basin of cold water. The smell of death on Garland was really disgusting. After wiping it a little, they found him a coarse cloth clothes, the kind that servants wear. Garland held his old clothes and followed them through the yard to a 3-story building opposite for living. The building was very simple, not as gorgeous as the church itself. The first floor is where the servants rest. It was late, and when he pushed open the door, it was pitch black inside. The others had already gone to bed. The young man squeezed into a bunk bed with the servants and slept hastily. This was also a rare good sleep in many days. Garland couldn't sleep a little. He was hungry again. And he was a little scared. The church was built on a cemetery. How could those people not be afraid? He remembered the sarcastic words that Gu Wenk said before leaving. He really had to wait until he was cheated before thinking about looking for him. He didn't know where the ugly monster was now, and whether he had been cheated. Garland stared at the ceiling with his eyes open, thinking wildly in his mind, and didn't know how he fell asleep. The mountains of bones and the dance of the dead appeared repeatedly in his dreams. 89. In the morning, Garland ate with other servants and worked with them. The servant's supervisor gave him a towel and a wooden bucket and asked him to clean every seat under the cathedral. The workload was not small, and he didn't raise his head after he got busy. On the way to lunch at noon, Garland saw a man in bishop's clothes coming from afar. He thought it was the bishop from yesterday, so he went up to him and shouted excitedly. But when the other party lowered his head, he found out that it was another person. This man was not young anymore, with white hair on his temples. He also had a clean face without a beard, but he had a sarcastic expression. He stared at Garland with his eyes and a crooked mouth. "Oh, sorry, I recognized the wrong person." The young man apologized quickly. "Back off, lowly thing," the man shouted angrily. Garland felt a little wronged after hearing this. Even if it was a cleaning servant, he would not despise him so much. This man is really snobbish. When he talked about this with other servants at noon, he realized that there was more than one bishop, but 3 people, 1 main and 2 auxiliary. The one with a kind face he saw yesterday was the archdeacon named Flavii. And the one he saw this morning, unfortunately, was Archbishop Avalus. The archbishop was notoriously bad-tempered, and all the servants avoided him. The afternoon passed, and it was not until the evening that Bishop Flavii sent his subordinates to find Garland. He followed the young monk to a small courtyard full of flowers, where Bishop Flavii was trimming lush landscape flowers and enjoying the beautiful scenery of the sunset. "You are here, child?" "Yes." Garland nodded carefully. This was the bishop he had always been thinking about. He looked kind and amiable, as if he knew everything and treated him equally. "I have verified your identity from the castle and heard some of your deeds. You are an upright and brave child, and you deserve this belt." Bishop Flavii returned it to Garland. The boy smiled shyly, took the belt with both hands, and tied it back on his body. "Child, how are you doing today? Do you like it here?" the bishop asked casually. "I like it here. This church is very grand and beautiful. I haven't seen enough all day. I am willing to stay here and work." Flavius touched Garland's head and said earnestly, "Are you willing to be a servant, do cleaning work, and get a meager salary?" "I am willing." Garland didn't even think about it. "But I heard from the people who reported that you once aspired to be a knight." The young man blushed when he said this. He didn't even consider the power relationship between these matters. "I was angry at the time, and I saw that those apprentices were not that good, and I could beat them, so I said that." "Then how did you change your mind and be willing to be a humble servant?" I have experienced a lot of changes recently, and I suddenly have no direction. I thought about making some money, but I didn't make any money. Now I just think that it's good to have food to eat." The more he spoke, the more ashamed he became. He lowered his head and lost his confidence. "We don't have knight positions here, only monks who chant scriptures and servants who do odd jobs. Both jobs are too boring for a child as energetic as you. But I can work very hard." Seeing that the bishop had no intention of keeping him, Garland thought that he had done something wrong and hurried to beg him. Little did he know that Flavius really didn't want him to stay. "Heavy chores will wear down a young man's spirit. I can see that you are not that type of person. Your heart doesn't belong there, and you should go where you want to go." After hearing this, the young man lowered his head and was unhappy. He came to the gods of the north, but now he has to return empty-handed. He thought, "It's fine if he doesn't let me stay, but if I ask him to see the gods, he will definitely agree, right?" So he held a glimmer of hope and begged again, "My Lord Bishop." Garland simply knelt in front of Flavius. "I have another unwelcome request, please let me see your gods. I still have too many questions in my heart that need to be answered." Hearing this, Flavius smiled. "See our gods?" "Child, why do you have such an idea?" He couldn't explain many reasons for a while. "Can your gods answer the confusion of a foreigner like me? I have too many things in my heart that I want to ask. And the witch of our tribe hates me and doesn't even allow me to step into his tent. Is your God willing to let me worship?" Flavius shook his head and smiled. "Our gods are not like that, and I don't know how to ask about the future. But since you asked this, come with me, I will show you." Garland followed the bishop out of the small garden, through the corridor of the church, and came to the widest dome of the main building. Looking around, the afterglow of the setting sun shone in from the ventilation windows on the zenith, like thousands of golden lights. The colorful glass windows on the top reflected the layers of colorful clouds. The whole hall was empty and quiet. A giant cross was placed on the steps in the center of the altar, and there were sculptures and portraits of angels around. Some monks walked in the hall, lighting a large number of candles one by one. "You can look here. There are murals with allusions on the wall. These sculptures are angels, and these are saints. Where are your gods? Are they here too? Which one is the biggest god?" The boy's question was very straightforward. The bishop always thought it was funny. He endured it for a long time and finally told him frankly, "There are no statues of gods here, and our gods don't have a shape." The boy was very puzzled. Flavi pointed at the boy's chest and said, "The gods are in the heart, not on the temple." "I have them in my heart too." "Yes." Flavi's kind smile really made people unable to bear to question. However, Garland still had a little concern in his heart. "How can there be a northern god in my heart? There is clearly only one demon." When he looked up, it was true. Saryetan appeared in the temple, shuttled gracefully. The devil quietly disturbed the monks, blowing out some candles at random, causing them to keep reworking. The boy noticed a dry statue on the cross. "Who is that person?" Isn't he a god? Garland pointed to the statue and asked. Oh, that's the saint. Flavius replied. He saw that the boy knew nothing about the saint, but was very curious, so he explained carefully. The saint was a prophet in ancient times. People at that time were very stupid, and there was no civilization in society. It was a wilderness everywhere. The saint was born into the world and knew all the knowledge in the universe when he was born. He guided the people of that time to learn writing, farming, and weaving. Gradually, the birthplace of civilization appeared in the world. After the saint died, we humans made his statue and placed it in the church to commemorate him. It's interesting that there are such people in the world. Garland was fascinated. Can he predict my future? Flavius shook his head regretfully. What about your gods? They must know everything. The gods know everything in the world. But they won't reveal it to you in any way. Since you know, why don't you tell me? Our witch is willing to tell people. As long as you offer enough sacrifices, you can get divination. The divination you mentioned is witchcraft, a trick to deceive yourself. That way you can't get close to the real gods. Hearing someone say that the gods of his tribe are tricks, Garland was angry. He was also confused. Then what will your gods do? You have to hold your faith and go in the direction you believe in. Until the last moment, the will of the gods will not be revealed. How can this be? Your gods don't say anything. What if I go the wrong way? Flavius smiled and shook his head. Silly child, you don't understand it at all now. Let's talk slowly when we have a chance. If we are lucky enough to meet often, I will talk until your ears are calloused. Okay. At this time, a young monk said that they had found Garland's servants. After leaving the church, Garland really saw Gorwenk waiting outside. This ugly guy must have had a few full meals. His face was rosy. He stood there smiling and timidly, looking around for his little master. The monks beside him looked down on him and stood far away. Oh, little master, you are here. He came up to him cheerfully. Garland felt ashamed and was too embarrassed to talk about his experience. It turned out that Flavius asked the monks to find the servant described by Garland. It was the easiest to find Gorwenk. Go to the farmers' homes and ask them one by one if they have seen the ugliest guy in the world, and they will find him soon. Flavius promised that they could stay for another night and must leave tomorrow. The master and servant were reunited, and both were very happy. Staying for another night, they can enjoy the comfort of a bed and quilt for another night. 90. In the morning, the master and servant said goodbye to the kind bishop and left the church. Garland did not want to go to the castle to report to Tilinus immediately, as he was a little homesick. For some reason, he was always worried about the two girls, and wondered if they could adapt to the life in the tundra. Saryetan would appear in front of Garland from time to time, saying some insignificant words to interrupt his train of thought. The annoying thing was that no one around could see this demon. Sometimes Garland seemed to be talking to the air, and getting angry alone, like a madman. Fortunately, Gorwenk, the ugliest guy in the world, was not very sensitive. If it were someone else, he would have stayed away from Garland. They were walking on the road, and Garland was still trying to test the ugly guy. Saryetan happened to be walking next to the boy. Gorwenk, can you see someone next to me? People? No, but. Garland tentatively confessed to him, I can see a person. He will keep talking to me. Oh, Gorwenk's reaction was calm and slow. Don't you want to express your opinion? Gorwenk didn't have any opinion. If I'm talking to you, then you can talk to him. But I'm talking to the air, aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? You said there was someone there. But you didn't see it. The young master said there was someone, so there was one. I don't know why Gorwenk can see so clearly. He said nonchalantly, why should I care so much? Whatever you say is what it is. Garland felt super angry. How could this guy not use his brain to think at all? He also looked calm and didn't think there was anything wrong. He saw the devil walking beside Gorwenk and suddenly pushed Gorwenk down. The ugly monster fell down unexpectedly and just bumped into the devil. Although Saryetan seemed to be able to read the boy's mind, the move just now was too fast. Garland himself didn't think about it, and the devil didn't have time to eavesdrop. Saryetan was very angry. He hated human touch like a mysophobia. And when Gorwenk fell, he did bump into something out of thin air. The ugly monster didn't care, thinking that he just sprained his ankle when he fell. He sat on the ground, crying and groaning. "Little master, why did you push me for no reason? I did it on purpose. I thought it was fun." Garland deliberately said such ugly words. I didn't expect that Gorwenk was so mean to the core. He was not angry at all, but laughed. "Oh, my little master, you have learned bad things and you are making fun of me." When Garland heard it, it was just a momentary evil thought, but it turned into a rage in an instant. "Aren't you angry when I make fun of you? If I really go crazy and want to kill you, will you kill me too?" The master and servant were fighting and scolding each other, and the devil just sneered on the side. People are like birds. They sing loudly in spring and forget that they almost freeze to death in the severe winter. Saryetan didn't say anything directly, but just made a veiled sigh. Garland didn't want to listen to these things. He sometimes hated Saryetan. He always felt that it was this devil who turned the kind teacher Hermintu into a madman. Saryetan must have played some tricks and used a fake book to make him go crazy. The human heart is much more complicated than what you think in your little head. The old man is not crazy, he is just too obsessed with knowledge that he should not touch. No matter what the demon said, Garland was sorting out his thoughts. He was puzzled about one thing: is it that only people with evil hearts can see demons? The reason why I saw the demon is because I did something wrong and killed my fellow tribesman. Ha ha ha, stupid. Shallow. Stupid. The demon overheard the boy's inner thoughts and sneered at those contents. The rhetoric he said came from the noble imperial language, all written language, and Garland could not understand a word. Just think, he was talking to himself. Thinking of teacher Hermintu again. Is that old man an evil person? Even if he doesn't look that bad, he must be evil inside. He actually wants to summon pure evil for no reason and put his life into it. What is the point? You don't understand. In pursuit of pure knowledge, people will abandon the obsession with good and evil. At least the old man is a persistent scholar. The devil showed a little respect for this point, but soon denied it. It's just that he is too stupid. Stupidity is an incurable defect. Garland didn't want to ask teacher Hermintu, and he couldn't help but think of himself. He originally thought of himself as an upright and brave person, but after experiencing many things, he began to feel that he was a despicable villain and a coward, so he kept seeing the devil appearing in front of him. I can even talk to the devil freely. Am I really an extremely evil and dark person? Am I really that bad? The speed at which his thoughts were transmitted to Saryetan's mind was much faster than speaking. Saryetan could actually get angry. With a stern face, he said angrily, "Demons have existed since ancient times. At that time, there were no angels, let alone low-level and disgusting creatures like you humans. Demons are the favorite masterpieces of the Creator. You are just a group of pitiful semi-finished products." After that, Saryetan disappeared. This time he disappeared for a long time and did not appear along the way. Garland would think about many subtle issues. While thinking, he walked to the cheap little restaurant. The meal of 1 copper coin was a little expensive, but both the master and the servant were hungry. After leaving there was no game along the way, and they had no dry food on them. While eating, Garland could not help but tell Gorwenk about his experience. Then he said ashamedly that he did not make any money on this trip and only brought back a few ghost money. Gorwenk had no intention of blaming him. He said, "Little master, don't be angry when I say this. We slaves are better at making money. Look at me. I can earn a copper coin every day if I eat well and sleep well. I have earned 34 copper coins today." The ugly monster continued proudly, "You masters should find a place to stay comfortably and wait for me to make money. As long as the speed at which you spend money is slower than the speed at which I make money, we both make money." After hearing what he said, Garland felt even more guilty. How can you be a master like this? Throwing slaves out to make money, and you get something for nothing behind you. Gorwenk shook his head, as if he understood it very well. "This is how a master should be, otherwise how can you be called a master?" Garland didn't want this in his heart. He thought that the master should be a powerful person, protecting slaves like parents. It's just that, due to the facts in front of him, he is really not good at working to make money. Maybe everyone has their own areas of expertise and weaknesses. He fiddled with the ghost money and said to Gorwenk, "Let's take a day off today. Let's take the money and see what we can buy." After they had eaten, they went to the market. There were people selling flowered cloth, rice and flour, and all kinds of fruits, vegetables, hardware and groceries. Sing loudly in the spring and forget the cold winter. Garland muttered the motto left by the devil, thinking that it was already midsummer and the weather was very warm. But last winter, it was really unusually cold. I almost froze to death at home. If the new home is colder than the camp, wouldn't we have to prepare more materials for the winter? Well, the warm clothes at home are all made of fur. We should buy some needles and thread for Rao Rao so that she can make better clothes. There is a very interesting small stove in the blacksmith shop. You can put carbon in it, burn it slowly, and hold it in your arms to keep warm. We should buy one. Then buy some coal and it will be perfect. He thought about it and took Gorwenk to buy. These items cost most of their money, and the two of them carried heavy things. "Let's go home and let the girls start preparing for the winter, and then we'll come back to the castle to make a living," he ordered. Of course, Gorwenk agreed to whatever he said. The two of them toured the city again, and in the evening they went out of the east gate and walked into the dense forest. They built a fire to rest, and it was no problem to find edible game. After getting familiar with the route, they could quickly travel back and forth between the tundra station and the castle. Garland thought about the days ahead, and fell asleep while looking at the bright stars and the lights on the top of the castle. 91. Garland slept soundly that night, but when he woke up, he was not lying on the original path, but on an unfamiliar road. He stood up, and Gorwenk was gone, and even the luggage beside him was gone. He looked around, but there was no trace of anything. Garland was stunned for a while. Am I dreaming? He pinched himself, and it clearly hurt. He carefully touched his hands and feet, and he could feel everything clearly, but the environment he was in was completely different, and he only had a single piece of clothing on his body. The feeling of the clothes was also strange, as if he was wearing them, but also as if he was not wearing them. He was even confused as to whether he had the clothes or not. Looking at the sky again, it was grey and hazy, as if it was covered with thick smoke. There was no one in front, and no one in the back, just an empty space. Was I robbed by a thief? Or did Gorwenk run away with the things? Thinking about it carefully, it was not right. If Gorwenk wanted to run away, he would have run away long ago. Garland was worried that the slaves were in trouble, so he shouted loudly, "Gorwenk! Gorwenk!" The empty land completely swallowed up the sound. Under this endless sky, there was nothing. Or is it Saryetan who is causing trouble? Could this strange place be created by him? The boy thought so he shouted again, "Sayetan, are you there?" The voice was still drowned out, with no feedback. Garland didn't know what to do, so he walked towards what he thought was the front. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the road gradually disappeared, leaving only an endless flat land. The ground was as fine as ash, with no plants, no rocks or animals in the distance, only an endless grey sky and a grey horizon. The breeze raised dust from time to time, and he felt dry mouth and tongue, as if he had walked all day. In this endless vastness, it felt like his eyes were blind and he couldn't tell the direction. Later, as he walked, he felt that his feet began to soften and he would sink deeply with every step. And as he walked deeper, his feet sank deeper, almost half of his body sank in. Garland was a little panicked. If he continued walking like this, he would definitely sink in. He hurriedly followed the footprints he had come from and retreated. At this time, a strong wind blew over, and the dust on the ground was blown away, and people who stayed in it could hardly breathe. Garland covered his mouth with his shirt and waited for a long time before the wind stopped. The footprints he had come from were gone. Garland had no choice but to walk in the direction he remembered. Perhaps he had gone in the wrong direction, and he still hadn't come out of the dust for a long time. The dust was knee-deep all the time. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a huge animal skeleton came into view. Looking up, it was 3 feet tall. It was a giant spine, lying flat and winding, half buried in the ashes. Looking under the skeleton, there were many people working. They were busy removing the rotten meat from the bones. But it's not quite appropriate to say that they were all people. Looking closer, they were very small, standing only higher than Garland's knees. They had heads and limbs, to be sure. But the long, round and thick hair on their bodies, like a ball of hair, stretched out from their skinny limbs. They wore strange animal bone masks on their heads, with a pointed mouth and 2 eyes exposed under a pair of holes. Those strange people were working hard and talking in a squeaking manner. Garland thought it was fun and stood aside to peek. So these little people are monkeys. Weird, monkeys that look like humans. They probably wanted to peel off the huge bones for some purpose. They cut off the rotten meat and threw it away, but they took good care of the skeleton. The head and tail of the giant beast were also severely rotten, and there were obvious signs of the meat being removed. In the wilderness, dead beasts are usually eaten clean by vultures. The heads are taken to the cliffs by vultures and smashed, and the brains are eaten. Looking at the skeleton in front of him, there is not much rotten meat left. Could it be that it has also been eaten by scavenging birds and beasts? Judging from the huge marks left on the bones, the birds that come to eat the rotten meat must also be huge. Not long after, a giant bird really flew over and landed next to the skeleton. Seeing that it had no feathers on its head, it really was a vulture. But the vultures in this place are also strange. Their faces look like masks, like a wooden sculpture with a brass beak nailed to its face. It croaked, and the monkeys trembled with fear. The masked vulture also wanted the skeleton. Its sharp claws grabbed the white bones and spread its wings to gesture. It made 2 strokes. Oh, what a pity! This masked vulture was much smaller than the skeleton, and its strength was not enough to carry the entire skeleton. But it was reluctant to abandon it, and occupied the skeleton, using its wings to drive away the monkeys around. The monkeys that had climbed on the skeleton were very scared and quickly ran down. The vulture was very angry when he saw their clumsy appearance, and opened his mouth to peck. There were 6 or 7 monkeys below, all hiding in the gap between the skeleton and the ground. The vulture looked and saw that its mouth could not peck deep in the gap, so it had to give up. It returned to the top of the skeleton and opened its mouth to peck at the monkey lying on the top. The monkey was scared and ran away faster. The vulture was catching it, and it jumped back and dodged. In an instant, its feet lost balance and fell from the top of the skeleton. Fortunately, there was a safety rope tied around its waist, so it did not fall to the ground, but was dangling in the air. Squeak! Squeak! The monkeys called for help from their companions. Their voices sounded like mice. The vulture took advantage, spread its wings, and stretched its neck to peck at it. The monkey fluttered, but it was too late to climb up, and the rope could not be untied, so it could only shout in midair. The monkeys hiding below were also anxious, and they ran out and shouted. They were too small for the giant vulture. The tools in their hands were not enough to attack, so they could only worry. Garland saw that they were in trouble and wanted to run over to help. It was strange to say that his clothes were all there, but his weapons were not around his waist. Looking around, there was only dust and ashes, not even a stone. When he got closer, he saw the tools in the hands of the monkeys, some of which were machetes and scrapers, and he was stepping on a saw. He picked up the saw and shouted to the monkey hanging in the air, "Hey, this is for you." The monkey heard the shout and hesitated at first. Seeing the boy shaking the saw, he knew that he was going to throw it to him, so he stretched out his little hand to catch it. Garland used all his strength and threw it into its hand. The vulture pecked several times but failed to peck the monkey man. Finally, it opened its mouth in exasperation and exerted all its strength. Just when it was about to peck, the hairy monkey soared through the safety rope and fell into the soft dust. The vulture was angry and stared at Garland. It spread its wings, and its size was extremely large for the boy. Garland quickly hid under the giant skeleton. The vulture jumped down and pecked him back, and he used all his cleverness to dodge left and right. Suddenly, the vulture's head was stuck between two bones, and Garland held the small wooden hammer in his hand and hit it randomly. The vulture became even more angry, and violently bumped and shook the giant skeleton, turning the whole skeleton over. Maybe the skeleton had some cracks due to years of accumulation. As it was turned over, part of it broke. The boy and the hairy monkeys were all pressed under the bones. The vulture found that the bone was just the right size to be taken away, so it was satisfied and stopped pursuing the matter. It trimmed the debris around the bone for a while, and finally grabbed the bone and flew away. Garland climbed out with the group of monkeys. The monkeys surrounded him and chattered. It seemed that they were all very smart animals and had a clear judgment of what had just happened. After determining that Garland was a life-saving hero, the monkeys gathered at his feet and cheered and jumped, and even rubbed against him. Garland happily picked up a monkey. The long hair on the body of this kind of monkey has a stinky animal smell. Looking closer, they were barefoot without shoes. Their hands and feet have toes like humans, but the shape is more like animal claws. Not only are the joints larger, but they also have black and thick nails. The boy didn't understand a word they said. He wanted to ask them if they had any food, but naturally, the other party didn't understand him either. Garland gestured to eat and drink, and then touched his stomach and said repeatedly, "I'm hungry." The monkeys whispered to each other, probably understanding his request. They also gestured to each other, asking the boy to follow them. "Hey, I helped them, they will definitely repay me with delicious food," Garland thought, and followed them with confidence. 92. The monkeys took Garland to their camp. After a lot of chattering, they finally reached an agreement. One of the monkeys, who looked older, took out a water bag. The boy took it with great joy and drank a big sip. The water was cool and sweet, the best water he had ever drunk in his life. This was a temporary camp, with tents made of hay and broken bones, and some soft grass on the ground as beds. More than 20 monkeys were stationed here. It seems that they didn't use wood to build houses, weapons, and decorations, but bones. So that's how it is. The bones of the giant beast are the materials you often use in your daily life. After drinking enough water, the hairy monkeys took out another bag, took out something like fruit from it, and handed it to Garland. "This must be food." The boy took it without thinking. But when the fruit was in his hand, it actually moved and twisted in his hand. Garland was shocked. Looking carefully, this was not a fruit at all, but a monster with a face. This little thing had a human-like face, which was particularly ugly, and it was grinning and screaming. Garland was scared. How could he eat this? He looked at the hairy monkeys again, and they all looked at him calmly, without any abnormality. He handed the strange food back to the monkey man, shook his head repeatedly, and said that it could not be eaten. The hairy monkeys were very strange, looking at each other, and then at Garland. A monkey man squeaked and pushed the fruit to Garland, asking him to accept it. The boy shook his head vigorously, indicating that he was determined not to take it. A monkey man took the fruit and took a big bite. The fruit probably felt pain and screamed loudly. The monkey man handed the screaming fruit back to Garland. Garland was even more afraid to eat it, and shook his head even more. The monkey man realized that he was afraid, and he laughed. Garland also touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. He really couldn't eat the way they ate. The boy helped the monkeys for a while with an empty stomach. Suddenly, he heard a chirping sound in the distance. It turned out that more monkeys were coming. They were dragging a huge skeleton and walking slowly. There was a small monkey in front leading the way. They met and talked together for a long time. During this time, several monkeys here pointed at Garland and danced, probably describing the previous story. They described it in a thrilling and dangerous way. In the end, it was all thanks to the boy's wit that everyone was saved. Perfect. Many monkeys paid tribute to him. Back to the topic, all the monkeys tied the huge skeleton with ropes together. They dragged together, and the skeleton began to slide slowly. When they reached a gentle slope, the skeleton began to accelerate, and it didn't take much effort to drag it away. The skeleton slid slowly in the dust, like a giant sled. The monkeys called Garland to come up. The boy climbed to the top of the skeleton and admired the scenery along the way. This strange place seemed to have no sun. It was always grey, not like dawn or dusk. On the distant horizon, there seemed to be undulating mountains. Underfoot, there was endless fine dust. The only advantage is that the climate is pleasant. It's a little warm, and it doesn't matter if you wear less. It's very comfortable. It took about a day to walk, and a day is a boy's feeling. When he felt sleepy, he slept on the skeleton. Sometimes he woke up, and sometimes he fell asleep again. The hairy monkeys transported the skeleton in an orderly manner and moved in a certain direction. Garland slowly forgot what it meant to be hungry. He didn't know what to do. After walking for a while, a very interesting mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain didn't feel very high, but it was very wide and flat on top, like a huge platform. In the center of the platform, there was an even more interesting mountain, extremely high, standing alone. And the mountain was also flat-topped, like a small stump in the middle of a big stump. It took a long time to get closer. It turned out that the mountain was not low, but it looked low because of the distance. When he reached the foot of the mountain was higher than the highest snow mountain he had ever seen in his life. The monkeys ran down from the skeleton and ran to pull the rope together to pull the skeleton up the mountain. Garland also went to help. There was a road-like place in the mountain where you could pull the skeleton up and slide. The texture of this mountain is hard, but it looks delicate, similar to the ash and dust commonly seen here. After walking a long distance on the mountain road, he finally reached the top. Garland then discovered that the so-called platform was actually a large circular mountain, a large circle of mountains. And now standing on the top of the mountain and looking down, there is a vast green grassland. There is also a pool of water in the center, and the camps of countless hairy monkeys. Their camps are much larger than the camps of the Cozy, and it feels like the entire territory of the Cozy tribe added together. Haha, this is your wasteland. Moreover, it is not desolate at all. It is so beautiful. The small stump seen outside before turned out to be another mountain in the center of the crater. This big mountain is circular. Is that small mountain also circular? Garland was too far away to know. Although it was a small mountain compared to this big mountain, the so-called small mountain was much more magnificent than the snow mountain where he settled. The clouds and mist rose from the top of the mountain, directly connected to the sky. The hairy monkeys on the edge of the crater shouted, and the hairy monkeys living on the grass came out of their tents to greet them. The huge animal bones are the materials for their tents. There are giant ribs and giant skulls, covered with hay. The care is very delicate. Many hairy monkeys shouted and worked together to slide the skeleton down the crater. Then they discussed and pulled the skeleton to an open space. It seems that they are going to build a new tent. These hairy monkeys are dressed similarly, all with long grey hair balls and thin limbs. Garland was really curious. Was the long hair a piece of clothing or body hair? And Garland began to be face blind to them, and he couldn't figure out who these hairy monkeys were. He stood aside and watched. At this time, a squeaking hairy monkey came over and gestured to Garland. The boy understood it happily and followed it. They came to a giant white bone tent, and the hairy monkey invited him in. Lifting aside the thick hay, the hairy monkey family was inside the tent, and hundreds of hairy monkeys lived inside. In the center of the tent, like a lobby, there were several old monkeys sitting around. In front of them were long-faced fruits, all raw, eaten directly. These little animals didn't seem to know how to make a fire, and they didn't have a pot. Above the tent, countless vines hung from the top of the huge skeleton, and large hairy bags were hung on them, and countless hairy monkeys poked their heads out of them. Everyone was curious and watched Garland. The old patriarch invited Garland to sit down and gave him human-faced fruits to eat. There were all kinds of fruits here, of different sizes and bright colors. But each one has a face. Some even have two faces, and they will fight with themselves. The monkeys enjoyed the food, and if they took a hard bite, the fruit would howl heartbreakingly. To be honest, it was quite scary. Garland always had a psychological barrier and refused to eat these things. The monkeys had no choice but to serve him a bowl of sugar water. The sweet and cold water made him feel refreshed after a sip. The boy thought it was particularly delicious and nodded repeatedly. The bone bowl filled with sugar water was also interesting. Once the tongue licked it, it would be sucked in and could not be pulled out. You also have to use force from the side to retract your tongue, little by little. It turns out that there are many tiny pores on the bones that will suck the tongue. He thought it was interesting and was playing with the empty bowl. The monkeys served him another large spoonful of sugar water. At this time, the boy suddenly discovered that the small seeds floating in the sugar water all had faces. The face was so small that he couldn't see it clearly at all, and just drank it all in one gulp. Oh my God. Forget it, I don't dare drink this stuff. He returned the bone bowl and sugar water to the monkeys, and the monkeys laughed. At this time, the little monkey ran over and curiously pulled Garland's hair and clothes. In fact, he was also very curious. The mask with bones on the monkey's head, is it really their face? The masks of these little guys are loose, are they put on? He couldn't help but grab a little monkey, pull its long hair, and gently pinch its mask. The little guy was hurt by his pinching, squeaked in his hand, and kicked his face with his feet. Ouch! As soon as Garland let go, the little guy ran away. The older monkeys talked a lot, and Garland didn't understand, so he just nodded blindly. After a long time, he felt sleepy, and his eyelids kept fighting. The monkeys didn't seem to need to sleep, and they were still chattering. Later, they found that Garland was drowsy, so they pointed to a furry bag and asked him to rest. The boy's limbs were not as flexible as theirs, and he could not climb up anyway. The monkeys looked at each other, and after some discussion, they spread a furry bed on the ground of the tent and invited him to sleep. Garland could not remember the details, but he climbed up drowsily and closed his eyes to rest. 93. Garland felt a gust of cool wind blowing on him, and gradually woke up. In front of him was the path where he had camped. Gore Wenk was snoring beside him, his luggage was all there, and his clothes were intact. Sure enough, was I dreaming? He wondered, but the scene in the dream was too real, and it lasted for a long time, as if several days had passed. He looked at his wrist again, and there was clearly a wound. Judging from the appearance of the wound, it had been caused a day ago. It seemed that what he had just experienced was not a delusion. But how long had he slept? He called out to Gore Wenk, "Wake up, how long have we slept?" Gore Wenk got up reluctantly. He had wanted to sleep until noon, but now the sun has just come out. How long have we slept? He rubbed his eyes. "Little master, we haven't slept for a long time. The sun has just come out. Are we in a hurry to go back? We only slept for one night." Garland didn't quite believe it. He wanted to find some evidence. "Look, those people over there haven't woken up yet." Gore Wenk pointed at the people next to him aggrievedly. "I remember that I was with them when I went to bed. Those people haven't moved yet. It turns out that time has not moved forward. How strange. I have clearly experienced many things, and there is a wound on my wrist. Could it be that I had a different time in that strange dream?" Garland thought for a moment. "I can see the devil with my own eyes in broad daylight, so this experience is not surprising. But what is the relationship between that place and Sayete? Did he use conspiracy and trickery to trick me there? It must be inseparable from him. When I see him, I will ask him." "Gore Wenk, let's continue on the road." The boy kicked the ugly monster awake. "What, young master, now?" Gore Wenk didn't want to stand up. "I'm awake now, and I don't want to sit here now. Let's go home early." Although Gore Wenk was reluctant, he had no choice but to do what the master said. He had to pack his luggage and follow. The two left the path and walked home along the original road. "It's strange to say that I haven't seen Sayete recently." Garland felt like something was missing. He tried to recite Sayete's name in his mind. He recited it for a long time, but he didn't see him. Sometimes he is everywhere, annoying. Now, he has completely disappeared. Is he deliberately not coming? After calling several times without success, the boy's mind was filled with questions. He asked Gore Wenk, "Hey, ugly guy, have you heard of what a demon is?" "Yes, a demon. I have heard of it." "Little master, do you have an enemy you want to harm?" Gore Wenk asked back. "How do you say that?" "Well, he. I mean, I am well informed." Gore Wenk started bragging without saying anything. "When I was a slave in the hands of the Taser people, I saw a woman being brutally burned to death by them. Then I heard that the woman used witchcraft to summon a demon and killed a child. So at that time I remembered that demons can harm people. If you have any enemies, you can find a witch like that and summon a demon to help you kill him." "Demons can harm people? Have you ever seen a demon yourself?" "Yes." Gore Wenk vowed, "When they burned the woman's things, I saw it. It was a small doll. It was made of cowhide with the devil's name written on it. That thing would turn into a demon at night to harm people. Wenk vividly described the tragic scene of the woman's killing at that time, and described in great detail the method by which the cowhide doll harmed people. Garland was listening carefully, but suddenly remembered halfway through, no, this guy likes to brag, and his words can't be trusted even 1/10 of the time. If demons can harm people, who can I ask Sarietin to kill? Do I have any enemies? Frankly speaking, Garland never thought that enemies need to be harmed by summoning demons. It's true that I have enemies. The chief and the general who killed my father are my enemies. But I hate them, so I just find a way to kill them myself. I have never thought of using supernatural methods to harm people. At this point, Garland thought again, although what the chief did is unforgivable, Saji is my good brother. Once I start to take revenge, I will inevitably hurt Saji. Then what will happen to their brotherhood? What a difficult situation this is. Garland's mood is complicated. When he was thinking about it, he occasionally felt that someone was following him. Looking back, Sarietin was right beside him. After not seeing each other for a long time, meeting again, Garland actually felt a little happy. It was difficult for him to describe this feeling accurately. He clearly hated the demon and always felt that he was trying to murder him. But he was very dependent on him and looked forward to his guidance. I've been calling you for a long time, why didn't you hear me? Garland asked him. Really? Humph. Can you call me and dismiss me at will? What do you think of me? Sarietin looked at him out of the corner of his eye. Are you calling me, little master? Wenk, who was walking in front, spoke. It seemed that he heard Garland's voice and thought that the master was calling him. It's okay, you keep walking. Why, only I can see you. Teacher Heminto is so knowledgeable, how come he can't see you? Wenk can't see you, and the tribe can't see you, only I. Do you think I like this? The demon was still unhappy. If everyone can see me, I won't bother to pay attention to you. Humph. But you can play tricks on people behind their backs, right? Garland picked up a small stone from the ground and handed it to Sarietin. Sarietin knew what he wanted to do, so he didn't say much. He threw a small stone and hit Wenk on the head. Then he looked at Garland indifferently, as if to say, are you satisfied with this? Ouch. Wenk covered his head and looked back. Little master, why did you hit me? No, Garland smiled and pretended to be confused. It must be a bird in the sky. What bird? How could there be one? Wenk complained, it was obviously you who did it. You are laughing, can't I see it? You have nothing to do and you are teasing me. Really? Garland couldn't help laughing even more, even if it was a tacit agreement. Then you walk faster and go to the front, and I won't tease you. I want to be alone. Humph, then you can be alone. Wenk heard it and strode forward. After walking for a while, he looked back to confirm whether the little master meant it. After sending Wenk away, Garland's conversation with Sarietin would not be heard. Satan, I have something to ask you. Can you tell me honestly? What? Are you the kind of demon that Teacher Heminto tried to summon? That kind of demon? What do you mean? Satan looked as if he was very contemptuous. I mean, you are a kind of demon that can be summoned by humans. Satan glared at him. Isn't it? There was no answer. Why did you come to me? I don't know how to summon a magic circle. I should have never expected any demon. It's just that you came to me on your own. Satan turned his back and didn't answer any questions. Garland simply didn't leave. He stood behind Satan and continued to ask, so, why did you take the initiative to come to me? You kid, your mind is really fast. You can guess many things without my guidance. Satan nodded in admiration. I can't guess. I'm asking you. Why don't you speak all the time? Demons, Satan only confessed one sentence, you can't talk to humans. Demons can't talk to ordinary humans. Garland corrected, but I'm different. I'm a person who can see you. When we first met, I found my father's remains in the ancient temple. Sure enough, all of this has something to do with my father, right? And you haven't left, so is there still something unresolved? You are very smart, but you still know too little. You will understand when you know everything. The demon left as he pleased. I still have things to do, so I won't play with you anymore. It seems that he is still waiting for an opportunity, but he doesn't know what he is waiting for. Garland reached out and grabbed the demon's robe. Satan turned back angrily. At some point, the demon held a sharp crystal cone in his hand, pointing directly at Garland's throat. The boy was also afraid and quickly let go. But the style of the cone was very beautiful, and the material was not common, which always attracted some of his attention. Saryetan approached with a sharp blade in hand. Garland retreated slightly, thinking that the other party would not really do it. I told you not to touch me, don't do it again. Don't try me out of curiosity. The time is not ripe yet, and you won't understand now. Saryetan pointed at Garland word by word, said seriously, and then disappeared. Garland shouted a few more times, but he didn't see him. The boy was unwilling to give up, and tried to recall the appearance of the devil in his mind and the details of Saryetan's words and deeds. Suddenly, a line of inspiration seemed to touch that line of thought. Don't play. Go back to see your girl. The voice in his ear sounded and disappeared. It was Saryetan's warning. What do you mean? Is Xiao Jiao Rao Rao in trouble? Garland was shocked and really didn't want to play anymore. His heart flew back home, and at this moment he just wanted to get back to the mud house at the foot of the snow mountain with Guo Wenk as soon as possible. 94. The two quickened their pace and finished the journey home in 3 days. At dusk, they finally rushed back to the foot of the mountain. From a distance, the mud house lay quietly among the gravel and moss, and there was nothing unusual. However, the two girls did not go out to greet them. Garland clearly felt that something was wrong. He rushed into the house, but the two girls were not there. It's so late, has something happened? Garland was very scared. He tried to tell himself to stay calm, but he kept looking around the house. There was almost no furniture in the small house. A wooden box was used to store clothes, and there was no sign of it being turned over. The remaining food was also there, at least it had not been violently destroyed. Young master, the sheep are all there, nothing missing. The horses are also there. Guo Wenk ran in to report. Garland lit a torch and checked carefully. The room was very tidy, which showed that the girls had left after being fully prepared. The bedding was also flat, with an arrow on it, which seemed to be a token left intentionally. Isn't this an arrow made by a craftsman from our tribe? Garland picked up the arrow and took a closer look. He was very familiar with the workmanship and material. The arrows were all handmade by the workers, and the craftsmen had their own strengths and weaknesses, so they could recognize who they belonged to at a glance. The tribe has been here, Garland said affirmatively. They left this arrow, which should mean that they wanted me to go back. Jiao Jiao and Rao Rao are in their hands now. The warriors of the tribe were all illiterate, so they naturally had to use tokens to communicate with each other. Whether it is to express goodwill or hostility depends on the situation of the surroundings of the items. In the case where the surroundings are intact, it is usually goodwill. I don't believe in their goodwill. They didn't let the girls at home bring the message, but took them away by force. This is forcing me to go, and the sooner the better. What? These people are too much. Guo Wenk stamped his feet and jumped up and said, they drove the little master to this godforsaken place, and now they force the little master to go back. They must be setting a trap to harm you. Little master, don't go. Well, okay. Garland nodded. I won't fall into this trap, and I will spend the rest of my life with you, an ugly freak. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? Gorwenk laughed so hard that he was embarrassed. Garland's words were clearly sarcasm. The two girls are his most important family members. Even if he knows that there will be dangers, he will go there. Without saying much, he threw away his luggage and got up to leave. Prepare the horses, I'll go overnight, he ordered. After leaving the room, Gorwenk led the yellow horse. Garland didn't have time to change his clothes. He was still wearing a church linen shirt and a city belt, looking like a northerner. In order to set off lightly, he didn't bring any bedding. He only carried a bow and arrow and a hunting knife, and set off immediately. Oh, my little master, are you leaving now? Gorwenk was so anxious that he almost cried and couldn't speak. Garland knew what he wanted to say, but he had no intention of comforting Gorwenk. He said coldly, if I don't come back, you take care of yourself. After that, he rode away. Gorwenk was still calling the little master, and tears were falling. Garland left without looking back. He thought to himself that Gorwenk was a cunning guy. Even without him, he would always find a way to survive. But Jiao Jiao and Rao Rao were both delicate girls. Without him, I really don't know what they would do. If the tribesmen still want to play any tricks, I will settle all the old and new accounts and fight to the death. The weather in the wilderness was clear at night, and the stars shone on the road ahead. It was not safe to ride a horse at night, and the yellow horse often couldn't see the road clearly and fell. Garland's horse was just an ordinary horse for carrying things, and it didn't run fast. When he moved forward with a torch, countless hungry wolves followed him closely. The shrill cries of animals continued to be heard on the grassland at night. He calmed down a little on the way and thought, if the Hujan family intended to harm him, they would never leave a token. It must be someone from the camp who came to find him. I can't be quick to lose my temper when I go back, I have to be reasonable first. He was so anxious that he didn't even have time to eat, and he just hated that the horse couldn't go faster. Garland rushed back to the Kazoo tribe at the fastest speed in his life, which took only 1 day and 1 night. When he arrived, it was just dawn, and there were women in the camp who got up early to milk the sheep. There was no tension at all. He arrived at the camp, but did not dismount. He rode his horse to the outside of the chief's yurt. Hearing the sound of horses, a maid came out and asked unhappily, "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Riding a horse in the camp was not polite, and Garland knew it. He still couldn't suppress his excitement. "I want to see the chief," he said to the maid. "Now?" The maid looked at him sideways. "Yes, now." Garland didn't say much, but drew out his knife and waved it in front of the maid. The maid was shocked and hurried in to call for help. Not long after, the chief came out of the tent with several followers. The chief was also not awake, yawning, his clothes were not tidy, and his face was a little unhappy, probably because he was woken up. When he came out and saw Garland dressed like this, wearing foreign things, it was just like seeing his father standing in front of him. The chief felt sour and silent, pretending not to know what happened. "Chief," Garland suppressed his anger and walked forward respectfully to salute. "I came here to ask about this arrow, but was it left in my house by a warrior from the tribe?" Seeing that the chief did not speak, Garland pressed again, "Are my 2 sisters in the camp? Where are they now? Let me see them." The chief was very embarrassed, but on the surface he still pretended not to answer. Fortunately, at this time, Saji rushed out of the quilt and jumped into his brother's arms. "Brother, you are back?" A dignified tribal leader still needs his son to rescue him. "You kids, talk, don't disturb my rest." 95. "Brother, I finally see you. I almost thought we would be separated for life. Saji hugged his brother tightly. Seeing Saji's appearance, his words were full of sadness of parting, and it didn't seem like there was anything tense. The chief was relieved to see his son come out, and took the opportunity to slip back. Saji, is my Jiao Rao Rao in the camp? He asked cautiously. Yes, they are. They were picked up the day before yesterday. Saji wiped his tears. Take me to see them. Garland did not dare to relax more and strongly demanded to see them first. They are in the old lady's tent, they should still be sleeping. Saji was a little reluctant, but still pulled Garland and ran to a corner of the camp. Sure enough, the two girls were still sleeping. Rao Rao sat up and rubbed her eyes. When she saw Garland coming, she thought she was dreaming. She was very happy and stood up to hug Garland. Her behavior was normal. Garland asked her carefully about her situation these days. Rao Rao said gently, "We have been living well these days." The warriors in the camp came over and said that there was something very important that needed your participation. And the leader ordered us to treat us well and let us come back to the camp to wait for you. Garland pretended to be relieved and said, "I'm glad you are okay." But he was not very happy in his heart. The leader's approach was to treat the two girls well on the surface, but in fact it was clear that he was using them as bargaining chips. I don't know what he was planning. Saji, what's the matter that's so urgent that I must come back? Saji seemed to be completely unconcerned, and was still thinking about preparing a banquet to entertain his brother early in the morning. He said innocently, "Dad won't drive you away. You will come back in the future, and live in the camp with us. How great it is." Garland. Another familiar voice shouted loudly. It turned out that there were guests visiting. The tents in the distance were used to entertain guests, and they were now full of people. The man ran over excitedly and hugged Garland. "Zar Kali. Good brother, I finally see you. I missed you so much." Zar Kali was actually here. It turned out that many people from the Chiaradai tribe were visiting. "Why are you here?" Zar Kali was not in a hurry to explain the situation, but hugged Garland's hand and asked, "Good brother, did you come overnight? You must be hungry, come and have a meal with us." Saji was a little disappointed, and he also had to prepare delicious food to entertain his brother. Garland sat next to Zar Kali without hesitation. "Are you coming too?" Garland asked Sage. "Oh, me. Okay." In Chiarada's tent, there were food styles that his tribe liked, all simple meals. Garland had been hungry for a long time these days, and when he saw the food, he ate it like a hungry wolf. Zar Kali was very happy, and patted him on the back and said, "Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry." Sage, on the other hand, muttered quietly, "Just a few broken things. I obviously prepared better things." Zar Kali talked about what happened after they separated. He didn't look hungry either, and his willingness to express his longing for his sister far exceeded his hunger for breakfast. Most of the things he talked about were about how he led his tribe to hunt and deal with the Sazar people who appeared from time to time. His status in his tribe became more and more important, and the things he dealt with became more and more complicated. It seemed that there was something important that Zar Kali consciously ignored: his sister. He had never mentioned his sister, who he had treasured before, as if he didn't even know her. "Hey, Saji, are you happy after getting married?" Garland asked casually. "Well, I can't tell. What were you like after getting married?" "Huh, why are you asking?" Among those present, Zar Kali had been married for a long time. "I'm not saying that Azan is bad, she's just a little fierce." Saji said very embarrassedly, "Maybe I'm too young and don't know how to protect her." Saji didn't dare to say more. After getting married to Azan, their life was strange. Maybe Azan was not used to the life of her tribe. She was so straightforward and hated living under the sway of others. There must be many difficulties in getting along with the chief's family. Sadi was a child and didn't know how to deal with it. Zakari heard the meaning, but didn't care at all, and sneered. She should have known that there would be such a day for her. After talking for a while, suddenly all the important people in the tribe went to the big tent to sit down. Another servant came to invite Zakari. Zachary patted Garland on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother, you know what? This is the real big deal. We have to unite and fight the Sardar people." No wonder. It turned out that this was the real reason why everyone gathered in the camp. Garland followed into the tent and saw the leader and General Hu Yan sitting upright. He suppressed his excitement and greeted them. The two men saw Garland's outfit, Northerner's clothes and belt. And then looked at his face, Northerner's face shape, pale face. It was like seeing a ghost. Everyone had their own thoughts in their hearts, and no one had anything to say in front of everyone. Only Zakari was very happy. He said to Garland excitedly, "Brother, let me tell you directly. Your leader proposed that the two tribes unite to attack the Sardar people. They are a group of bandits who have been harassing us for years. They either force us to buy or sell, or rob or steal. They have never done anything good. If we keep these people, they will be a disaster sooner or later. It is better to unite and eliminate them while we are strong." Everyone had no objection. These should be the contents they have discussed. As for my father, you know, his body can't take it anymore. It's just right that he stays in the tribe to guard it. I will bring this group of energetic young people here to attack the Sardar people's nest together with your warriors of Kuzu. Many unfamiliar young faces nodded in response to Zakari's words. Judging from their clothes, they are all warriors of Chiaradang. But after I came here, I found a particularly big problem. Zakari said in suspense, "Hey, why didn't I see our most powerful warrior in Kuzu, Garland? Ha ha ha." He hugged Garland and introduced him to his tribesmen. "This is the sharpshooter in the wilderness, brave and smart, and he is my good brother who hit it off at first sight. Only when I go to war with my best brother, this war will be interesting." The tribesmen of Chiaradang welcomed him warmly, and the leader's attitude was ambiguous. Then Zakari lowered his head and whispered, "If you don't come, I will go back directly." Garland laughed helplessly. No wonder the leader is so anxious to find me back." No one took the initiative to expose the fact that they had fallen out. The leader pretended that Garland just ran too far for fun. No one mentioned Gari, who had disappeared until now. General Hu Yan had a fake smile on his face. He was secretly gritting his teeth, wishing to tear Garland into pieces. Garland thought that for his own safety, he should stay away from the people of Huang family as much as possible. He was sure of himself and would wait for an opportunity to take revenge. It was safest to stay with his good friends during the days when Zachary came to visit. And moving away with the whole family, preferably all the way to the northern castle, would be the best plan. So Garland patted Zachary on the shoulder and said, "You tell me where to fight, and I will go with you. There is no place in this wasteland that I am afraid of." "Well, it's good to hear you say that. Come, I'll tell you about our plan, and now you are the only one who doesn't know." 96. Zachary was talking excitedly, and the leader coughed to clear his throat, and the whole audience fell silent. "Garland, let me speak. You are the bravest warrior in our tribe. The tribe has such a major war, so naturally, you are needed to do your best. Now the general's eldest son is missing, and the youngest son is still recuperating at home. You are the young man in the tribe who is brave, resourceful, and good at fighting. Moreover, you are my nephew and a noble in the tribe. Fighting side by side with Prince Zachary is the etiquette of our tribe." The younger generation couldn't interrupt the elders' teachings, so they could only nod. "Garland, You are a playful kid. You have been missing for more than a month. We have been waiting for you until now." The chief pretended to be quite aggrieved. He didn't expect that so many people in the camp were still waiting for him. It was ridiculous to say it out. "Well," Zachary said with certainty, "if you don't come, I won't feel at ease to go to the war." Zachary's side also had good intentions. He pretended not to see the rift between Garland and the tribe, and strongly demanded that an important position be left to him, so that he could have the opportunity to build momentum. Zachary is a natural leader, and is good at establishing prestige among the crowd. Garland is a natural idler, and doesn't care much about his position among the crowd. He cares more about the needs of his friends. He joins the war purely out of the desire to help. "How do you plan the Sazar people to fight?" Garland asked. When it comes to the most critical issue, Zachary calms down. "Let me show you this." A parchment scroll was unfolded in the center of the big tent. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a map of the wasteland. "Is this the wasteland?" Garland guessed it completely. He was surprised and happy. This was the first time he looked at his hometown in this way. This piece of parchment is old, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it's 20 years old. Moreover, the shapes drawn by the ancients were not so standard, and only had a general meaning. You can see that there are mountains here, there are forests here, there are canyons here, there are rivers here. So, this is our Khazar. That's right. Zachary placed a small stone in the center of the parchment. This is a map left by our ancestors, and it is also an important secret of our tribe. Every time the camp migrates, we rely on this map to find suitable pastures. The leader explained. "And you see here, it's our Xiaodang." Zachary placed another small stone. "Well, then where is Sazar?" Garland asked a stupid question. Zachary sighed. 10 years ago, the Sazar people originally united with our two tribes and followed the great leader of the wilderness to fight here. But the people of their tribe have very different temperaments from us. They are violent and cruel, and they are lazy and don't like to work. They don't farm or graze, but rely on hunting and robbery for a living. Because of this living habit, the place where they live is also different from ours. They don't like fertile plains, but choose deep mountains with dangerous terrain as their nests. And their nests are very hidden, and no one has seen them so far. If we want to defeat them, we must first grasp the location of their nests. It turned out that we didn't know yet. This month, both sides have sent many spies to explore in suspicious directions. Zachary placed some stones in the deep mountains and dense forests in the north and south directions. In order to get basic intelligence as quickly as possible, I have instructed each of them that once a suspicious camp is found, don't rush to explore, and come back immediately to report so that we know their approximate location first. Now, the spies in these directions have returned one after another. He collected most of the stones one after another. But the spies who went here have not returned yet. On the map, there is only a stone in the steep col in the south. I'm worried that if he finds the base camp of the Sazar people, he may have met with an accident. The chief and the general did not say more, but sat and listened calmly. Zachary continued, "The information about the old nest is very important. The location, size and construction details are all related to the success or failure of our expedition. In order to further understand the situation, I need to send people to investigate again. This time, we need to specifically lock the location of the old nest and have a deep understanding of their camp. Therefore, this trip is extremely dangerous and not something that ordinary people can do." At this time, Garland had already guessed what he was going to say. To be on the safe side, I must let the most trusted person go to investigate. As Zachary spoke, his eyes fell on Garland. Garland was not surprised to hear this. He did not think of shirking it. Even a mission that was a life-and-death mission was nothing more than fun and interesting to him, and he could see scenery he had never seen before. He had never even been afraid. He always had a belief in his heart that all this was not a problem at all. "Good brother." Zachary put his arm around his shoulders. "I know you are a straightforward person. This time, the two of us brothers will go together." This surprised Garland a little. "Your Highness, is it okay to take such a risk?" But he soon smiled from the bottom of his heart, remembering that Zachary was also an honest, brave and true person, unlike the two old men who were hiding on the throne. "Then I want to go too. My brother and I will defeat the bad guys together." Upon hearing this, Saji jumped out immediately. Before he could continue, he was driven away by the leader. "Children, please stay away when adults are talking about this." "But I'm not a child anymore. My brother and I." "Step back." Saji was pulled away by several maids. He was doted on by the chief since he was young, and he had hardly participated in any dangerous activities, not even hunting. He was the chief's only son, so the chief was naturally reluctant to let him participate in the battle. Garland had guessed this would happen. With such a dangerous future, he didn't want to take Saji with him. In fact, he doted on his younger brother too. Finally, it was decided that 3 followers of the Chiaradang tribe would go together. Garland had no followers. The chief thought it was just exploring the way, and there was no need to mobilize a large army, so he casually assigned 2 tribesmen to follow. There were 7 people in total. And it only takes 5 or 6 days to ride to the dense forest in the south. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If I, a prince, don't go with such a difficult beginning, how can my people be convinced? Zachary said, "When you are ready, we will set off together." Garland couldn't get used to living in the camp at all. Instead of looking at the stinky faces of the 2 old guys, "It is better to get up early," he said. "I don't have anything to prepare, and it's not a problem to leave now." "Okay." Zarkali's eyes sparkled. "But there's no rush, we'll set off tomorrow morning." Garland stayed at Zarkali's place for 1 night. This time, the tribesmen prepared dry food and some necessary supplies for him. Saji still happily brought a big bag of dried fish, and asked with a smile, "Brother, have you finished eating the dried fish I brought you last time?" Garland took the dried fish and glanced at Saji's facial expression. The younger brother has always looked innocent, sincere, and a little cute. No matter what, no one would believe that such a child would have the intention to harm others. Garland was a little timid in his heart, but he still smiled on his face and said, "Eat it all. It's delicious." He, Saji grinned and said, "Eat it all this time?" Before setting off, Garland noticed one thing, not a particularly important thing, the witch was not in the camp. Usually, when fighting or going out, even for the smallest thing, the tribesmen would offer a little gift to the witch before taking action. Before leaving, the boy saw that the tent where the witch lived was gone, but the altar with offerings placed around it was still there. There was a circle of burn marks on the ground. "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" Zarchari asked curiously. "Oh, nothing, I just found that the witch is not here." "Where did the witch go?" Zarchari was surprised. "It stands to reason that the witch of the tribe stays with the tribe and will never leave. Our witch is different. He will go out and travel every once in a while. The days are not fixed, and no one knows where he goes. But he does this often. I knew it when I was a child. It doesn't matter, he never liked me anyway and never accepted my offerings. Let's get on the road." 97. After bidding farewell to the tribesmen, the group set out on the road to the south. There are several fertile pastures to the south of the camp, which belong to several large families in the tribe. Their sheep can be seen grazing on the road. Occasionally, when they meet tribesmen, they will sit down to rest and accept warm hospitality. The journey was leisurely and very pleasant. While chatting, Zachary mentioned the chief of the wilderness. Garland, you probably don't know that a caravan from the east came to our tribe and told us about Tiandor. Tiandor. It's the capital of the wilderness tribe, where the chiefs of all our 40 tribes settled. Garland had no idea about this. He had never heard of it. You have been a loner all your life, and you know nothing about the tribes in the wilderness. That's right. Garland knew very well how to survive in this desolate place. The sky above his head was his only master. They traveled between the tribes to trade. And the news was slowly conveyed through them. What we know are all changes that happened several years ago. Zarkali continued. The great chief who unified the wilderness in the past has long since died of a serious illness. After his death, his second son has now succeeded to the throne. What? The tone of the news was very different from the stories the boy had heard since he was a child. The leader of his own tribe always told everyone passionately, the great chief's injury will soon heal, and he will come back with his men and horses to sweep the wilderness again. The bravest warriors in the tribe will be under his command. Garland almost lived for this. When he felt desperate about the endless pressure in his life, he would think about it. He was the best archer in the tribe and had a glorious mission waiting for him. Seeing the old people in the tribe eating too much and their martial arts gradually being abandoned, he would also be anxious when the day comes that the great chief suddenly comes back. How will they have time to train? Will the new chief come back here to continue fighting? No, Zarkali's denial was very easy. I heard that the new leader is addicted to sensual pleasures all day long. After he succeeded to the throne, he invited envoys from all over the country to pay tribute to fun things, and never mentioned the expedition. No more expeditions. Garland was shocked. Then the leader of our tribe has waited in vain for 10 years. Zarkali asked back, what do you mean by waiting in vain? Isn't it good to live and work in peace? Do you think they like to fight all day long? This. But what should we do in the future? Is there a hometown we can return to? I'm afraid we don't have a hometown to return to. Zarkali looked into the distance. When the great leader of the wilderness led his troops to the expedition, the entire tribe would migrate with the army. The elders left their original place of residence and settled in the newly conquered land. And the original hometown would become the territory of other tribes due to the reward of the great leader of the wilderness. Wherever there is water and grass to live in the wilderness, the descendants of our ancestors live. If you want to take it back, you have to go to war with them. Zarkali added, but we originally made our living as nomads, and the world is our home. We don't need a so-called hometown. People of our age have grown up here, and this is our hometown. The two teenagers did have a deeper affection for their current hometown. But Garland didn't expect that all the ambitions he had heard since he was a child were wiped out by a casual sentence. Of course, because he lived alone, there were no parents or relatives at home to tell him secretly that the chief's words were all lies. What should we do in the future? Just continue to live. Zarkali said that nothing has changed, he just heard one more piece of news. It was only after hearing this news that the leaders of our two tribes decided to unite and eliminate the bad apples in Sazar, so that we can live a more stable life in the future. I see. If the great leader of the wilderness is still there, those people in Sazar will definitely follow him. Fighting side by side with us, maybe they will become comrades in arms, right? Who knows? Those people are used to doing treacherous things. Fighting side by side with them is simply courting death. Zarkali's tribe had a big feud with that barbaric tribe, and they have always held a grudge against each other. And where do we want to go if we fight side by side? You should know that we have reached the end of the wilderness. Garland knew. From here to the west, north, and south, there are dangerous lands, not suitable for grazing, and no longer a place where our wilderness tribe can easily survive. You are right, the wilderness has come to an end, Garland admitted. But then he retorted, but this is not the end of the world, there are more lands and more people living in the distance. Otherwise, where do the goods of the Taser people come from? This. Zakari smiled bitterly. You are right, I heard from many of them that there is a very large empire in the West. Those people are not our kind. They have strange living habits and it is difficult to communicate and get along with them. Everything about them has nothing to do with us. Maybe. But I want to go and see. If there is no opportunity to fight in the future, I don't want to stay in the wilderness. I am a completely redundant person in the tribe. Now I feel that I am a redundant person in the entire wilderness. Zarkali sighed. Your leader said that you are playful, which is true. Going west is full of endless dangers. What are you going to see? Garland lowered his head and said nothing. He couldn't give a definite answer. Zarkali looked at him with the same feeling as he looked at Saji. An older brother, facing a willful younger brother. Because of a word that made him unhappy, he hurriedly coaxed him and said, if there is a chance in the future, let's go and see it together. Okay. You are happy with just one word of coaxing, you are really like a child. He turned and said, I know you can't stay here, just come to our Chiaradan. Follow me, and I will never treat you unfairly. Garland frowned. His relationship with the chief's family is already very delicate. If he goes to Chiaradan, the relationship between the two tribes may become tense. How can he be worthy of Zakari's kindness at that time? What's more, living under the nose of others is always unstable. What if his relationship with Zakari becomes strained by accident, and he will lose his last friend? After thinking about it for a long time, Garland couldn't make a decision. Zakari saw that he was embarrassed, and said, TSK, forget it. You are smart, go wherever you want. 98. While camping and eating, Zakari found that Garland was doing strange little movements again. Why, are you raising a pet? Garland did not kill the groundhog he caught for meat, but tied its feet with a thin rope and held it in his hand. He also fed the groundhog with his own dried fish. Yeah. Garland answered perfunctorily. No one would believe it. Zarkali snatched the dried fish from Garland's hand and examined it in confusion. Such precious dried fish, are you willing to feed it to your pet? Garland did not speak again. In Zakali's opinion, his worries were written all over his face. Are you worried that the dried fish Saji gave you is poisonous? How is that possible? He is your younger brother. I have never seen brothers with deeper feelings than you two. A month ago, when the four of them first met, Garland and Saji were still close. There will be no brothers in the world who are more loyal to each other. I don't believe that a prince of a tribe would use such a despicable method as poisoning to treat his brother. I also don't believe that when I, a prince of Chiaradan, go out to fight, someone will secretly poison me and my friends. Garland naturally didn't want him to speak out, and repeatedly signaled Zakali to shut up. He told Zakali about the poisoning of Gorwenk's old dog. This matter was very strange, and he had no clue. Saji and I are like brothers, and I know that he must be a kind person in his heart. But I'm not sure who poisoned you, and I don't know if there will be a second time. Zarkali said seriously, if someone really wants to harm you secretly, you really need to be careful. He accompanied Garland to verify the dried fish one by one. Then he verified all the food that Garland brought. In the end, the groundhog was probably eaten to death. But to be on the safe side, they didn't dare to touch the food that Garland brought, and buried it all. 4 days later, they arrived at the end of the pasture. Continuing to the south, the vegetation became dense. There is a wide river in the south, but it is not deep, and you can wade across it. Further south of the river, the terrain becomes treacherous, the gullies on the surface gradually increase, and the trees become taller. The peaks in the depths of the woods are stacked, and looking into the distance, there are vague mountains. They are all bare stone mountains, with a few trees occasionally on them. Zakali looked at the terrain from a distance and estimated that the nest of the Scythar people is likely to be among those mountains. The spies who didn't come back before went in this direction. Zakali pointed to the mountains and said, "I guess the thieves are hiding in these mountains. Entering the woods, it is not so convenient for the horses, so it is better to leave them on the pasture to eat grass. These horses have been trained and are very familiar with their owners. When they come back, they just need to whistle and the horses will come over when they hear it." They got off the horses and carried some necessary things on their backs. Zakali patted the horses' butts and let them go. "Let's take a walk in the woods first and see if there is a road," Zakali said. The two walked around in the sparse woods and didn't see any clues. Looking into the distance, Zakali asked, "Do you think the thieves will hide on which mountain?" "How should I know this?" Garland shook his head repeatedly. "If you knew, why come to explore the mystery? It is actually very difficult to find a small tribe in such a large forest. After all, the other party will hide themselves so that we won't find them. But if we want to find them, we have to put ourselves in their shoes assuming that we are them." He looked at Garland, who was confused, and asked with a smile, "If the two of us settle down here in the future, where do you think we should choose to settle down?" Garland had never thought about this kind of question in his life. "If it were me, I would choose a mountain." Zachary seemed confident, because there are many insects and beasts in the jungle, and life is too inconvenient. It is cleaner on the bald mountain. Moreover, the mountain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the line of sight is good. So for me, I will definitely choose the highest mountain as my nest. Garland, what do you think? If we choose the highest mountain, then there is no point in hiding, right? Garland muttered, "Then why bother hiding here? Then tell me, where would you choose?" Garland recalled that when he and Gorwenk moved together, they first looked for a water source. At the foot of a high mountain, there was a stream. But it wasn't too close to the water source, probably about a quarter of an hour away. He chose a place that was sheltered from the wind. After all, it was too cold on the mountain. But it wasn't the most sheltered place, but a place with a bit of natural terrain, which was convenient for digging. But in the end, I always felt that the place I chose was just random, and I didn't think too much about it. As for me, I might choose the foot of the hill on the left," Garland said hesitantly. "Hey, why is that?" "No reason." Garland scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "If I build my own home, I might go there. I don't know why." "Well, okay." Zachary nodded and said, "Let's make a bet." "Bet?" It was just a casual remark. Why do we have to bet? What are we betting on? "Well, it's the place we each chose. We all go and check it out, and then we'll know who is right. What's there to bet on? If I win, you will follow me back to Sheoradang. How about that? When I become the leader in the future, I will appoint you as a general." Zachary talked about this chip to himself. Garland was speechless. "I've already told you I won't go. Why are you still dragging me along?" "Hey, what if you win?" "You don't have to go if you win. You are the most experienced in hunting, and I don't believe I will win. Hey, if you really win, of course you don't have to come to our Sheoradang. Go wherever you want, and I'll follow you. How about that?" This was simply a joke. "You are a prince of Sheoradang, and you will be the leader in the future. Why don't you stay in the tribe and come with me? Don't you want your tribe anymore?" "Garland, the bet is made anyway. If you say it out, the gods will hear it," Zachary said seriously. "Even if you don't need me to follow you now, it doesn't matter. Just think of it as if I owe you a favor. There will always be a day when you need my help and ask me to go with you. Just tell me what happened here today. I will definitely go with you at all costs." How about it? You are saying it as if it were the truth now. I really don't know what you are thinking. Garland, Zachary suddenly grabbed his arm. What I said was sincere. The gods in the sky are listening and can testify. I respect you from the bottom of my heart. I think you are more amazing than anyone I know. As long as there is a chance, I will definitely follow you through fire and water in this life, even if it means death. Oh, I get it. Garland felt a little annoyed. I only know that you Tierada people will talk a lot when you are drunk. How can you be like this even when you are not drunk? The two of them said no more and went deep into the forest in the direction of the mountains. Zachary led him and walked towards the small hill on the left. Garland was still confused. Why go this way first? First confirm your judgment. Zachary said, only when I am sure you have not won can I go to find the enemy with confidence. Okay. Since it was just a casual remark, let's just look for it casually. After walking through the dense forest for a while, Zachary suddenly said, hey, that's not right. There was a small branch in front that was abnormally bent, and the leaves were pointing to the ground. There is a trap for catching wild animals here. Zachary walked carefully under the branch, and pointed to the ground and said, there should be ropes buried here. There is a thin line here. If a wild animal touches it, it will be caught by the rope. This trap is buried between two tree branches. Those wild animals that come here to scratch their itch will be caught. There is a trap here, which means that people often come here. It seems that we have found the right one. Zachary was overjoyed and had long forgotten about the bet. The group all followed him and continued to look for suspicious traces. The goal of this operation seemed to be within sight. 99. After some investigation, Zachary decided to wait where he was. We should wait here. Garland didn't understand the intention again. Hunters check their traps every 3 to 5 days. Check if there are any prey and check if the traps are intact. Zachary said, even if we don't stay here, it will take many days to explore this mountain, and we may even risk being discovered by the enemy. It's better to stay here. If we see the enemy, we can quietly follow them and quickly find their lair. Zachary's words always make sense, and this time is no exception. They immediately discussed how to hide. This forest is mainly flat land. Looking around, there is no high slope to peak. Zachary still prefers to be in a high place, where the line of sight is good and he can see as much as possible. I think this tree can be climbed. I can hide on it. He took a fancy to a tree not far from the trap and patted the trunk. It seemed quite strong. But it's unlikely that both of us can climb up. I'll help you find another one. He was about to find it, but Garland didn't seem to be interested. Because the mention of climbing trees reminded him of the trick of Gurwenk digging a hole. Zachary, look at me, I also have a way to hide. Garland dug a pit not far from the trap. Then he spread the excavated soil everywhere to make it smoother. He also found a lot of leaves. Using that earth method, he got in and covered it with leaves. What do you think of this method? Is it very hidden? Zachary thought Garland would be a cold person, but he couldn't believe that he would do such a down-to-earth thing. You burrow in the soil, be careful of insects biting you. Hey, you climb so high, what if you fall down in the middle of the night when you fall asleep? Garland was also unconvinced. Then let's make another bet? The two continued to bet, and the concealment was better. The rest of the people kept sentry, and they agreed to use whistles as signals and be on guard. They were nervous for a day and a night, but there was no movement the next morning. Zachary. Garland said under the leaves when he was bored, what if I wait for a month and still don't get it? No, Zachary was also a little anxious. He thought about it and said, if we can't wait today, we'll just keep going in. I don't want to wait any longer. Because Garland was on guard in the morning, he was a little sleepy now. You take a nap first, and we'll get up when you wake up. Before Zachary finished shouting, Garland was already sleepy. Coincidentally, when everyone was impatient, Zachary saw a figure coming from a distance. He hurriedly woke everyone up. Everyone was happy for a while, thinking they had found it. But when the figure came closer, everyone was shocked again. That person was not a Cesar at all. But he was not a Khazur or a Chiardang. He was not from any known tribe. Moreover, was that person really a person? Everyone even raised such questions. The man was wearing very tattered clothes, with all kinds of fur and cloth-patched clothes, which only covered the necessary parts. He was barely covered and looked aesthetically pleasing. The man wrapped his head with an ochre-colored turban, and a necklace made of many small animal bones hung around his neck. The turban was the only decoration that was acceptable on him. But for some reason, his head looked particularly large, and the shape was like two heads. The alien looked around and kept walking around Garland. As he walked, he stepped on Garland's back. The boy woke up naturally, and he dared not make a sound while enduring the pain. He hid too well, and the alien kept walking around on him without noticing. And Zachary, who was not far away, was also holding back from laughing out loud. The alien wandered around for a while, but there was no prey, and the trap was intact. He stood there in a daze for a while, and actually lifted his pants, squatted down and took a pile of shit. Zachary laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Because he was afraid of being discovered by the enemy, he covered his mouth and laughed wildly. Because the pile of shit happened to be on Garland's head. Soon the alien left, and he quickly climbed down from the tree to rescue his good brother. "Hey, are you okay?" He picked up the shit and looked at his brother, who rolled his eyes. Garland climbed out of the pit with a bitter face. Fortunately, the leaves blocked the poop from sticking to his hair. But he was nauseated and had a serious psychological trauma. Zachary was still laughing at him. "Look at your rustic trick, it's a good hiding. Go away, I don't want to talk about this now." Tracking down a strange tribe is too different from the original plan. Should I chase this weirdo? Chasing him will definitely waste time. But the spy who didn't come back went in this direction, and it's unknown whether he is dead or alive. Zachary made a decision. Let's go and take a look. If that person is in danger, rescue him. Garland, naturally, agreed. The other party was also a hunter, so they didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of disturbing the other party. They didn't follow him quietly until the man walked far enough. The man was dressed like a savage. He was probably more wild than the domineering Cesar people. Moreover, his clothes didn't have the style of the wilderness tribe at all. And even his appearance was weird. He was definitely not from the same tribe. It's really strange. I thought the whole wilderness was the tribe of our ancestors' descendants. How could there be savages? Yes, it's very strange. When our ancestors were opening up the wilderness and expanding the land, they were much more brutal than us. They would slaughter any wild and alien creatures they encountered. Zachary muttered, "I think that alien looks stupid, and maybe his brain is not smart. Such a tribe should have disappeared long ago." They continued to follow the man. The hunter was also wandering in the woods, walking around and checking his traps. Many of the traps in the woods were set by him, and some were very dangerous. If someone stepped on them, they would lose their lives. The man walked all the way to the highest mountain. He walked for a whole day. At night, he made a fire and rested. Zachary and Garland did not dare to make a fire, so they watched his fire from a distance. In order to prevent the hunter from escaping in the middle of the night, they had to take turns sleeping and watched all night. It was morning again, and the hunter set off. Interestingly, he turned and headed for the small hill in the south. Zachary pulled Garland's clothes and laughed, "Hey, You don't have to come to our tribe. I didn't expect you to win. After following for another whole day, the man did not go in the direction Garland guessed, but walked into a mountain deeper in the woods. This doesn't count as my victory. At night, the group of people watched the hunter, and Garland concluded, none of us guessed it right. But in my heart you won. Because your idea is right, and the place you guessed is closer to his nest. Okay. Garland accidentally earned a favor. 100. On the third morning, the alien caught a deer in a trap at the foot of the mountain. The group of people watched quietly. The deer was very strong. After being trapped in the trap, it had already fought desperately. The alien's physical strength was also quite amazing. He dared to fight the stag with his bare hands. The deer kicked with its hind legs and kicked the man's head, and the turban was kicked off. The man got up, picked up the deer and slammed it against the tree trunk, killing the deer. People not far away were stunned. It was not because the man was so strong, but because the huge head under his turban, which looked like two heads put together, was really two heads put together. Looking closely, the man's body was indeed that of a strong man, and his neck was also one neck. But the head was clearly two heads, which were put together as if they had melted. This was not the appearance of a human. The man probably felt that someone was following him, so he turned his head to look. Everyone could see clearly that the man's face was also two connected faces, 4 eyes side by side, and 2 mouths. The head on the other side was slightly smaller, and the eyes were a little crooked. But the 4 eyes were staring at the surroundings. This strange man was as scary as if he had jumped out of a nightmare. The 2 teenagers were a little doubtful about what they saw. Seeing such an inexplicable scene, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. They dared to speak only after the man carried the deer and slowly climbed up the cliff. Garland, did you see the man's face clearly? Yes. Are we still following? Garland asked. Of course we should follow. We are here now, and we don't know what happened to the missing tribesman. Looking up the mountain from here, the view is better. The alien walked into a valley with short trees, which was probably his lair. They followed him quietly. Several people followed the alien's route up the mountain. When they saw that they had walked into the bushes, they thought they had found the enemy's camp. Unexpectedly, a dark shadow jumped out from behind the 2 of them. The figure roared loudly. It was the alien they had been following all the way. The alien discovered their whereabouts halfway and tricked them to come here. While they were climbing on the bald mountain, the cunning alien suddenly jumped out. The alien was 8 feet tall, and under his fur skirt were extremely strong muscles, stronger than a horse. Look at his hands, his palms are thick and big, and he could twist the boy's head off with a slap. The alien roared, and the voice was deafening. The 2 boys were a little at a loss. Zachary drew out his machete and Garland raised his bow and arrow. The 2 were ready. The alien was not carrying a sword or a gun, but a wooden stick embedded with stones. The other party didn't have any special tactics. He rushed forward with a shout and hit hard with all his strength. The 2 teenagers dodged on one side, and the wooden stick hit the rocks, and they felt the ground shaking. Zachary took the opportunity to swing his machete at the alien's arm, cutting off some pieces of clothing and opening a cut on the alien's arm. Seeing that he fought back, the alien chased him and hit him hard several times. Zachary dodged the first few blows, but he didn't have time to dodge the last one. When he took the machete, his whole body trembled and he was almost beaten into a meat paste. Garland, hurry up! He shouted. Garland had his back to the alien and couldn't see his face. He wanted to shoot the alien's eyes, but now his face was facing his butt. He aimed for a long time. Just now, when he saw Zachary's knife, the alien's skin was rough, comparable to armor. What should I do? Should I really spank him? Seeing that Zachary couldn't hold on, He quickly aimed at the alien's buttocks and shot an arrow. The alien jumped up with a roar, looking very funny. Seeing that he was coming towards him, Garland quickly retreated. He took another arrow. Zachary ran back and chopped the alien's feet. When the alien was in a dilemma, Garland turned around and shot an arrow, hitting his third eye side by side. It's interesting to say that the alien's little head grinned and cried, and the big head was obviously a little angry. The alien pulled out the arrow with one hand, and pulled out the eye with it. The little head shook and cried and screamed. The alien was angry with his other head and slapped it hard with his palm. Soon, his face was covered with blood. His own big head also grinned and howled in pain. What a stupid savage! Garland saw the right time and shot another arrow at the alien's throat. The alien was shot in the throat and stepped back a few steps. Zachary took the opportunity to swing his machete and cut the alien's calf. The alien fell down screaming, and a group of people rushed up to finish him off, quickly killing him. The two heads of this alien were really strange, connected together, but they seemed to be two different people. The big head was dead, and the small head was still babbling. No one could understand the language he spoke, and they just thought it was nonsense. In order to prevent the small head from calling his companions, they had to kill the small head again. Zachary and Garland carefully examined the body of the man again. The alien, although it is similar to a human in general, is not a human if you look closely. How should I put it? The shape of his head and the joints of his fingers are not the same as those of humans. It seems to be a completely different animal, but it is somewhat similar to humans. Do you think this wild man will say that he lives in the mountains by himself? It's hard to say. Zachary was not sure. There are traces of sewing on this man's clothes, but it may be that he sewed them himself. After all, ordinary people don't want to live with such a terrible freak. Maybe the spies you sent out were killed by this alien. Garland guessed, there is no enemy camp here, just a wild man living here. Zachary was also a little hesitant. Garland's words made sense. But since they were here, the two dared not give up easily, and planned to go in and take a look. They hastily buried the body of the alien and walked deeper into the bush. There was a col inside, which was a gap between several hillsides. As they walked, Zachary suddenly discovered, hey, there is a door. Look under those trees, there are clearly many earth houses hidden. Zachary pointed with his hand. Looking over, there were indeed many small houses built with a mixture of wood, animal skins and mud, some hidden under rocks, and some on the back of the hillside. Those huts were also very simple and crude, just slightly larger than the nests of birds and beasts. Look at the workmanship of these small houses, they are not very delicate. The people living here must be very primitive. They may all be the tribe of the alien just now. They did not dare to get close, hiding behind a lush bush to peek. In the evening, many people came out of the mud house one after another. They processed food around the house. Some large stones had very flat surfaces, like chopping boards. Women carrying children on their backs used stones to cut the skin and flesh of wild animals. These people did not know how to make fire and cook. They ate raw meat directly, eating raw meat and drinking blood. They were all out-and-out savages. The man bent down and stared at Garland. His hair was pure white, almost transparent. It looked like flowing water under the moonlight. The long white hair hung down, dragging from his shoulders to the ground. The man was wearing a white long coat with a front opening, and the collar was close to his neck. He was dressed solemnly, with tight sleeves and the hem of his skirt close to the ground, revealing only his skinny and pale hands. Those hands were too withered, and the bright purple nails were extremely sharp. The fingertips gently lifted the boy's chin, leaving a bloody scratch. The other party's collar and cuffs were full of complicated gold embroidery. Such exquisite workmanship was even better than any luxury item Garland had ever seen in his life. And looking at the other party's face made him feel surprised. Fear was mixed with wonder and praise. He wore an expressionless golden mask. The face was divided into two parts in a T shape, and under the hollow eye sockets were a pair of eyes full of compassion. The mask covered his entire face, including the flesh under his cheeks, and was like a helmet covering his face. Even his hair was wrapped in a cage-shaped metal cover. A circle of golden decorations in the shape of braids was coiled on his head. It made him look so noble. "Who are you? Are you a human? Or a ghost?" Garland knew that Gari was so ugly that he would not have such a gorgeous soul. "Are you a god? This is an ancient temple. Maybe the gods of the ancestors live here." Garland was a little confused. He looked carefully and rubbed his eyes. But when he opened his eyes again, the figure was gone. He lamented that he was too nervous and wondered if he had seen hallucinations. But a soft call sounded in his ears again, Garland, so familiar, so kind, just like the voice calling him in his dreams day and night. He turned his head suddenly, and the figure was already standing behind Garland, patting the boy's shoulder, with his cheek against the boy's hair. Through the gap in the mask, you can see his eyes. What a beautiful pair of eyes. Narrow and sharp. He has no whites, and his entire eyeballs are blood red. There is a pool of blood rolling in his eyes, as if there is a universe inside, which makes people unable to help but stare. Garland screamed in fear and ran away. His legs were weak and he fell down. While crawling, he asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" The strange man didn't say anything. He exaggeratedly made a helpless gesture, expressing with body language, "Don't you know?" Garland cried and shook his head, "I don't know you. Why do you know me?" At the same time, he stared at him carefully, fearing that he would do something unexpected. "Oh, that's right." The man acted as if he had suddenly realized something. His gestures were as funny as if he was singing an opera. "This is the first time you've seen me," he said, and walked lightly to pass by Garland sideways. His voice did not come from his throat at all. Through the mask, he could not see his lips moving. But the voice was clearly reflected in his mind. Garland felt that his consciousness was a little dazed. He had been hit on the head many times, and it still hurt a lot. Any movement of raising his head or turning around would pull the muscles and awaken the pain. He rubbed the most painful place. The moment he closed his eyes, the figure in front of him disappeared. How could it be possible that the movement was so fast? Garland looked carefully again, and everything was gone. Was it really an illusion? In an instant, suddenly that familiar feeling came to his heart, that is, every quiet night, every time he had trouble falling asleep, the feeling of being stared at from behind by a pair of eyes. That feeling has been with him since he had memories of childhood, and he never knew how to open his mouth to confide in others. At this moment, this feeling surged out of his heart like a surging sea wave. Behind him. Garland turned his head. Suddenly behind him was Gary's body, and that terrifying face was right behind him. This turn scared him half to death, and he struggled to dodge again. "Are you very scared?" Gary's body opened his mouth and spoke word by word. The sound he made was as quiet as that of the man. The lifeless body actually obeyed his command to act. Garland looked at the scenes in front of him in horror. Even the illusions in front of a dying person would not be so terrifying. "Is all this true? You finally remembered?" The man suddenly left Gary's body and walked out from behind the dead man, jumping happily. Could it be that he could still hear what Garland was thinking? But that thought was only a moment, and there was no time to turn it into words. "Garland," he called the boy's name again, and walked to the boy's side, sometimes passing by and disappearing. Sometimes he suddenly jumped in the thorns. This call was familiar. Garland tried to chase him, but he shuttled freely in the thorns, as if he had no weight. The boy couldn't keep up. "It's you!" Garland shouted in surprise, "But who are you?" "Saryate," his words echoed in the thorns and in the boy's mind. "Are you a god? Are you a white wolf?" The other person's solemn white body easily reminded the boy of the white wolf jumping in the day and night. No, the other person's figure was also looming. "I am the nightmare of the eternal night, the quagmire of the abyss." Then he bowed gorgeously, as if to say goodbye. Garland couldn't figure out what the scene in front of him was, and he didn't know how to stop the headache and tinnitus caused by the trauma. In the legends of the barbarians, a sacred and terrifying monster is called a ghost. But the stories passed down orally are very confusing, and there is no accurate statement. Garland only knows the story of ghosts and does not know more details. Whether it is the illusion in front of him or the long-standing confusion, if it is the ghost in front of him that is causing trouble, then killing him will put an end to it. The boy swung his knife at the moving white shadow without hesitation. The knife missed, and the white shadow dodged and hid to the side. He swung the knife again, but it still missed. The white shadow mocked calmly, and the laughter echoed in all directions. Garland rushed over and stabbed the white shadow's abdomen again, and the blade encountered unprecedented resistance. Looking closely again, he was actually stabbing Garland's corpse. He drew his knife and turned around, and slashed at the white shadow in the thorn bush again. After a long time, the boy was tired and in pain all over. He used his remaining thoughts to think that there might be no ghosts at all, and everything was his own fantasy. "I just experienced a fierce battle, and now I am staying in a place where there is no one. I must be going crazy," he said to himself. Looking down, the ground was full of branches that he had chopped off at random, and the corpse that was thrown on the ground also showed signs of being chopped. "I can't go on like this. I have to leave here. Only when I see a living person can I be free from my madness." No longer caring about throwing the corpse, he hurriedly fled to the grey horse, pulled the reins, and ran out without looking back. He found the way he came and ran wildly in the direction of home. He ran wildly for a long time and was very familiar with the road. One more step ahead would be the exit. Garland was overjoyed and took a step towards the moonlight. When he arrived at the open space, he was dumbfounded again. Isn't this the open space left by the fight just now? There were still messy vines on the ground. The boy thought again and suddenly remembered something. No, my grey horse, wasn't it hacked to death by Gary's random knife? Looking at the horse again, he found that the grey horse that was standing calmly had an intact side on the ground just now, while the other side was chopped by the knife, with bloody cuts all over it. The wound was deep to the bone, and the internal organs could be seen. The muscles had long been broken. This was an illusion, definitely an illusion. Garland was so scared that he rolled off the grey horse. The horse's blood was all over his clothes. The horse neighed and rubbed its hooves, just like when it was alive. It even turned its head and looked at its master with dull eyes. For a moment, fear and sadness surged up. Garland felt that this time was really over. Even if he had great abilities, what could he use to fight death? He knelt on the ground and said to himself, "Am I crazy? Or am I dead? Did I die from a fatal wound during the fight just now? Is this thorny bush that I can't escape from my hell?" At some point, the figure stopped in front of Garland again. He looked gentle and stared silently. "You are the pair of eyes that have been watching me from behind." Sure enough, the fear was not an illusion, but real. "You are not a human." The boy looked up and asked. "Your name is Saryate, right? What are you exactly?" Saryate smiled gently, and it could be seen from his slightly narrowed eyes that he was smiling. Although his face was covered by a flawless mask, one could still feel the light smile. The mask seemed to be laughing. "Demon," he whispered. The voice did not come from his throat, but was the echo of Saryata's heart. The word demon does not exist in the language of the people of the wasteland. It is very strange and full of exoticism. Shilin did not understand the meaning of demon. He could only guess by feeling that it must be something that humans were forbidden to touch. For many years, this shadow who called himself a demon had been watching him silently, and occasionally called him softly in the dead of night. But why? Why me? Garland did not understand, and Saryata did not explain. He tapped Garland's lips with his index finger, making a gesture of silence. "Do I have to guess it myself?" This thought flashed through his mind, and the other party whispered in the boy's ear, "You are a smart child. You have been following me since childhood, it must be related to my elders. Is it my mother? Or my father? You are not a god in the wilderness. Are you from the north?" Shilin surrounded Saryata. His attire was completely different from that of the barbarian tribe. "Are you a northern god?" "From my father?" The demon did not answer much, but the boy's emotions suddenly poured out. "Do you really know my father? But what does he want to tell me? Speak up." Faced with the demon's silence, Garland collapsed and shouted loudly. "Surely he has something to tell me? Speak quickly, I know that every one of them is lying to me." The boy wanted to get angry at the other party, but he couldn't catch Saryata at all. The demon was like a shadow, sometimes disappearing in front of him, and then emerging from behind. "I only know that my father is not from the wilderness tribe, he is from the north. This is all I know about myself." Garland was tired, and he sat on the ground and sighed. He was almost defeated by the pain in his body. Finally, he mustered up the courage to ask Saryata, "Am I going to die? Are you taking me to see my father? You are still alive." Saryata grabbed Garland's hand with his cold hand, scratched his skin with his nails, and blood came out of the wound. Garland felt a sharp pain and quickly retracted his arm and pressed the wound. "There is still blood flowing in your body, you are alive and well. I want to leave here. Can you let me go?" "Leave? But what about that?" Saryata pointed to Gary's body. Garland felt guilty and sighed. "I can't leave yet. If Gary's body is taken away by wild beasts and then discovered by the tribe, my killing of him will be exposed. They will never let me go. I must hide him properly for a while, so that I can escape with my sisters at home. It is understandable for a person to cover up the truth and bear the sin in order to continue to live, right?" Saryata said silently. "I will drag his body into the temple now, hide it and go home later." Garland was very uneasy. He always thought he was an honest man. Now he was confused. Should he die honestly or live in a humble and cowardly way? The devil remained silent. Garland warned, "I have important things to do. Please don't scare me anymore." Strangely enough, Garland felt that he was a man who had died once and had seen the devil again, so he was no longer afraid of his tricks. The boy got up, led the dead grey horse, and dragged Gary's body back to the temple. This time Saryata accompanied Garland, like a friend and a servant. Sometimes he was clearly walking on one side of the horse, but when he was not paying attention, he appeared on the other side of the horse. In a trance, he called Saryata's name and he appeared behind the boy again. Not long after, they arrived at the ruins of the temple. The temple under the moonlight was solemn and peaceful. The gods carved in stone were immersed in the moonlight, with different postures, as if they were all dancing. "I've wanted to go in and find out what's going on for a long time. Let's go in and take a look today." Garland started to move the stone door. But the stone door seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds and could not be moved at all. "Is that all your strength?" Saryata laughed at the side. "How about, let him move it?" The demon beckoned, and the stiff corpse on the ground stood up again. Gary, with a dark complexion, walked straight over and moved the stone door with both hands. The stone door slowly opened. A cold breath rushed over. "Please come in." Sayetan bowed. Garland stepped forward with fear and entered the dark temple entrance. The demon followed closely behind him, and Gary's body also followed in with heavy steps. The entrance was connected to a long and narrow corridor, all made of marble. The temple was extremely dark, but Sayetan's pure white figure emitted a faint light, dimly illuminating the way ahead. This temple was not unknown. Many older people in the tribe knew about it. But since when, they didn't like it very much. When they were young, the brothers of the Han family once made a bet with Garland that they would come here to take risks. When the general found out, they were severely scolded. Later, the matter was left unresolved. Of course, it was precisely because the tribesmen did not like this place that they gave the desolate grassland nearby to Garland. I heard from the elders that there were other tribes living in the wilderness. They were called ancestors a long, long time ago. As for how long, Garland could not tell. The corridor was long and narrow, quiet, and unusually cold. After walking for a long time, suddenly the view in front of them was clear, and a group of people came to the bottom of a hall. The location of the hall had already sunk into the ground. Looking up, it was an arched roof made of stones. There was a hexagonal skylight at the top, and a ray of moonlight poured down. And below the skylight, in the center of the hall, was a trapezoidal altar, as high as 3 tents stacked together. Looking at this altar, it was an architectural style that had never been seen before, neither the wilderness tribe nor the northern castle. And judging from its rough workmanship, it should be very old. It is indeed the masterpiece of the so-called ancestors. While Garland was amazed at the wonders in front of him, he couldn't help but be terrified. This tall altar was clearly inlaid with countless heads. 71. Oh my God! What is this place? Garland was shocked and driven by strong curiosity to get closer to the altar. Every head is real. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 of them, comparable to a tribe. This altar is built with wooden frames and granite. The workmanship is very rough, but it can be seen that the ancestors spent a lot of effort. There are many heads on each wooden frame, stacked up, and the height is more than 3 feet. It is spectacular to stand below. There is also a moat-like pit around the altar, 1 foot wide, and the depth is unknown. The pit is full of broken bones, and many ribs and leg bones are obviously seen. I'm afraid they were once the same as the heads above. These human bones should be extremely old. Only black and broken bones are left, without any flesh and blood left. Some of the skulls on the altar had naturally weathered and broken into debris. Looking down at the bones in the pit, Garland stepped on them and a cloud of dust rose up, and he almost fell in. Was this done by the ancestors who once lived here? Why would they do such a thing? Sacrifice. Sayetan followed lightly and circled around the altar. The boy's face was full of shock and confusion. You don't know? The demon's voice was very soft, and he had a mask on his face, so you couldn't see the changes in his lips. Sometimes I felt that the voice was on one side, but when I went to look for it, I found that it was far away on the other side. Sometimes the voice floated into my mind, sometimes far away, sometimes near. If I say I don't know, I would be suspected of lying. How could the boy not know? Sacrifice is a major event in the tribe. Large-scale sacrifices are held during fixed festivals every year. Small-scale sacrifices are held during fishing and hunting, birth of babies, and marriages. Even moving, blind dating, and construction will involve sacrifices. But we don't sacrifice people. During the sacrifice, the tribesmen slaughtered cattle and sheep, dug a shallow pit in the ground, and put the blood of the livestock into it. And that kind of small-scale sacrifice is often just a formality, and the plates of cooked meat are eaten by everyone in the end. Ha 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 ha, the devil suddenly laughed, and the whole temple was filled with shrill sounds. This laughter was really unpleasant. What are you laughing at? Do you really know nothing? Or have you forgotten? Know what? How could I know? The boy was annoyed by the devil. Don't float around, answer my question properly. Why did the ancestors do this, and what were they sacrificing for? The devil stopped laughing, but refused to answer the question. Maybe you don't know at all. Killing so many people and arranging them like this, so disgusting. The boy complained. The boy looked around the altar and said to himself, if the elders of the tribe really knew about the situation here, it's no wonder that they didn't let us come to play. But why didn't they tell us? Wouldn't it be possible to avoid many misunderstandings if we just told them directly? He walked deeper into the temple and looked at the walls around him. There were some murals that had not yet completely peeled off. He walked a few steps closer and saw that the paintings were very crude, like a child's graffiti. Looking closely, it seemed to be a painting of a skinned person with a piece of skin next to it. Garland shuddered. Looking at other places from a distance, there were similar graffiti. In the corner of the hall, there were also some clay jars. I guess there were no pleasant things in the jars, so it's better not to look at them. This place is very old, maybe 1,000 years old. The boy sighed. Sa Yetan laughed again. He touched the boy's head and said, is the largest number you have counted in your life 1,000? Of course not. You said this place is older than 1,000 years. Garland couldn't believe it. But he was also a little angry. More than 1,000 years, then 2,000 years. Or 3,000 years? He repeated all the numbers he could say, 9,999 years. The demon suddenly disappeared from his sight and flashed out from behind Garland. Even without looking at his expression, he knew that he was laughing at him. The boy confessed, our tribe settled here. According to the elders, it has been no more than 10 years. For us, things 100 years ago are stories, and things 1,000 years ago are legends. I can't count longer than 9,000 years. 10,000. The demon taught him a new word. 10,000 is greater than 9,000. Garland was surprised. I didn't expect this place to be so long ago. Who said 10,000? I said 100,000. Satan turned around, and his laughter resounded through the hall. The vicissitudes of the world are much more complicated than your simple mind can imagine. But where did they go? Garland asked. They killed so many people, and who did they sacrifice to? The demon did not respond. Do you want me to guess? The boy was tired and too lazy to guess. Hide Gary's body under the human bone city, so that no one will ever find him. Garland requested. As soon as he said this, Gary, who was standing behind him, came over and jumped into the human bone city and walked into the depths. His huge weight crushed the layers of bones and finally sank into the pool without a trace. Garland sighed again. His heart was extremely complicated. He looked around the hall and prepared to leave. At this time, another strange scene caught his attention. That person is very strange. Garland pointed to a remains on the ground. It was a highly weathered skeleton. The skin and flesh had dried and tightly wrapped around the skeleton. There were no fragments of clothes left, and the style could be seen, and the belt accessories and other miscellaneous items that the person wore when he was alive were still there. These remains are much more recent. Judging from his clothes, he is clearly a wastelander of the same race as me. The boy said. The remains were lying on the ground on their backs, with their limbs placed naturally. The left hand was on the chest, and the head was slightly tilted. Garland approached and squatted to inspect it. The style of this dress is the same as the one Rao Rao made for me. He saw 2 rings on the man's left hand. One was a blood-red agate, the size of a pigeon egg, set in a golden ring holder. The other was a ring face of pure gold, and if you look closely, you can see a pattern engraved on it, a pomegranate. The gems and gold have not lost their luster with the passage of time, but are made more dazzling by the decaying bones. The faint light from Saryeta's body sprinkled on the ring, and you could see dots of gold and red light shining, complementing each other. "So beautiful!" Garland exclaimed, and couldn't help reaching out to touch it. He had never seen such exquisite jewelry since he was a child. It goes without saying that his family was poor, but even in Saji's family, he had never seen such a large, crystal-clear jewelry. "Like it?" Saryeta squatted down and said with a smile, "Then put it on yourself." "How can I do that? It's his stuff. He's dead. Why would a skeleton wear rings?" Garland liked the 2 rings so much that he said to himself, "Lend them to me for a while. I'll return them to you later." After that, he gently took off the 2 rings and imitated the skeleton, wearing the agate on the middle finger of his left hand and the pure gold on the ring finger. His fingers were too slender and easily passed through the rings. "These 2 treasures are so exquisite that I never get tired of looking at them." Garland simply lay down next to the skeleton and stretched out his hand to look at the ceiling. The moonlight flowed down through the gap in the zenith and sprinkled on the gems. The sparkling light was like stars. According to the rules of the tribe, all treasures found must be handed over to the leader. Garland said to himself, "If I give such a priceless treasure to my uncle, he will also reward me with a nice thing. But if," Garland continued, "this person is clearly wearing the clothes of our tribe, and he is also a member of our tribe. If I find his family, I should return these to his family. He must be from a wealthy family. What kind of person would die in such a place? Didn't his family come to look for him?" Garland turned his head and stared at a skeleton. The skeleton looked like it was also smiling and staring at him. There was no sense of terror in it, but a sense of tranquility and calmness. "You either walked in by yourself like me, or you were abandoned here like Gary." Garland said to the skeleton, "The tribe will not treat blood relatives like this. If I say you must have been abandoned by your enemies." At this point, Garland suddenly choked up. Many details of the past flashed through his mind quickly, and countless clues gathered in one place in an instant. He suddenly understood what was going on, but for a moment he didn't know what language to use to express it. He stared at the remains with wide eyes, carefully examining every detail. As he looked, hot tears burst out of his eyes and rolled onto the dusty ground. "How could this be? Is it really like this?" he asked tremblingly, but the demon had long disappeared. The hall fell into extreme darkness, as if it were a living nightmare. 72. "Satan, Satan," Garland got up, groped around, and kept calling the demon's name. He tried to find Satan again, but he couldn't find him. After the demon left, the temple fell into darkness, and it was pitch dark around, and even the skeleton could not be seen clearly. The boy groped around randomly and accidentally touched the body of the skeleton again, and the bones made a rattling sound. He wanted to ask again to clarify, was he really right? If it's true, then... Garland held the ring tightly, and the tears could not be wiped away, and kept flowing down his face. But he couldn't cry out, he just kept sobbing, and sadness surged from his heart. The resentment accumulated since childhood, the pain that had nowhere to vent, and the self-pity in his heart. His mother passed away when he was a child, and no one ever told him about it. Who was his father? From the few words of the elders, we only knew that he was a warrior, and a very powerful one. So what happened later? Where did such a powerful warrior go? There was no answer. Is it you? Garland leaned over the skeleton, his tears soaking the skeleton's tattered clothes. Is this why you didn't grow up with me, didn't protect me, and didn't help me? Because you were murdered years ago. Until the tears dried up and the burning pain of the wound turned into soreness, everything he had experienced seemed to have become history. Garland lay beside the skeleton again, without saying a word. He came here by accident, seeing the vision of the devil again. The young man felt that these were the guidance of fate. But the old friend in front of him had no ghost, just a shriveled skeleton, and he could not feel the passage of time in the darkness. He wanted to stay with her for a while longer and regain some of the shortcomings of the past. I never knew what kind of person you were. Will you be a strict father or a kind father? Will you take me hunting with you? Are you powerful? Are you as majestic as a tiger that scares a general? At the same time, he was also sorting out his thoughts who would be the murderer of his father. A person's name quickly appeared in his mind. It was the father of the three brothers, Hu Jing. How ironic. He has always harbored a deep hatred for me. His brother also has some entanglement with his mother. He is the most suspicious. Garland asked himself, if it's really him, should I take revenge? According to the tradition of the tribe, revenge for blood relatives is absolute justice. Even if it involves swords and mountains of fire, it must be fulfilled, let alone the biological father. No matter who the enemy is, the leader of the tribe, or any kind of dignitary or warrior, must do their best to take revenge. This is what the stories passed down from our ancestors say. Those who are lucky enough to succeed in revenge will be the righteous party, blessed by the gods. There are no written laws in the tribe. Many things need to be solved according to tradition. And tradition is composed of countless ancient stories. It tells how generations of heroes fulfill their missions. But there are so many people in the Husker family, and how can you defeat just one person? Garland couldn't help but think, what if it fails? Once it fails, there is no justice. He died in a fight he provoked, his reputation was spurned, his body was discarded, his bloodline was cut off, and he was no longer known in the world. The young man hesitated. If it's Gary, he will take revenge without hesitation, no matter who the opponent is. His character is really typical. This is the reason why I don't like Gary. He has recognized a truth and doesn't even care about death. Isn't this stupid? The young man said to himself, but this is probably the reason why other tribesmen don't like me. I will never do anything without results rashly, even if it is. He looked in the direction of the skeleton again, and there was already a person in the darkness. Nothing could be seen. The young man continued, even if it is revenge for you. Sorry, I can't do it yet. Will you call me a coward? The skeleton smiled peacefully and did not answer. After resting for an unknown period of time, Garland felt very hungry before crawling out of the temple. It was already noon outside, and under the radiance of the sun, he could not even open his eyes. It was as if he had just crawled out of a grave, smelling of old ashes. There were traces of the fight outside the temple, and the body of the grey horse lay dead in a pool of blood for a long time. The history of many years ago. The gemstone ring on his hand reflects the brilliance of the sun. Looking carefully at the pure gold badge, and there are traces of wear and tear. Garland can only walk away from the thorns. This is the only way to survive. Unexpectedly, he ran so far last night. He didn't bring any food with him until he got out of the thorn bush. He drank water when he passed a familiar pool and returned to the white tent early the next morning. Rao Rao had been waiting anxiously and almost fainted from shock when she saw his appearance. His face was covered with dried blood, the blood on his hair was caked with bruises, and his clothes were all scratched. There was blood and dust on it. What happened? She screamed. Garland had no more energy to explain. Rao Rao helped him to the tent and brought him food and drink, and he ate without saying a word. After a long time, he asked, "Where's Gerwink?" "I sent him to find you. We'll come back in the evening." Rao Rao said, "You disappeared for 5 whole days." 5 days? It took so long, Garland couldn't believe it. He didn't feel anything. "Let's move away. Leave immediately. Stay away from this place." Suddenly said this, Rao Rao was at a loss. What happened? It's a serious matter. Let's talk slowly later. Garland lowered his head and said, "You pack your things now." Rao Rao nodded helplessly and got up to take care of things. They didn't have many things at home, just the blankets on the floor and the quilts covering themselves. The small tent was covered with animal skins and felts, and underneath was a wooden frame. It was a laborious task to dismantle everything. Even if she was busy, she would have a whole day at least. "I didn't have time to pack too much, so I only brought small and soft items." Garland spoke from the side, "Let's take away the blankets and felts, and leave the wooden frame, stones, etc. underneath. Are you in such a hurry?" Rao Rao rolled all the blankets together and tied them up. When she was dismantling the tent, Jiao Jiao was playing on the side. "These things need to be carried by horses. Where is our grey horse?" Rao Rao asked casually. "Yes, the grey horse disappeared a few days ago." Jiao Jiao nodded and said, "But there is a new horse grazing there." Jiao Jiao pointed in the direction of the horse that was left by Gary. Garland asked sternly, "Why didn't you drive that horse away?" Jiao Jiao was frightened by his attitude. Both girls were very confused about the situation this early in the morning. Jiao Jiao pouted and patted the horse's butt. As soon as she raised her hand, she saw a group of people running menacingly in the distance. "Come here." There are about 10 men, all of whom are armed with swords and guns. The leader is a servant of General Hu Jing, who is in his 30s and has a pointed mouth and a beard. The man pointed at the horse and screamed, "That's the young master's horse, that's right." They took the horse away without saying anything. Jiao Jiao was so frightened that she ran away. As soon as she hid under the frame of the tent, the group of people followed her again. The leader pointed at Garland and shouted, "Catch him. Don't let the brat get away." Seeing that these people were about to tie up Garland, Rao Rao stood up to stop him, but was kicked away by the leader and fell to the ground. "I didn't expect that Hu Jing's family members would arrive so quickly, and they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Looking at the number of these people, I'm afraid they can't be defeated at all." Garland thought, "Since they are all here to catch me, they probably won't kill me immediately. I must keep calm. The best thing to do is follow them smoothly and let the 2 girls escape as soon as possible." So he sat still and asked very calmly, "Who are you?" "Who? Don't you know me, the general's butler?" the leader said proudly. Garland nodded, pretending to be the head of the family, and asked, "Why did you come to my house?" "What? Don't you know what you did? Now, I will take you back to see our general." The leader waved his hand, "Come on, boys, tie him up." 73. The group of people rushed up and surrounded Garland, all holding knives and guns, pointing at his face. "Things like dogs, don't run wild in my house, get out," Garland scolded. "HMPH, little wolf cub, don't be pretentious. I watched you lead my eldest son into the thorn bush. Now that my young master's whereabouts are unknown, I will take you back to pay for your life." The housekeeper came to Garland and said, "Surrender obediently and let us tie you up. I am the son of the eldest princess and a noble of the tribe. You are not qualified to tie me up." Garland stood up, put down the food in his hand and said, "If you have anything to say, go to the leader with me and tell him." "Oh, are you still stubborn?" The housekeeper hummed, "Go and see the leader, okay. Today, you have the life to go, but you have no life to come back. Leave me alone." A group of people surrounded Garland in front and back, fearing that he would run away. The young man stood up calmly and walked in front of them. "You don't have to rush, I will set off immediately to return to the tribe's camp. How long will it take you to go like this? The steward pointed to an attendant and said, Give him the horse. Hey, are you leaving now? Jiao Jiao became anxious and hurriedly packed some food and water and gave them to Garland. I'll give you something to eat on the way. I wanted to tell the two girls to run away quickly, but I was afraid that those people would seize the opportunity with my words. The young man packed up his simple luggage and told Jiao Jiao, I may have to leave for a while. Just wait for Gu Wink to come back. That guy Gu Wink is suspicious and scheming by nature. I hope he feels in danger and takes the girls to escape this morning. The group of people flew all the way and rushed back to the camp at noon. In the big tent, the leader, general and the servants of their family and the heads of other wealthy families were also there, a crowded crowd, as if it was an important occasion. When they saw him coming back, everyone looked a little nervous. Garland dismounted calmly and arrived calmly. In front of the tent, I saw the chief's face was gloomy and his expression was serious. Everyone except the injured Barrier was extremely angry, and his wife's face was red with blue veins. I couldn't stop crying. Garland, you are back. The leader said. Yeah. Do you know what you did? Has Barrier's injury improved? Garland asked carefully. Yeah. I'm very sorry about what happened to him. It was an accident, but it was also my fault. Saying such words in public, Garland felt a little more comfortable. This is not why I called you here. The leader frowned and asked, Where's Gali? Gali. Garland pretended to be surprised and asked, Where do you start talking about this? I heard that he went to find you and didn't come back after several days. Where is he now? You asked knowingly. The general roared, Did you kill Gali? He didn't come back for 5 days. Garland was shocked. He looked back at everyone present and asked, Is he dead? These words made the general choke back again. The lady pulled him and told him not to talk nonsense. Missing. The leader said, There has been no news from him in the past 5 days, and no one knows his whereabouts. And the last person he saw was you. You have always been at odds with him, and recently you had such a big dispute with their family. All signs point to you. How do you say? The young man asked loudly. He didn't come back for 3 days, so he was killed by me. So what if he comes back in a few days? After saying this, everyone started talking. The general pointed at the steward and asked, Where are the witnesses? Let him say those words again. The steward brought out a guy with a sinister look. The guy quickly saluted the leader and the general and said, Tell the leader and the general. 5 nights ago, Master Gali was very angry because of the young master's injury. He rushed out alone to settle the score with this kid. Our whole family saw this. He looked up at everyone. There were some members of Hu Jing's family present. Everyone nodded and acknowledged each other. This leader also knows, you continue. The general gestured impatiently. Master Gali has a hot temper, and none of us can stop him. The general was worried about his safety and asked me to follow him out. Next, the man described vividly, I followed Master Gary all the way and saw him angrily running to the door of Garland's house. At that time, the little wolf cub was still sleeping on the grass. Next, the two of them fought together. Garland was no match for our young master, so he started to run away. As he ran, he kept irritating my young master, and the two of them ran into the thorn bushes. I was afraid that something might happen to the young master, so I followed him in quietly. In the thorn bush, I saw Garland using trickery to brutally kill Master Gali. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. I witnessed the whole process with my own eyes, and then I ran back to the general. Report this situation. I am a witness to this matter. We just went to catch this wolf cub and found that the eldest young master's horse was still outside their house. This is physical evidence. And look at the injuries on Garland's body." The man came closer, pointed at Garland, and said to everyone, "These are all traces left by the struggle, and this is also physical evidence. With this evidence, Garland, it's hard for you to deny it." Various sighing sounds came from the crowd. The man's description was true, and everyone felt that it fit the two characters. The leader asked angrily, "Garland, the evidence is gathered. Do you plead guilty? That is, why is the eldest young master's horse in front of your house? What happened to your injuries?" The man grabbed Garland's collar and said, "Do you dare to say that you have never seen the young master?" Snort. The young man sneered contemptuously, "It's true that Garley came to see me, and it's true that the injuries on my body were caused by him. I have never been his opponent, which is obvious." As soon as this statement came out, the crowd immediately burst into discussions. Garland closed his eyes and told another version of the story. "Garley came to kill me at night. I couldn't beat him, so he fled into the thorns on horseback. In the bush, I hid there for 3 whole days before I dared to come out. I haven't seen him since I came out, and I don't know where he is now." This version of the story can't help but make people suspicious. Garland made it up casually without thinking too much about it. But the young man came in front of everyone and asked, "Garley is the #1 warrior of our tribe. He is strong and powerful. Invincible. How can you insist that he was killed by me? How can I kill him?" After saying this, everyone present was also a little confused. The servant shouted again, "You were the one who killed him. I saw it with my own eyes." "Did you see it? You said you saw it, and I killed someone. What are you? Why do you say that?" Garland looked at the big leader and asked him, "You can frame me just by the words of a dog slave. I am the son of the eldest princess, your nephew, a noble nobleman, but my words have less weight than a slave." The leader was a little embarrassed. He was well aware of the grudge between Hou Ji and the Garland family. Hou Ji's son used his size to bully Garland, but the general always acquiesced. Everyone could see this. Is it possible for Garland to kill Gary? The leader was confused. Garland denied it flatly and taunted loudly, "In the tribe, the family of a dignified general wants to use despicable means to frame people. There are some traditional views in the tribe about force and hatred. For example, duels and competitions are acceptable honors. The victor is blessed by the gods, and the loser deserves misfortune. But underhanded tricks are not welcome. Especially the face-saving general, who always shows off his power and disdains these methods, and does not like to hear others look down on him. If you don't like me, Garland, you can challenge me. Kill me openly. I will never frown." The young man slapped his chest and acted cruelly. As for the general's family, Garley's whereabouts are unknown. The second eldest son, Quara, is a loser. The youngest son, Barriere, is too young. Do you want to scare yourself and come out to challenge him? HMPH, who knows as much as you kids? Hou Xing cursed. Duels are usually between people of the same generation. If it is a blood feud, a younger generation may challenge an elder to a duel. How can anyone disrespect a child by beating an elder? Isn't that a shame? Hou Xing he clenched his fists and said nothing. "You kid, don't talk nonsense. Our Houshou family will still use tricks to frame you. Even if you kill someone, don't deny it. Anyone who kills must pay for his life according to the law." What a big joke. During the confrontation, Garland vaguely noticed the rift between the leader and the general. He fanned aside at the right time and asked the leader in a low voice, "They insisted today that they want me to pay for my life, and I will pay for it. So, are they relying on it? There are so many people, whoever you want to pay with his life tomorrow will have to pay with his life." The leader looked aside. "What do you mean?" "Chief, if I pay with my life and walk back by myself after a few miles, wouldn't my death be in vain?" Snort. The general roared, patting the case, then we should take you into custody. When will Gali come back, and when will he let you out? Human relationships in this world are not necessarily the same as murdering people to pay for their lives. In the final analysis, the stronger party has more people and is more powerful, so it is reasonable to kill. The weaker party is helpless and deserves to be beaten. The big leader hesitated. What both sides said made sense. At the moment, it is impossible to decide whether there are still people alive or dead bodies in Gali. The Hordje family is certainly a strong party. If they have a dispute with ordinary clan members, they should win. But Garland is his relative after all. Although he didn't like the child, he made the decision arbitrarily, and what would he do if the Husker family would ride on his head in the future? The leader has not made a decision for a long time, thinking that his family only has an only son, Saji, and Hujin's family has at least 2 sons. He will not worry about it in the future, no matter what. While he was struggling, the leader noticed the shining ring on Garland's hand. 74. Garland, what are you wearing on your hand? The leader knew that his family was extremely poor. Garland never wore anything valuable, and those 2 rings were extremely eye-catching against the simple clothes. Garland was very generous and stretched out his hand to show the leader. The moment he took action, he noticed the sudden change in General Hofreit's face. His anger suddenly disappeared and turned into fear. This fearful face almost turned blue. The degree of distortion was just like when he saw Sayetana. Garland almost wanted to laugh. Why, are you so timid? At the same time, the other person's face also became quite ugly, which surprised him very much. That person was none other than the leader in front of him, his uncle. The leader's face was pale and he lost all expression. He was stunned when he looked at the ring, and his lips trembled slightly. All the previous speculations about his deceased father were all delusions made by Garland while hiding in the Dark Temple, and they have not been 100% confirmed. He even wanted to forget this matter and bury it in his heart forever. But the expressions of these 2 people were so difficult to hide. Garland is a keen warrior. When the enemy is arrogant, I will disturb him. When the enemy retreats, I will advance. His keen sense of smell has already detected a hint of timidity. At this time, the boy's eyes were shining like a wolf. If I ask the leader for confirmation in public, can I get a definite answer? Thoughts echoed in his mind. No, Garland shook his head in his heart. If they are really involved in this matter, and they are exposed by me in public, they will only become angry and angry. In the end, I will cause death for myself. Not to mention. Garland felt more and more that although the leader was his uncle, but he is not on his own side. I picked this up when I was digging out a bird's nest. The young man pretended to be nonchalant. Birds steal beautiful gems from nowhere and hide them in their nests and hatch them as eggs. I thought this ring was beautiful, so I picked it up. Back. He didn't mention anything about the situation in the temple. He continued with the sweet voice unique to a young man, I know that the things you pick up should also be turned in. This is yours. Garland took off the ring in front of the big leader, put it on the palm of his hand, and presented it to the leader. I just picked this up on my way back. I haven't had time to hand it over yet. I'll give it to you now. The big leader didn't reach out at all. There seemed to be a dark cloud hanging over his face. Garland took a step forward and forced it to the leader, but the leader quickly waved his hand and exclaimed, "Don't give it to me." The young man was stunned. The leader also felt that his words and deeds were a bit rude, so he pretended to be calm and said, "It's you. You can keep it for yourself." Garland retracted his hand and whispered, "Thank you, leader, for the reward." People in the tribe are very superstitious and are especially afraid of dead people's things. The leader's vague attitude made him feel even more guilty. Garland held the ring tightly and thought, why not use their superstition to escape this disaster? He put on the ring, walked up to the tiger, and said with a smile, "General, since this guy says Gali he entered the thorn bush and didn't come out. Let's look for him together." His eyes were firm and strong, but his soft words seemed to be carrying steel needles. "Let's look for him together. Maybe he was injured and was trapped somewhere and didn't come back. It's urgent, don't delay the subtlety. Chief, what do you think? Let's go find Gali and see if he was killed by me or is he hiding somewhere waiting to frame me." When the leader heard this, he scolded him with wide eyes. Said, "Bastard. Will the tiger scare family frame a baby of yours?" The leader looked as majestic as ever, but Garland guessed, the tiger scare family is numerous and powerful, so the leader is not afraid of being so domineering. "Today, we are going to kill Garland, but when the big leader is gone, will we kill Saji?" How could he not be afraid of the leader? So the young man did not give in and stared into the big leader's eyes. The leader flickers slightly, but people from a distance won't see it. "Big Chief, I'm not talking nonsense. Gali's body is in that thorn bush. After fighting with Gali, he hung the body on his horse and dragged it away. If it wasn't buried, it was abandoned in the temple of the ancestors in the thorn bush. It's here. If you don't believe it, let's go to the temple and find the body." The witness continued to argue. "Okay." Garland grabbed the general's arm, and the emblem with the pomegranate tree was facing the general's face. "If you are alive, you want to see people, and if you are dead, you want to see the body. Let's go to the temple to take a look." "Yes. Yes." The house slave followed suit. "General, we will find the body, and he will have nothing to say. One life is worth another." The general trembled, angry. He looked at the slave, pointed at him and shouted, "I asked you to chase my son, but you didn't take care of him and ran back. I asked you to take someone to find him, but if you don't go to him, you will find this wolf cub and come back. What are you doing? Come here, take this guy out and beat him hard." When the man heard this, he was so frightened that he couldn't even beg for mercy. Many family members immediately dragged him out. Then the general stared into Garland's eyes again, speechless for a long time. Suddenly he remembered something, cried loudly and looked up to the sky and sighed, "Ancestor. Big brother. Chief, I don't have time to pester this wolf cub. My son is still missing, I will lead people to find him myself." After he finished speaking, he was about to leave, but his wife was still crying and refused to move. He looked angrily at his crying wife, picked up the angry second son beside him, and scolded, "You go home immediately and don't provoke him again. The white wolf is the owner's pet. You all will leave when I leave home. He stayed away, don't do it yourself." After that, he just pulled them away, and before leaving, he lamented, "If God has mercy, Gali will come back by himself." "Oh!" He patted his son again. "Slap, you kid, don't make any mistakes. If you still want to live, don't ever touch him. If you don't obey, our family will be extinct sooner or later." After saying this, he beat his chest and feet, and reported to the leader with tears, "Chief, I am leaving." Their family's unexpected departure made everyone present very embarrassed. Garland's heart was relieved. "Since they won't pursue the case, we can finally leave alive today." The behavior in the big tent was a dangerous move. It was because there was no way out that we pressed so hard. If the people in the Hu Jing family were not so superstitious, they might have fought to the death later. The leader paced in the tent with a sullen expression. With so many tribesmen gathered, they had to say something. "Garland, do you admit that you accidentally injured Barrier before?" "Yes." The leader nodded, and then said, "Although the general is no longer pursuing the case, you are still suspected of murdering the tribe. Before the knot is solved, I must deal with you, otherwise the people in the tribe will think that I am unfair." Garland nodded silently. "Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, you are not allowed to step into the camp again. After saying that, he thought for a moment, you are not allowed to stay in your pasture anymore. Move away. But Garland was already staying in the tribe. This is the worst pasture in the country, where else can we get it? You go to the tundra and think about it. If the matter is not clarified for a day, you will not come back for a day. The tundra is in a more remote place, under the mountains. There was no grass there, just moss. It's not even tribal territory, and no one will compete for that land. Okay. This arrangement was just what he wanted. Garland left now and didn't want to come back. You should leave immediately, don't stay here. The leader had the same idea and expelled Garland from the tribe. 75. Garland was not surprised by the chief's ruling. Just expel him from the tribe, at least he is still alive. The wilderness is so big, there is always a way to stay. So he nodded, said goodbye and left. Japan didn't spend much time in the camp in the past, and Garland didn't have any particularly close friends. He was expelled with no one to see him off. The tribesman seemed to be avoiding the god of plague. He walked out without saying a word, thinking about how to get started. At this moment, a familiar voice behind him called him, "Brother, brother." The young man felt a little heat in his heart, and sure enough, Saji was still like that like him. "Brother." Saji rushed over and hugged him, holding back tears and said, "You are leaving now, no one will see you off. It's enough for you to see me off. I'll go with others. Not familiar either. It's so unkind of me to send you away." Saji raised his head. "It's okay, I'll just leave." Garland didn't want to complain to him, as that would lose his brother's dignity. Besides, a lot of things happened that cannot be explained in a few words. "Don't come to play with me anymore. Let's meet again. Brother, if you want to leave, just take these dried fish with you." Saji was still holding a large handful of dried fish in his hand. "You are going, the place is so remote, if you get hungry, this is what you will eat. Water is very rare in the wilderness, and you can only catch fish if there is an occasional stream. Dried fish has always been the most precious food in the tribe, and only the leader and Wardjork can eat it." But the leader himself was reluctant to eat it, so he left it all to Saji. Saji actually gave so much to his brother. "Give me so much, won't your mother beat you up?" "No," Saji said, "she will agree." "Okay." Garland took the dried fish and said, "Take care," and separated from his brother. "I don't know when we will see each other again. From now on, when Saji inherits the position of leader, he will be a completely different person from him." Garland left the tribe without looking back. Saji stood at the gate of the camp, wiping tears to say goodbye. "Brother, if one day I become the leader, I will appoint you as the general, we have agreed." The younger brother shouted. "It's still 2 days' journey to walk home. Just walk back slowly." The various places we passed were also the grazing territories of various families. Garland hadn't eaten anything decent in the past 2 days, nor had he had a good rest. In addition to his injuries, he fell ill on the road, and became very ill. "I have been having a fever and am confused." When he was in a trance, the figure of the devil would appear in front of him from time to time, like a god of death waiting to harvest him. Following the devil's light, he finally returned to the white tent. At that time, his face was pale and he said nothing. Jiao Jiao Rao Rao has been hiding under the tent frame, waiting for him to come back. Gerwink squatted outside the tent. They slept in the open air for several days without setting up tents again. As soon as he saw him coming back, the ugly man went up to him happily. "Little master, you are finally back." Garland fainted for a while, and when they woke up, the 2 girls were extremely anxious. "You finally woke up." Jiao Jiao's eyes were red, and she didn't know how long the boss had been crying. "I couldn't tell what time it was, the sky was dark and it was raining lightly. The boy was lying under the temporary shelter, and the base of his home was wet. But once I see this place, I feel like I'm home. The original unhappiness gradually disappeared. He stood up and took a sip of water. We're going to move to the northernmost tundra. Garland's own thoughts were also in a mess, and he only had this idea now. I already know. You said it many times when you fainted. Really? Rao Rao brought him cheese and steamed buns, and Jiao Jiao poured him milk tea. Gerwink came running up to listen to them. Do we still have to move in the end? Rao Rao couldn't accept it, and suddenly moved to such a far place. Only the outline of the rolling mountains in the north can be seen vaguely from here. We are still asked to move even though we already live in such a remote place. As she said this, she felt aggrieved and confused at the same time. Did you have any irreconcilable disputes with your tribe? Yes. Garland didn't want to explain. Is it because I didn't confess to you the affair between the eldest princess and General Hu Jing that led to you being framed by them? What are you thinking about, idiot? This has nothing to do with you. Garland hugged her. The head smiled and answered. He pretended to be indifferent in front of his family, but he had mixed feelings in his heart. Where is the tundra? Jiao Jiao asked curiously. The tundra is full of rocks and very cold. There is only moss, not even grass. Rao Rao said sadly, there is no way to graze there. Only beasts like eagles and snow leopards roam around, and people can't live at all. Why do they want us to move to that kind of place? Jiao Jiao said angrily, don't you think it's enough to bully us? We'll move out as soon as possible. People from the Hu's family will search for Gali's whereabouts again and again. We'll be in trouble if we bump into them. Rao Rao listened, shocked and scared. She is a timid girl, so this look is not surprising. But she asked with serious concerns, did you really kill Gary? Humph. Garland did not answer and just sneered. This look was very abnormal, and Rao Rao was very scared when she saw it. You said that my father was originally a prisoner of war, and my mother insisted on marrying him, so the leader had to agree. Garland finished the tea calmly, holding the bowl in his hand and whispered, but you never said what happened next. What? I didn't mean to hide it, I really don't know. Then let me tell you. Uncle, he didn't compromise for a long time, maybe only a few months. He joined forces with Hu Jing to kill my father. After hearing this, Rao Rao's expression changed drastically and everything on his hand dropped. She asked with a trembling voice, why? Why do you think so? Did someone provoke you? These are all my speculations. Garland said frankly, I have seen the remains of my father. Although the skeleton cannot, but I was talking to the two people in the big tent, and their expressions changed drastically the moment they saw my father's relics. After that, Garland showed them the ring on his hand. Look, for such an expensive piece of jewelry, this ring is made of pure gold. A leader as greedy as my uncle did not dare to ask for it, but hurriedly let me keep it for myself. Garland looked serious, slightly reproachful. He wanted to ask Rao Rao, how could you not know? My mother never knew about this? This. Rao Rao felt wronged. The eldest princess once suspected that they did it, but there is no evidence. My parents are no longer here. I am the master of this family. You should not hide your concerns from me. But how can I provoke you without any evidence? What about the relationship with the leader and the clan members? What Rao Rao said may make sense. What she taught Garland since she was a child was gentleness and kindness. After all, she was that kind of person. And what about Garland himself? He has always considered himself an upright and brave man. What I'm doing now can't be said to be upright or brave. Even basic human ethics is a joke. Garland could no longer tell who he was. Seeing others being persistent only makes him more confused. This is not a provocation, but a reminder to me of possible dangers. The leader and Huo Xing often hate me because of my father's affairs. Huo Xing secretly connived at the three brothers to harm me, but they never succeeded. They almost found me in the big tent. It was an excuse to kill me. Thanks to God's favor, they saw my late father's relics and let me go out of superstitious fear of the revenge of ghosts and gods. When I was a child, I always thought it was something I did wrong. Now that I think about it, I did it. It's all in vain, just leave them as soon as possible. After Garland finished speaking, he also finished the food and urged everyone to set off. Okay. The world is so big, there is no place for you, little master. Gorwenka said with a smile. Only Rao Rao suddenly felt that the younger brother in front of him had changed beyond recognition and was no longer the sincere young man he was familiar with. Garland, tell the truth to your sister, okay? What's wrong? Did you really kill Gary? The boy smiled and shook his head, and answered in his sweet voice, no. After hearing this, Rao Rao excitedly hugged her brother again, and cried with joy, I know you are not that kind of person. So everyone got up and packed up. The two girls packed their luggage, and Gorwenk went to herd sheep. But not long after, the cheerful atmosphere was broken by the sudden scream of the ugly monster. He was seen holding a dead dog, crying and shouting, no. No, his shouting was really unpleasant, and it was scary. Garland was anxious, and there was no enemy around. It seemed that the ugly monster's dog was dead. The boy immediately complained, what's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss? Dog, Gorwenk pointed at the dead old dog, my dog was poisoned to death. 76. All three people came over, and Gorwenk put his old dog on the ground. The dog was foaming at the mouth and one of its legs was still twitching, but it was obviously beyond saving. What did you feed it? Dried fish, little master, the dried fish you brought back. Gorwenk was anxious and spoke like dancing. He gestured, you brought back so many dried fish, I guess you couldn't see it, so I stole one. When you were about to eat it, the old dog saw it, so I gave him half. As a result, he just took a few bites and everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Who gave you this dried fish? Gorwenk cried, this is going to kill you. How is this possible? How could Saji hurt me? Garland recalled the scene when Saji saw him off. His cousin is a straightforward and kind child, and he is definitely not a guy with a lot of worries like himself. If the child has any thoughts, they will definitely be written on his face. When he said goodbye to me, his expression was exactly the same as before. Garland shook his head, totally refusing to believe it. I don't believe it. Take out another dried fish and feed it to a sheep. Sheep usually eat grass. But if you really deal with sheep, you will know that this kind of animal actually likes to eat meat, and they will not refuse as long as they have the opportunity. Gorwenka brought a lamb without saying a word. If you don't believe it, feed it yourself. Garland took out a dried fish and fed it to the lamb. He saw the lamb eat it quietly without any reaction. Jiao Jiao clapped her hands and laughed. The lamb actually ate dried fish. Rao Rao was still a little worried, so she took out another one and fed it to the lamb. The lamb also ate it, but still had no reaction. After eating many fish in a row, the sheep was full and refused to eat any more. Garland blamed Gorwenka, saying that he did not take good care of the old dog, which made everyone worried. Everyone dispersed and went about their own business. At some point, Garland looked back again, and the lamb had already fallen on the grass, motionless, with a pool of blood spitting out of its mouth. Dried fish. There is indeed something wrong. He suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. The enemy in the dark is much more terrifying than the enemy on the battlefield. Garland couldn't help but think again and again. Saji said that his mother agreed to send the dried fish. Could it be his aunt? But he and his aunt have never had any intersection. Or was it the chief secretly instructing? Could it be that the relationship between him and the tribe has reached this point? It's time to set off, and Garland couldn't help but think about countermeasures. Take away the dried fish and the dead dog and sheep, don't leave them here. If someone really poisoned them, don't let the other party notice anything unusual. Okay. The sky was gloomy and drizzled. The group set off before dusk, saying goodbye to their warm little home forever and looking for the next place to stay. Gore Wenk, this lazy guy, actually tied so many things to the sheep for transportation. Sheep can also carry things, it's really funny. The lambs were not as obedient as the horses. The two girls laughed and talked while watching the ugly monster being tossed by the sheep. They left the tribe's territory overnight and walked into the cold tundra. When they reached a place where they could not see the way back, Garland rested at ease. He was in a much better mood at this time, and told the two girls about the confrontation in the big tent. He also took off his father's ring for them to play with. They had never seen jewelry and had no concept of value. Garland himself knew nothing, only that these things were beautiful. You like it so much? Then I'll give it to you, one for each of you. The boy said casually. Rao Rao didn't dare to take it. This is your father's thing, it's very important. He said, it doesn't matter, mine is yours too. You can keep it for me. When I go hunting, this thing is loose and inconvenient to wear. So he gave the red agate to Rao Rao and the pure gold badge to Jiao Jiao. Their fingers were thinner and they couldn't wear it at all, so they found a leather rope to hang it around their necks. The two girls stroked their jewelry and smiled from ear to ear. Seeing them happy, Garland felt a little comforted. He had not given anything to supplement the family's income recently, and he had been feeling guilty. It would be a good thing to comfort them a little. The four of them drove the sheep and continued on their way, walking towards the distant mountains without stopping. Going further, the terrain became higher, the plants became scarcer, and the ground under their feet became hard and covered with sand and gravel. The temperature also dropped significantly. Finally, the group came to the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Going up, there were almost no plants. Only some plants hidden in the cracks of the gravel could be found. The landscape on the tundra was very different from that of the camp. Many plants that had never been seen were hidden here. Some were furry, with leaves clustered together, like a small flower. Some were thin and long, with only flowers but no leaves. Looking back from here, there was only a vast green sea in the distance. Looking up, there were endless towering mountains. The top of the mountain was covered with snow, and was often covered with clouds and mist. Occasionally, you can see eagles circling in the sky. The eagles' nests are all in such high mountains with dangerous terrain, which are out of reach of ordinary animals. This place is cold all year round, and the temperature is the same in midsummer or early spring. And the air is thin, so it always feels difficult to breathe. Garland felt that this place was far enough from the camp and the tribesmen would not find it. Everyone began to look for a suitable place to stay. First, they searched for a water source at the foot of the mountain for a long time. The tribesmen always choose to live near the water source and are safe enough without wild animals or natural disasters. This process is not a matter of one day or one night. Familiar residences have gone through years of screening. The boy really had no experience. After finding a stream, everyone set up the tent. At first, Garland was very happy. Everyone sat in the tent to eat and enjoy the scenery. But the good times didn't last long. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the tent down. Everyone climbed out and nailed the wooden stakes again. I thought it was strong enough after reinforcement, but I didn't expect that the wind would be stronger later, blowing from time to time, and the small tent was always tilted. What should we do? Should we move to a place that is sheltered from the wind? Garland led everyone to a call again. But the place was not flat at all, and it was even more impossible to set up a tent. The boy was at a loss. He didn't have much life experience and didn't know what to do. He, little master, don't be so stubborn. Gore Wenk smiled and comforted, if the tent can't be lived in, then don't live in it. Do we have to sleep outdoors all the time? Garland was very puzzled. Hey, don't worry. I have a method passed down from my ancestors, which is specially suitable for the dangerous terrain here. Let me teach you. Gore Wenk was very proud. Garland didn't say anything, just watch how he struggled. 77. The wind was too strong, and even the fire couldn't be lit. The sky gradually darkened, and everyone was shivering with cold. The two girls hid behind Garland. They barely wrapped themselves in the felt for setting up the tent and watched how Gore Wenk struggled. Gore Wenk was full of confidence, lying on the ground and smelling, and found a good place. He picked up the tools and started digging. Not long after, he dug a pit. Try squatting in, he can curl up in it. Look, just like me, dig a hole to live in. Dig a hole? Garland couldn't help laughing. The hole you dug is like a doghouse, how can people live in it? Oh, at this time, don't be disgusted by the name. Dog holes can save lives. Gore Wenk didn't think it was wrong at all. He also particularly appreciated his architectural talent. Garland couldn't stop laughing, such a house is just like a grave mound. Little master, there are people in the grave mound, just live comfortably. Gore Wenk planned, cover the outside with some branches and grass, don't make it too tight. Garland poked a handful of sand and gravel with a shovel, filled the soil on Gore Wenk's body, and said, I'll help you fill some soil to make it warmer, so don't come out. Oh, don't bury me alive, don't, Gore Wenk laughed while digging the soil outside. The two girls couldn't help laughing. Don't just laugh, tell me if this house dug in the soil is good. It's windy and cold here, so a tent won't work. Well, what you said makes sense, so I'll listen to you. Garland had no choice but to agree. Then keep digging. In fact, he didn't have the strength to dig Gore Wenk anymore. He just repaired his doghouse a little bit and hid in it. Oh, don't worry. Let's hide in a hole like this tonight and continue digging tomorrow morning. Little master, you see the soil here is hard, and it's very hard to dig. Don't worry, digging holes is my ancestral skill. I can dig this big and this high, support it with big stones, and make a door with wooden boards. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. We have a lot of time, dig a little every day, and in a few years we will live like a palace. Dream on. Garland kicked him. This lazy guy is worthy of being a slave. He won't work unless he is beaten. That's right. Gore Wenk was not ashamed, but nodded with a silly smile. The boy was not the kind of person who enjoyed himself by riding on others' heads. He left Gore Wenk alone and found a place with a shovel. When he felt it was almost done, he started digging. The boy worked much more seriously, and he was not cold when he was busy. He dug a large flat hole, which was big enough for 3 people to drill into. At this time, Gore Wenk came to watch the fun again and praised him for learning his true skills. The girls gestured that this would be used as a bed, a fire and a meal here in the future. They laughed and talked happily, completely forgetting the hardship of life on the tundra. It's easy to say, but they didn't dig it all night. In the morning, everyone still sat around in the temporary house to make a fire and eat. The old dog Gore Wenk, who was poisoned, was not buried, but skinned, and planned to make a vest with the dog skin to wear in winter. He really knew how to treat himself well. This guy asked while busying himself, Young master, do you think I have done a great deed this time? Yes. After getting along for so long, Garland would definitely not think of killing or selling Gore Wenk. People are really strange. When facing strangers, they can cruelly kill them and sell them like commodities. But once they get familiar with each other, talk a lot, and spend a lot of time together, they will have feelings. When seeing one party's life being threatened, they will still feel reluctant. This may be what is often said as compassion. When you spared my life, you didn't think I had such a great ability, he. Gore Wenk said again. Well, I'll reward you with a dried fish. Oh, I dare not take this. Everyone knows that your dried fish are poisonous, you should keep them to entertain your tribe. After Gore Wenk finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Garland did not get angry, but his face was gloomy, as if covered with dark clouds. He was silent for a long time, and said, I want to be quiet. Go Wenk, go to your dog hole and sleep. TSK, what's wrong with telling the truth? Can't people say it? Go Wenk muttered and left. Then everyone went to sleep, and there was no conversation for the whole day. Digging a pit sounds simple, but it took several days to build it completely. During the period, it collapsed once, almost burying 3 people in it. After the completion, as expected, it was a delicate big mound at a distance, and there was a shabby small mound next to it. Oh, what's there to be afraid of? It's better to plant some flowers. Go Wenk didn't care at all, insisting that the mud house he built when he was a child was built like this. He also found some colorful flowers everywhere and transplanted them next to his own mound. Garland was already speechless, but he didn't expect that the 2 girls thought this was a good idea, and they also transplanted some flowers to decorate it. In the evening, everyone sat around in the mud house and talked and laughed. Because the mud house was much larger than the original tent, Go Wenk could also join in the fun. He acted funny and made a fool of himself to make the girls happy, just like he did before. He exaggerated what he had seen and heard in the castle. It was obvious that Garland had also experienced this, but when he told it, it became particularly exciting. It seems that what this guy said should not be taken too seriously. Gore Wenk talked about what he saw and heard when he worked in the castle kitchen, and talked about all kinds of delicious and fun things in the castle. Those poisonous dried fish and sheep that were poisoned were thrown into the fire because they could not be eaten. While talking about delicious food, everyone could only swallow their saliva while smelling the fragrant smell of grilled fish. Talking about the follow-up plans, the boy couldn't help but frown again. There is too little grass here, not enough for those sheep. Let's kill some of the fat ones and make them into jerky. He thought for a while and continued, then I'll take Gore Wenk hunting. By the way, we'll survey the terrain. The next day, they explored the area around their home together. Behind the hillside, there was a steep cliff. The peaks were wrinkled like skin, and the area in between was very steep. Hey, what is that? Gore Wenk suddenly found a fat sheep jumping on the cliff. Following the direction of her finger, they found a sheep that could jump. This sheep was much more flexible than humans in climbing mountains, which was incredible. Garland took out his bow, aimed at the jumping sheep, and shot an arrow at the sheep's butt. Unexpectedly, the sheep's wool was so thick that it bounced the arrow away and ran away. Oh, there is such a tough sheep. The boy was so angry that he climbed to a higher place, aimed at the sheep's head, and shot an arrow through the sheep's skull with his skilled archery skills. But he didn't expect the sheep to fall into the coal. The rocks below were sharp and very steep. For this prey, they had to climb down the cliff again. When he was hunting, Gore Wenk couldn't help at all. The guy was afraid of heights and refused to climb down the cliff. Garland himself was also afraid of heights. He mustered up the courage to go down because he wanted to avoid letting his family starve. Halfway up, he accidentally stepped on empty space and saw many rocks rolling down. There was a bottomless abyss below. This bastard, Let him carry the prey when we go back." The boy cursed. Go Wenk found a lot of brightly colored berries in the cracks of the rocks, and he stepped on a lot of them. "Go Wenk, be careful. We don't know these things, how can we eat them casually?" Garland scolded. "Oh, what are you afraid of? Those birds eat them, so it's okay." Go Wenk didn't stop eating on the way back. He ate a lot of them and ended up being poisoned. Suddenly, he saw two double images in front of his eyes, his feet didn't obey him, and he was dizzy like a drunk. He stumbled back home. "Luckily, you're still alive. I don't want to carry you back too." As a result, Garland carried the prey himself for most of the way. Go Wenk was lucky. He recovered after lying down for a day. In the following days, they went to explore the valley together. The scenery there was not so beautiful, and there were many bugs hiding under the huge rocks. The valley looked as if there had been a river, and there was still a little water under the rocks. After completing the general exploration, Rao Rao took the time to mend Garland's clothes inside and out. Putting on this old clothes again, she suddenly realized that Garland was going to go out for an adventure again. 78. Are you still going? Rao Rao helped Garland put on the mended clothes, and suddenly saw his eyes looking into the distance again. Every time at this time, the boy's restless heart began to miss the changing world outside. She couldn't help feeling sad. "Yeah," the boy explained with his head down. "This little food is not enough to feed all four of us. We can't stay here and starve to death. The castle allows homeless people to stay and work, so they can not only have enough food but also earn wages. As long as I'm lucky, I can bring food back before winter." The two girls were particularly reluctant to leave him. Since this spring, Garland has been outside too much and is almost completely invisible. Now he says he wants to leave home and go to the castle, and will not come back until winter. Doesn't that mean he won't be seen for a whole year? I've only been to the castle once, and I'm not familiar with the environment there, so I dare not take you with me rashly. Garland was afraid that they would be sad and hurriedly explained, "I can take you with me when I settle down there." Rao Rao was secretly sad. She began to understand that when Garland grew up, he would no longer follow her around like he did when he was a child. That's a very good place. As long as we find a way to settle down, we can all move there. People there live in stone houses, which are warm in winter and cool in summer, and there is no threat from wild beasts. It's a very good place. Rao Rao listened to every word. She never cared about things she had never seen. "When we all live in the castle, we can see each other every day," the boy said firmly. Before leaving, Rao Rao wanted to give all the delicious food in the house to the boy. And Jiao Jiao liked the sheep jumping skin very much and stayed on it and was reluctant to leave. "But you have to give this to your brother." Rao Rao forcibly pulled her down and said, "This skin is very warm. The stone house in the castle must be very cold. You have to use this as a cushion." Jiao Jiao still refused. Garland just thought it was funny. "Rao Rao, the castle is made of stone, but the bed inside is made of wood, and it is covered with quilts, so it is not cold. Who can understand a world they have never seen?" This time, Garland had an ambitious plan. He planned to go around the north of the thorn bush, through the dense forest, and go to the east gate of the castle. In this way, he would not have to pass through the tribe's territory, nor would he disturb Zachary and the others. But the road ahead was uncertain, and he didn't know if it would work. At parting, there were no more words. The two girls saw them off for a long way before they were willing to go back. Garland and Go Wenk hiked together. The master and servant traveled lightly, waved goodbye to the girls, and walked west along the foot of the snow-capped mountains. They passed by the col where they hunted jumping sheep again, but this time they did not see the sheep. The two camped at night, and Garland sometimes had a sudden idea. Gorwenk, what's wrong, little master? You say, if in a huge and peaceful castle, everyone has a job, everyone lives close to each other, but everyone is doing their own thing, and they are all rich, can eat enough, and have fun. Then, isn't it like heaven? Gorwenk laughed and said, Little master, what nonsense are you talking about? If we could build a castle like that in the world, wouldn't it be like moving heaven to the earth? Garland sighed as he looked at the endless starry sky in front of him. If there is such a castle in the world, I would like to live with Jiao Jiao and Rao Rao, and be a person who can't be more ordinary. Dream on. There is no such good thing in the world. Gorwenk shook his head and despised him. The two of them walked and talked on the road, slowly moving towards the direction of the castle. They had no map and walked entirely by feel. One day while walking, there was suddenly a whistling sound overhead. It turned out that an eagle flew over Gorwenk's head. Help, the eagle is going to take me away. Gorwenk curled up on the ground with his head in his arms, scared to death. The eagle spread its wings, which were much wider than an adult's arms. Observing from a close distance, it was really spectacular. Humph, you stinky guy, the eagle doesn't like you. Garland gloated on the side. Oh, it's true. Gorwenk retorted, my little master, you are so white and fragrant, the eagle will come to eat you soon. No, Garland smiled and shook his head, it's afraid of me, I have killed eagles. What? Really? The boy patted his quiver, look at these black feather arrows of mine, they are made from the tips of eagle wings. I shot the eagle myself and plucked its feathers to make arrows. Only with these arrows can I hit the target every time. Oh my God. How dare you do such a thing? No wonder Gorwenk was afraid. The tribe believed that eagles were messengers of the beast master, and no one dared to hunt them. Of course, eagles fly high and are usually not killed. Garland never believed in these things, and he was lucky and did kill one. He also used the tips of eagle wings to make his own arrow feathers. Such arrows, according to superstition, can bless him to hit the target every time. The legends of the tribe are always full of contradictions. It is clearly said that no one can hunt, but there is such a superstition as hitting the target every time. Doesn't that mean someone has killed one? They make cursed arrows because they have enemies. Gorwenk muttered again. This talkative slave always likes to say things that are unpleasant to hear. Garland glared at him again. If I have the chance, I will kill my enemies. But I am not so bored that I would make these swearing things to deceive myself. At this point, Gorwenk was very curious about something. Young master, is your witch wearing a crow's headgear? Why are you asking this? Then if you catch an eagle and wear an eagle's headgear, you will be more awesome than him. Ha, Garland found it funny from the bottom of his heart. This question is the same as what I thought when I was a child. Gorwenk was looking forward to his answer. I don't know how the witch did it specifically, but the bird head is really a bird head, it is his head, not a headgear. What? How is that possible? How can a person have a bird's head? If you ask me, your witch doctor is just hiding in the tent, doing some tricks to fool you. Gorwenk was very proud and didn't take the priest of the tribe seriously at all. Don't disbelieve it, I saw him open his beak and swallow the fresh meat offered by the tribe. Blood and flesh passed through his throat, and I clearly saw the meat swallowed into his stomach. That head is definitely a real head. It's just a monster. Gorwenk was disgusted. Humph, the witch doctor is indeed not a human. The rest of his body is not particularly human-like, his fingers and so on are all weird. Speaking of this, Garland remembered an unfinished business, so he asked the slave again. Gorwenk, I once asked you what the witch doctor and the gods of the Northerners looked like. Everyone was talking and laughing at the time, and you didn't answer carefully. Now tell me again. Oh, then I'll tell you again. You remember them all. Gore Wenk, this guy, immediately lost his mind after praising him. He kept the secret as if he was the master. How should I put it? Little master, first of all, they are not called witches. So old-fashioned. They are called monks. Of course, monks are small, and the big ones are called bishops. Garland whispered and imitated the words from afar, and his pronunciation was not very standard. Hey, it's a bit interesting. That's what they call it. Do they live in castles too? No, they live in churches. Churches. I understand, just like the tents of our witches. Our leaders live in big tents, and witches live in their own tents. The boy thought for a while, what about their gods? Who is their god? What's his name? This. Gore Wenk thought for a long time, but he didn't know. He was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. Oh, you know, I'm just a slave. They won't let me in. At least he is a free man if he can enter the church. But there's nothing good to see in there, just a group of monks, chanting sutras and ringing bells when the time comes. But I want to go in and take a look. Can their gods and their witches, I mean the bishop, answer my questions? Then let's go. You are the master, I listen to you. Really? Garland was overjoyed, then take me there. Our destination this time is the church. You must know the way, right? Well, good. You don't have to go through the castle, just take a detour, go over the hill, and it's behind the castle. Gore Wenk thought it was not bad, the church is rich, and they own a large piece of land outside. It's a good job to work for them. If we find a job there, we won't have to worry about food and drink. Garland listened happily, his mind full of thoughts. Now that the mystery of his parents had been solved, he felt unusually relaxed and free of all burdens. He thought simply that he would go to the church, find the gods of the Northerners, and ask about the future path, and then he would have no questions. He would find a job in the castle for the rest of his life and live a peaceful life. The vast beauty of the tundra always makes people forget their troubles. In the magnificent nature, people seem so small. The feelings between people have become trivial matters and are not worth mentioning. Walking in the predetermined direction, we gradually saw the dense forest belt. The dense forest outside the castle was denser than expected. It was no longer a naturally grown state, but was densely planted by humans to form a kind of fortification. Gore Wenk roughly remembered that there was a path in the dense forest that could quickly walk to the castle. Then go around to behind the hillside is the destination of this trip. 79 When approaching the castle, there were more and more people and horses of all kinds. There were old farmers who came to the city to sell things, merchants who came from afar, and so on. Some people were very enthusiastic and would greet the master and servant, give them water, and chat with them. During the few days that Garland lived in the castle, he learned a lot of Northerners' pretentiousness. And how to say it, maybe he was born a Northerner, and he is very similar to this group of people in his bones. The posture he learned is very good. Those people also like him very much. Gore Wenk used his ability to know various groups of languages to talk to those people. Garland quietly discovered that the northern dialect spoken by Gore Wenk was not particularly authentic, and many old farmers could not understand it. Maybe this slave was mainly proficient in the language of the nomadic tribes. He stammered out the purpose of the trip, church. Hearing about the church, the old farmers were very pious and showed the way to the young man. There was a caravan also going to the church, so they asked the two of them to follow. The road ahead was not long, only 2 or 3 days. With more people, they could take care of each other. A merchant asked him why he went to the church. Garland couldn't explain the complicated answer, so he said in his unfamiliar northern dialect, looking for a job. The other party was quite appreciative. On the way, they also met patrolling soldiers. They checked the official documents of the merchants one by one. When they found Garland, the young man still had the official document that Azan had bought for everyone in his arms. Farmer. Garland nodded. The soldier saw that he looked very special and looked at him twice. He asked what Gore Wenk did. Gore Wenk didn't have any official documents. He looked like a slave. He is my family's serf. Garland replied. No problem, let's go, let's go. The soldier didn't listen anymore and let them go casually. The soldiers in the castle checked the pedestrians, just observing their words and expressions and taking a quick look at the temperament of the visitor. Some people seemed okay and were let go. They did this every day, and they couldn't necessarily explain the reason. Gore Wenk clapped his hands and praised, just say that my little master is a city man. Unlike those barbarians, ha. The two successfully left the main road surrounding the castle and headed for the country dirt road leading to the church. After leaving the snow-capped mountains and tundra, the climate became pleasant. Even sleeping outdoors in midsummer would not feel cold. The two walked from the east to the west of the hillside as if they were sightseeing. Behind the castle was an undulating hill, all neatly planted with crops, various grains and beans. You can also see livestock, cattle and sheep, grazing leisurely. The breeze blew the green farmland, carrying the aroma of wheat. Farther away, you can see farmers working. Scattered small houses of farmers are scattered in the farmland. It is unimaginable to have such a wide range of land planted in the wilderness. It's great in the city. Are there no wolves here? There are weasels. Who cares? The church is located on a small hill in the middle of the farmland. It is the most conspicuous building in the area. Although I have heard many descriptions from Gore Wenk, it is a completely different scene when I see it with my own eyes. From a distance, it is a solid brick and stone building standing on the hillside. It is not as big as a castle, but it looks more beautiful. There are two towers, one high and one low, and a four-sided pyramidal roof. The tiles of the towers are like fish scales, shining in the sunlight. The facade of the church is simple and solemn, and the sand-colored bricks of different shades are closely arranged, revealing an orderly beauty. The church has no gorgeous decorations, and the white bricks at the corners are the only decoration. On the top of the tower, each has 3 high arched windows. But you can't see what's inside. When you walk in, you can see that it is a complex of buildings. Below the bell tower is the main building. It has a wide triangular facade and is as high as a castle. It looks like it has 2 floors, but the height of the ground floor is much higher than that of ordinary buildings. 5 arched doorways face the outside, and the arch in the middle is the main entrance and exit. There are also 5 arched doorways on the upper floor of the building, the highest in the middle and the lower on the left and right. There are also high arched windows in the doorways. At the pointed corner in the center of the main building, a cross made of white bricks is inlaid on the wall. Looking at the top of the building, it seems that there is an exquisite dome in the depths. Attic. The octagonal dome is inlaid with emerald green natural minerals. One of the tall towers is a bell tower. While watching, the bell rang suddenly, and the loud sound echoed throughout the fields. It turned out that the faint time-telling sounds heard in the city in the past came from here. Not long after, the sound of bells came back from the castle, which should have come from the bell tower in the square. The 2 voices, one strong and one weak, whispered in the air. Garland didn't know any words of praise, he just knew it was beautiful. He couldn't help squinting his eyes in the scorching sun to appreciate it. The church itself is a building dedicated to gods, not designed for human habitation. So it was built unusually tall and spacious. The whole building is magnificent. It was magnificent and beautiful. To be able to build such a magnificent building, the gods worshipped by the Northerners must be brave and majestic. The Northerners are indeed good at construction. The hard stones in the mine can be built into a myriad of houses and towers by them, which can be called a miracle on earth. There is still a distance between the main building and the gate. There is a clean and neat square corridor, and on both sides are aisles leading to the main building. It is very lively in front of the gate, with all kinds of people coming in and out. Some people dress very strangely, wearing simple clothes made of coarse cloth, with their heads shaved bald, leaving only a circle of hair. You can tell at a glance that they are engaged in special work. Those people are monks, right? Garland asked in a low voice. Yes, monks chanting scriptures. That's them. Then where is the bishop? He's inside, and you won't see him. Gore Wenk disagreed. Then let's go in together and see the bishop and the gods worshipped by the northerners. The young man strode into the church. But before he reached the door, he was stopped by a group of people. They were very angry and sent him away. I want to go into the church and take a look. The young man explained in northern dialect. The porridge is over there. The monk guarding the door shouted harshly. It turned out that there was a place for the poor to drink porridge on the other side of the church's podium. I don't want it. I'm here to worship your gods. The young man answered firmly. But the other party ignored him. Oh, it turns out that those who come in and out of the church casually are at least well dressed. The monks have no right to check everyone's official documents, but they can tell at a glance who is here to donate and who is here to eat and drink for free. Please let me in. I have no money now, but I can find a job to make money. It was useless to say anything more. They dragged the boy away. As for that fellow Gore Wenk, he had already consciously gone to eat for free. The bread of the church was very delicious. Their flour was elastic and sweet. And this kind of wheat had high requirements for land. Garland had never planted land. He knew nothing about agriculture. Actually, he was best at hunting animals, including humans. Let's find a job here. I don't know how to farm, but I can learn. I learn things very quickly. Garland patted his chest. Little master, you still want to learn how to farm? Gore Wenk sneered. You are the master. How can the master farm? Then what should I do? Just sit there. Stroll around here every day, drink free porridge, chat with old farmers, etc. I'll go to farm. You? Aren't you very lazy? Hey, you don't understand this. This is called dawdling. The slave put on an old look. I can earn my wages by pretending all day, but you can't learn this, little master. You'd better stay there. You have to leave the money-making to me. Garland was speechless for a while. He always felt that Gore Wenk was talking nonsense, but it seemed to make sense, which was simply shocking and speechless. 80. Gore Wenk slept after eating, and forgot about finding work. The people eating around were all serfs, servants, and people of low status. The topics they discussed were vulgar and the noise was loud. Garland could not join the conversation, so he hid aside and listened quietly. At this time, a strange old man came to his side without knowing when. The boy was startled. Hey! The old man pushed him. The old man was really old, at least 80 years old. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were almost grey, as if he was blind. Bald head, sparse pure white beard, all dragged to the waist. There were only 2 rotten teeth in his mouth. The boy turned his head carefully. He couldn't believe that this person took the initiative to talk to him. Yeah. Hello. He greeted the old man in stiff northern dialect, but the old man was hard of hearing and didn't hear clearly, just laughing. The old man was wearing a ragged grey robe, and he looked like a beggar when he walked on the street. But the boy could tell at a glance that he was also wearing a monk's robe, the same style as those monks. And his hairstyle was the same. Although his head was bald, there was a circle of white hair under the back of his head that was left intentionally. Are you also a monk? The old man laughed. Garland turned around to look at the young monks distributing porridge, but no one paid attention to the old man. Are you with them? Yes. Then do you live there too? Of course. The boy didn't think much about it, he felt that he had met a good person. He asked very excitedly, then can you take me in? I want to see your bishop. When the strange old man heard this, he grabbed Garland's arm tightly, as if he had picked up a treasure. The trembling old claws touched his clothes. The boy was so hairy from his touch, but he still expressed his kindness out of politeness. My dear boy, where are you from? He opened his mouth with drooling mouth, revealing a few broken teeth. The wasteland. I come from a nomadic tribe in the wasteland. It was so natural to mention his hometown in a strange city. I want to see your God and ask him about my future. By the way, I want to find a job. Work. What kind of job do you want to find? The kind that can make money? The boy blurted out, I can endure hardships and can do any job. Good, good, really good. The old man pinched Garland's white wrist and stared at it greedily. He didn't seem to be responding to the boy's conversation, but muttering to himself. Garland didn't really like the old man like this. He looked a little weird. Maybe I don't understand the customs of the North. This person should not be bad. I will get used to him after getting along with him for a long time. He comforted himself like this. Then I'll take you to do a job in that church. It's very hard, but you said you can endure hardship. That's great. The boy jumped up happily, forgetting the snoring Gorwenk behind him, and followed the old man out. It was afternoon, and the idle people were sleeping. The monks in the church closed the stalls distributing food. The old man did live in the church, and he took Garland into the yard. But the way he walked was also strange. He didn't walk through the corridor where there were many people, but went around to the dormitory building on one side and walked along the path into the yard. Aren't you going over there? The boy pointed to the distance in confusion. I live here. The work is also here. The old man was very anxious, holding the boy's arm and jogging all the way, and was afraid that the boy would run away. Occasionally, he saw monks coming out of the dormitory building on the road. The old man hurriedly lowered the boy's head and said sternly, Don't let them see you, they don't welcome you. That's right, when Garland wanted to go through the gate just now, he was also driven away by these monks. They probably really don't like him very much. The young man still didn't think much. The old man took him to the backyard, where the plants were flourishing. As soon as he stepped into the yard, there was a sudden bang and the door was closed. The old man locked the door again. This made Garland feel uncomfortable. The old man himself was also making noises. There was a sound of metal crackling under his robe, probably because he brought many keys and other objects. Come in with me. As he stepped into the yard, the backyard was actually empty and the silence was eerie. A closer look showed that it was clearly a cemetery. There were many tombstones standing among the grass and trees, some of which were small stone tablets with words engraved on them. Some were very large, obviously belonging to wealthy families. The yard was quite large, as big as the playground of a castle. On one side was the wall of the church, with a corridor formed by many arches. Looking into the corridor, you can see the courtyard of the church. The courtyard was extremely clean, with a flat cobblestone pavement. There were also many landscape trees planted. The flowers swayed in the wind, graceful and lovely. The courtyard was still very lively, with many monks coming and going. There seemed to be a man in a gorgeous robe, surrounded by many monks. That man was probably the so-called bishop, Garland could guess. Every time the boy passed an archway, he stretched his neck to look, thinking that he could walk all the way to the auditorium, but the old man pulled him in through a small door on the side. After passing through a long and dark corridor, he came to a particularly dark hut. The old man asked him to sit down and told him, "Good boy, wait for me here for a while, I'll go and see what's going on." The old man promised him all kinds of things, and at the same time told him not to run around, just stay here and wait. Garland promised repeatedly, but the old man was still worried, and even locked the door before leaving. "It's so strange. Is everyone in the church like this?" The boy couldn't help but sigh again. The old man didn't come back for a long time, and he waited for the whole afternoon. Later, Garland fell asleep on the wooden table in the small room. When he woke up, it was already night outside. There was only a ventilation skylight near the ceiling in the small room. A little bit of dim starlight at night came through. There was no lighting in the room, and it was unusually cold. There were no chaotic calls of animals here, and the corridor was silent, which made the young man who was used to nature very uncomfortable. After a long time, there was a tinkling sound outside. The old man came back with a plate of food. The only small candle was in his hand. After he came back, the room was bright again. Seeing the food, Garland wiped his saliva and reached out to take it. The food the old man brought was not as rich as in the castle before, probably for the servants. But it was better than the porridge in the morning, a bowl of vegetable soup with minced meat, a few pieces of sour bread, and even a plate of side dishes, which were delicious pickled vegetables. The food was cold, and the broth had a fishy smell. Garland ate it happily and smiled at the old man. Looking closely at the old man in the candlelight, the middle of his face seemed to have been flattened by a punch. A layer of grey film covered the two dim eyeballs. He probably couldn't see anything clearly at night and had to rely on touch. And his two eyeballs are very interesting, one looking up and the other looking down, as if they are not connected. The old man's face is full of wrinkles and age spots, from his neck to the top of his head. Just looking at him makes people uncomfortable. He has no need to shave his hair because he is already bald, and only a little bit of beard is left on his neck. It's funny, people lose their hair when they get old, but it's rare to see them lose their beards. His white beard is still quite long. The old man is not as clean as other monks. Not only is his body dirty, but there is also a strange smell. The smell is particularly obvious when he sits alone in the small room. He wears a patched blue-gray robe with many holes on it. Layers of patches can't cover it, and you can even see the old man's skinny legs. The corners of the robe are already tattered, and the bottom is in strips, which can be said to be ragged. He is also wearing slippers barefoot, and his toenails are black. The old man has a cowhide belt across his body, like the straps of a backpack, but he doesn't carry anything, it's empty. In addition, he had a bunch of keys hanging around his waist, which he used to enter and exit the church and lock the door. "What kind of job do you want?" the old man asked. "Well, the kind that gives me enough food, preferably with food and accommodation," Garland said without hesitation. "It would be best if I could make some money, because I have to support my family." "Oh." The old man raised his head, smiled and pulled his hand and said, "You are such a good boy." He touched Garland's head and said, "Child, are these enough for you to eat?" "Yes. It's best to eat like this every day." "Oh, that's great." The old man was very happy. "I'm here, and I'll provide accommodation. I'll find you a small quilt later, and you can live on the construction site." "Okay. But," he frowned, "this work is hard, and many people don't want to. A young man just ran away 2 days ago. I don't know if you are afraid of hardship." "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'm not afraid of any hardship, just tell me." The old man was overjoyed after hearing this, and he couldn't close his mouth. "Okay, eat slowly, and I'll take you to the workplace after you're done." Garland was very happy, and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Thank you." After that, he lowered his head and ate in big mouthfuls. After a while, the food in front of him was swept away. He burped. He rubbed his stomach happily. The old man stood up and said, "Come, follow me." 81. Garland was full and in a good mood, thinking that he had really met a god. The old man took him out of the small room and continued to walk deep into the dark church. When the cold wind blew outside, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. How could there be no one in such a magnificent church in the middle of the night? The candlelight was not enough to illuminate the distance. I could only glimpse many beautiful corners in the darkness. "Old man, thank you for your care. I haven't asked for your name yet?" the young man asked tactfully. "Well, you have to call me Teacher Herminto," the old man answered hurriedly without turning his head. "Teacher Herminto," Garland called respectfully. After walking for a while, he still didn't see anyone, not even the lights. Garland asked carefully, "Teacher Herminto, is there no one else in this church?" "Oh, they all went to sleep. There is no one here at night." Listening to the teacher's tone, it doesn't seem to be a strange thing. Garland had to continue to comfort himself. Maybe they didn't lock the door at night. "Come on, let's go quickly." The old man took him along the corridor and came to the end of the empty auditorium. There was an angel statue here. The old man took him to the back of the statue. It turned out that the statue was equivalent to a screen. There was a secret door behind it. When it was opened, there was a spiral staircase going down. This huge church has an underground. The spiral staircase turned around for an unknown number of times, and Garland came down dizzy and finally reached the bottom. Below here, it was like an underground palace, with high walls, arches, and countless corridor doorways. The young man looked at it and kept marveling at the huge engineering of this church. The winding roads below were intricate and in no way inferior to those on the ground. "Go this way, don't get lost." The old man led him to a place. As he walked, Garland was a little panicked again. This underground palace is getting deeper and deeper. There is nothing inside, and I don't know what's going on inside. What if the old man has some conspiracy to harm me? As he thought about it, he looked at the hunchbacked figure of the old man, trembling, and comforted himself. Such a fragile old man, how could he harm me? If there is any accident, I can slap him to death. After walking for a while, he suddenly felt scared, shivered all over, and the hair on his body stood up. It turned out that the doorway he just passed was blocked by iron bars, and the ceiling was full of corpses. Garland was really a little scared, and whispered to the old man, "Teacher Herminto, this. Where is it?" The old man didn't hear him at all, and still smiled and called him down, saying, "Come on, kid, go this way." He pointed with his hand, and he actually wanted to go down again. "I don't know how deep it is, where to go." "Come on, let's go down." He pulled Garland down another narrow staircase. Going down further, it was dark and winding. It didn't look like the magnificent palace above, but a confined space, like a dungeon. There were many doorways on both sides of the long and narrow passage, all of which were locked. The old man happily pulled Garland into the innermost room, took out the key to open the big iron door, and the door creaked open. Garland almost vomited when he saw the scene inside. The huge room was 100 feet square, surrounded by arched stone pillars, and there was a skylight on the ceiling for ventilation, but from the ground to the ceiling, it was full of white bones. The boy was so scared that his face turned pale. "I'm telling you, this place is not scary." The old man spoke crazily, his eyes looking at nowhere. "This is an underground unmarked tomb. People who died in the castle for various reasons, their bodies were sent in. Over the years, it became like this. Of course, we also have to do some processing, such as cooking. Remove the rotten meat, and the bones will be left." Garland wanted to leave, but the old man pulled him hard and stopped him. "Hey, dear boy, don't leave, listen to me. This church has a history of 300 years, the same age as the castle. The bones below are as old as this, of course, some may be older. This place, the upper layer, is the tomb of the noble families. Those big families will spend money to worship their ancestors in a doorway. The lower layer is an unmarked tomb, anyone can be thrown in. The old man became more and more excited. Now this place below is full and too messy. Someone must come to clean it up. Hey, kid, I asked you to do this. The old man squatted down and demonstrated it himself. This job is not difficult. Just take these bones and arrange them neatly one by one, and pile them up like the human bone wall next to it, and pile them up to the ceiling. This way, there will be room for new ones to come in. There was a wall of completely sorted human bones. Garland felt his scalp tingling as he listened. No wonder the old man was so kind. It turned out that no ordinary person would be willing to do this job. I tell you, the workload here is estimated to take a month or so. Remember, the wages are paid monthly. I will pay you only after you have completed all the work. If you run away halfway and don't want to do it anymore, I will never pay you anyway, but if you are obedient and help me sort out these bones, the wages are 1 printed cloth a day. How about it? After saying that, the old man took out 2 silver coins from his arms and shook them in front of Garland. The silver coins sparkled in the candlelight, which was very tempting. The boy really wanted this money. The animal skins he had worked so hard to obtain could not be exchanged for 1/3 of a gold coin. If he could earn 30 silver coins in a month, the boy was confused about the currency in the north. They used all kinds of money. He had never seen a single one that was the same. Teacher Heminto, how much can you buy with 30 silver coins? 30 silver coins is not a small amount. The old man said, 20 silver coins for 1 gold coin, which is equivalent to 1.5 gold coins. You know, an old farmer only earns 5 gold coins a year. You work hard for a month and earn what they earn in 3 months. How about that? The boy was moved by this generous reward again. He gritted his teeth and said, I can earn so much, I can do this for a whole year. Haha, that's good. But I estimate that a month is enough. The old man put 2 silver coins in the boy's hand as a deposit. He finished speaking and was about to leave. Before leaving, he came back and reminded him, just stay in this room honestly and don't run around. I will deliver 3 meals to you every day. If you don't want to do it anymore, just tell me and I will take you out. Don't run around alone. The terrain of this place is complicated and I don't recognize many roads. The kid who came last time, the one who built this wall, ran away by himself, and I haven't found him until now. After a round of threats and inducements, the old man persuaded him with kind words and finally left. When he left, he even closed the iron door. With a bang, Garland heard him lock the door from the outside, and he was locked inside. Hey, let me out. I don't want to be locked in here. Garland knocked hard on the door, but heard the old man's dull voice outside, this is for your own good. What if you run out of curiosity and can't come back like that kid? No matter how Garland shouted, there was no more response outside the door. The old man probably left. Garland turned around and looked at the mountains of bones in the room and the dim candlelight. He suddenly felt dizzy. Hey! Why did I agree to him? There is no one here. I will be trapped to death. The young man squatted down and sighed, I don't want to die alone in this place. How can I be alone? I am here with you. At this time, a voice that Garland didn't want to hear the most sounded in his ears. 82. Satan. Garland raised his head slowly and timidly. The slender figure stood among the mountains and seas of human bones. His eyes were narrowed like snakes and scorpions. Under the mask was a charming and beautiful face that no human could possess. He was staring at him with pity. You're here again? Don't say that. I've always been by your side. It seemed that this was true. The devil was always by Sile's side, but he didn't speak every time. Sometimes when walking in the dark, he saw a glimmer of light in the corner, which was clearly the figure of the devil. Sometimes it was just a part of his figure, with an object with a unique pattern on his lapel, which was different and glowing. You're really good at finding a job. You actually found my favorite place. Sarietan picked up a skull and played with it as if it were a toy. Finally, he threw it at his feet and kicked it far away. Hey, this is beautiful. Do you like it? He picked up a very small white human bone and shook it in front of Garland. Sarietan, are you real? Garland looked up at him, then lowered his head and sighed. Of course I'm real. Sarietan also squatted down and looked at Garland closely. But I think you are my imagination. Garland continued to talk with his head down, not looking at him. Whenever I feel lonely and scared alone, you appear. I have never seen you when I am with others. You must be my hallucination. How can it be an illusion? Look, I am moving. A skull moved its chin and spoke in the air. Of course, it was Sarietan who was holding the skull behind him. Garland covered his ears and kept saying to himself, "No, no. These are all my hallucinations. Last time, it was the same. I saw the devil in that terrifying altar full of skulls." Sarietan kept appearing in front of Garland, and the boy tried not to look at him. I must do something to distract myself. Garland said to himself, "Oh, I should work hard and forget Sarietan." So he ran to the human bone wall indicated by teacher Hermintu and started working. A wall next to it was made of countless thigh bones stacked in circles, and then there was a layer of skulls, and several layers of thigh bones. It doesn't look difficult. Many aunties in the vegetable market also arrange vegetables in this way. As long as you find all the thigh bones around, you can quickly build a similar one next to it. Garland ignored Sarietan, who was talking nonsense, and turned around to pick up the bones around him. He had never done this kind of construction before, and he didn't expect that he would get started so quickly. After picking up all the leg bones under his feet, he made a base of similar size. He went to pick up bones in the distance. When he came back with a handful of bones, a layer of skulls had been neatly stacked on the base he had just built. "I'll help you, it's faster this way. You see that what I do is real, so you know that I am real too." Sarietan sat among the skulls, posing in a swaying posture, and spoke with a smile. "I didn't see it, I didn't see it." Garland ignored him, lowered his head to arrange the bones. And Sarietan's mask followed Garland around. He also raised his foot in a very interesting way and asked Garland to put the bones under his feet. When Garland came back with the bones, there were 5 more heads on the flat layer of leg bones, which were neatly arranged into a 4-sided vertebra. "Do you like it?" Sarietan asked him. Garland did not speak. Sarietan used the thumbs and index fingers of both hands to make a triangle, leaned close to Garland's face, and said, "I'll give you a jingguan, okay?" Jingguan. This was a word Garland had never heard of. It didn't sound like northern dialect, but more like the language of the wilderness tribe. "What is that?" The boy couldn't help but ask. Sarietan began to be proud. He jumped up and jumped to the mountain of human bones in the distance. He asked back with a smile, "If I was your imagination, how could I tell you something you never knew?" "You." Garland was very angry that he thought what he said made sense. "Then tell me, what is jingguan?" "Ha ha ha." Sarietan laughed with his head raised, but did not give a specific answer. His laughter was special, neither a man's voice nor a woman's voice, like some kind of mixed product. He sounded very young and crisp, but also deep, like an old man who had experienced many hardships. It always made people dislike him and made them feel a little creepy. Garland ignored him and continued his work. He quickly built a wall that was as high as his chest. He said to himself, how long will it take to pile up a mountain of bones like this? How long did it take to complete the example next to it? If we want to build a building, that's not easy. Wouldn't it be nice to let these bones move by themselves? The demon strolled in the cemetery and picked up bones at will. He had a special ability. Those lifeless bones could actually obey his command and stand up one by one. Garland thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes. Yes, many bones stood up one after another. They were all randomly pieced together from nearby parts, and they looked a little strange. But they all had heads and feet and could move by themselves. The demon didn't chant any spells or release any special effects. He just moved as he pleased and controlled the bones according to his willpower. Soon, countless bones stood in a row, and the hall became a noisy vegetable market. Garland was surrounded by bones shoulder to shoulder, and the sound of clanging and colliding was endless. He shouted at the demon, asking what he was doing. Who knew that the demon stood on the high platform, dancing gracefully, and began a drama performance. We are like this now, and you will be like this in the end. This was the demon's gorgeous announcement. With the demon snapping of fingers, countless bones rhythmically collided with each other, performing a dance of the dead. They bit their mandibles, beat the rhythm, and shuttled in a regular manner. Garland was squeezed and turned around, and followed them in a daze. The demon played for a long time, and with another snap of his fingers, these bones began to move regularly to the edge of the hall. They walked up to the base of the bone wall, consciously lay down, and used their bodies to build a high wall. Seeing groups of bones lying down, the 4 high walls were gradually built up, taller and heavier than the original example. The neat arrangement showed the beauty of death. Garland could not help but be shocked. He looked for the shadow of the devil again, but it disappeared again. The candlelight in the cemetery was dim, and the air was extremely turbid. Garland waited for a long time, but saw no one. He didn't know how long it had been, and it felt like the candles were about to burn out. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the iron gate, and Teacher Heminto came in. "Hey, you didn't sleep?" It turned out that it was already the next morning. "Yeah." The boy rubbed his eyes and was indeed a little tired. "Wow, this is all your workload." The old man was shocked when he saw Garland's workload. He patted Garland's shoulder happily. "Good boy, you work so hard. Come, have breakfast quickly." The breakfast he brought included bread and black tea, and a small piece of lard. Teacher Heminto put the plate on the base of the human bone wall, and Garland stood by to eat. While eating, he asked, "Teacher Heminto, do I have to stay here to work? Can't I go out?" "Oh, no, no," the old man shook his head and waved his hands. "Why?" "Because." The old man made a mysterious look, covered his mouth with his hands, and whispered something. Garland didn't hear a word. At this time, Garland looked up and saw Saryetan standing behind the old man. He was secretly surprised. Saryetan can actually appear in front of another person at the same time. I don't know if Teacher Heminto can see him. Just as Saryetan was about to do something bad, he held a candle and poured it on the old man's bald head. A drop of hot wax dripped on the old man's head. The old man groaned and hurriedly touched his head. When he saw it was wax, he looked up and looked around. After looking around and finding nothing, the old man muttered a few words. At this time, Garland had also finished eating. The old man took the plate away. "Teacher Heminto." The boy called the old man again. The old man was about to close the iron gate. Garland saw Satan standing behind him, so he couldn't help asking him, "Look behind you, is there anyone?" The old man was stunned for a moment, probably a little scared. He said lightly, "How could there be someone behind me? Work hard, and take a nap if you are tired." Then he closed the iron gate, locked it, and walked away. 83. Every time the old man ran away after delivering the meal, Garland had to concentrate on his work. After working for a while, he felt tired and found a flat place to sleep. After an unknown period of time, the old man came again and told him that it was noon and he could have lunch. With food to eat, Garland had some good feelings for him again. Although the work here is extremely horrible, the food is not bad, and to be honest, there is no danger to life. The boy thought more about the benefits of the old man and accepted it calmly. To reassure him, the old man stuffed 2 more silver coins into his pocket and told him, "These are advance wages. Don't be afraid that I will cheat you. I have wages to pay you. As long as you work hard, the remaining silver coins will be given to you." Thinking that he could earn a silver coin a day, the boy smiled from ear to ear. He thought, if I work hard here, I can earn a year's wages in 1 month. I can let Xiao Xiao and Rayora live a life without worries about food and clothing. But there was something that the boy was still curious about, so he asked while eating. "Teacher Hermintu, what exactly do you do?" "I've said before, I'm a hermit, the so-called sage." "But what exactly do hermits do? Just hide from people?" "Humph. Of course not." The old man was very angry at the boy's recklessness. He explained in a hoarse voice, "They are reclusive monks who practice alone away from the crowd." "What do you practice?" "The truth, idiot." "But why do you hide to practice?" "Because the truth," the old man was very proud to talk about this, "is the law of the Creator, it is eternal, and does not change with people's preferences. The crowd is full of lies. The closer you are to people, the farther you are from the truth." "Oh." The boy thought it made sense, and asked again, "Then do you know a lot of knowledge?" The old man was stunned by the question, then laughed and stroked his beard. "Young man, the knowledge in the world is like the stars in the sky. If you try hard to count, how many can you count? But you must have counted more than me." Garland flattered him a little, and the old man was very proud. When he saw the time was right, he asked, "Teacher, I am a little confused, and I have never met the right person to ask for advice. Why don't you answer it?" "Okay, go ahead." When the old man was proud, Sayetan was behind him, secretly poking the hole in the torn robe bigger. "There is a person, but not quite like a human. It is the kind of person who is a little like a human but not a human." Garland tried to describe. He has learned a lot of northern dialects by leaps and bounds recently, part of which he learned by himself in the castle, part of which was taught by the ancient Wenk religion, and a large part, to be ashamed, was actually taught by the devil. Demons have a strange telepathy that can convey the words hidden in their hearts through unknown languages. There is no human language in the world that can become an obstacle for demons to communicate. This is a manifestation of their transcendence of human dimensions. This person, he appears and disappears from time to time, comes and goes freely, and often enjoys blaspheming the dead. He calls himself a demon. Do you know what a demon is? Demon. Teacher Herminto was shocked when he heard it, and then very excited. He touched his bald head and smiled, revealing his rotten teeth. "This is a really unexpected question. What kind of reason would make a carefree teenager think of such a question?" "Because I always see this person. He is here now, right behind you." Teacher Herminto turned around to look for him. "Is he there?" "Well, he is on the other side of you now." Sayetan followed him, but he was always behind the old man, and the old man's eyes never fell on him. "So, there is such a person, you can see him. He calls himself a devil, right?" The old man didn't get angry, and asked him calmly. Garland nodded. "So he will talk to you, right?" "Yes." "Oh, and he is not the ghost of someone who died here?" Garland shook his head. "No, he is not a ghost. He does not look like any kind of person, he just looks like a person. But I am sure he is not a person. Well. Teacher Herminto pondered for a moment, his face brightened. You are such an imaginative child. Children of your age like to lie, and often brag and talk nonsense. Garland was angry. Teacher Herminto, I am not lying. What I said is true. It's impossible. Teacher Herminto stood up, put his hands behind his back and turned around in place. I have met many children like you in my life. Some said they can see demons, some said they talked to angels, and they made up stories one by one as if they were real. It's all fake. The old man suddenly became furious and overturned the plate, just to cheat some food and drink. Garland was so scared that he sat on the ground and dared not say a word. I'm telling you, kid. Demons are a summon from hell, pure evil. They come to the world to tempt humans to fall and make them their slaves. What you are doing now is responding to this summon. The boy didn't quite understand. You lie and talk nonsense, it's all the evil in your heart. I didn't lie. Garland secretly glanced at Sarietan again. Whether the old man believes it or not, you can be sure that demons are not good things. Sarietan's unprovoked courtesy must have a terrible conspiracy behind it. The boy thought. At this time, the demon will smile. I can really see the demon. He talks to me, shows me the way, and lets me know some things I have never known. Did he say anything to you? The old man asked with interest. Garland frowned and hesitated. Should we tell the old man all the conversations between us? But there are so many things about my life experience that I originally planned not to mention again in my life. The demon succeeded, and the boy didn't like to tell his private affairs to strangers. Why not do this? Tell me some of the devil's words first and see what Teacher Herminto thinks. If Teacher Herminto can really provide reliable help, it won't be too late to tell me everything then. After making up his mind, Garland said very cautiously, he will say some words I have never heard of. For example, the word devil is taught to me by him. It is a northern dialect, which I didn't know. Yesterday, he taught me another word, Jingguan. But this is the language of our tribe, you probably don't understand it. Teacher Herminto really didn't understand and didn't react at all. But the teacher suddenly looked hideous, jumped up and grabbed Garland's wrist, and said in a hoarse voice, the devil will spy on the human mind and know the most feared secret in your heart. The old man clenched his other hand in the air, widened his eyes and warned, he will also lure you with irresistible benefits and lead you to the abyss of depravity. Has he offered you any conditions? This. Garland was frightened by the old man's attitude. But Satan never mentioned any conditions. He looked more like he was lonely and needed to make friends. Garland told the truth, but Teacher Herminto didn't believe it at all. Remember, you must never make any deal with the devil. The old man's face was very scary. Once you make a deal with them, your soul will be doomed. Garland took a breath, looked at Teacher Herminto, and then looked at Sarietan. How should I put it? After spending so much time together, I feel Sarietan is more approachable. The devil's attitude is much more honest than Teacher Herminto. Sarietan will never show the expression of being ready to lie. At this time, Sarietan was making faces behind the old man, and secretly hung the small skull on the old man's belt. Garland felt that the atmosphere was a bit too heavy, so he changed the topic and asked the old man, Teacher Herminto, what do you hermits do every day? Do you want to chant scriptures? Chant scriptures? Such a stupid thing. Only the dumbest monks can do it. Then what do you usually do? The old man coughed, I can copy ancient books. The classics left by ancient sages are 100 times better than those pedantic scriptures. The ancients did not lie, unlike the monks today who talk nonsense. Ancient books? Yes, I was a scripture writer when I was young. The old man was quite proud. These words he had never heard of successfully attracted the attention of the young man. The vast scriptures contain a lot of wisdom. The old man explained proudly, copying scriptures can make my heart peaceful. I would rather be friends with ancient books than deal with those bastards. Garland opened his eyes wide and asked, "So interesting. Teacher, can I take a look at the scriptures you copied?" "No," the old man refused sternly. Garland did not expect that Teacher Herminto would flatly refuse. This old man is sometimes not as kind as he looks, and his face will suddenly change. The boy was very disappointed. "Forget it then. It's not that I don't want to show you, it's that they locked the door and didn't let me go up." The old man was also very sad. "So that's how it is. It seems that I have wronged the old man." The boy comforted him a few words. At this time, he caught a glimpse of Sarietan doing something strange. The guy came to the old man's side, squatted down and counted his keys. When he counted one of the golden keys, he suddenly showed great surprise and motioned Shili to come and see. The boy was a little confused at first, and then he understood the devil's intention. He asked the old man again. "You said they locked the door and didn't let you in?" "Yes, the library was locked by them and I was not allowed to go in." "These bastards." "But you can go in." The boy said confidently, "The devil told me that you can go in. You have a key, that is, this one." The boy pointed to the golden key on the old man's waist. Herminto was very surprised. "This key? I clearly remember that they threw it into the well. When did they come back? It is this key that can open the Sutra library, right?" "Yes. The Sutra library is on the other high tower. One is the bell tower, and the other is the Sutra library. It is indeed the devil." "Did he tell you that I can go in?" "Yes, yes. Please take me with you." "Okay." Herminto took the boy's hands and said gratefully, "I will take you to see it at midnight tonight." 84. When the appointed time came, the old man took Garland's hand and led him out of the intricate underground cemetery. Along the way, he repeatedly warned him, "After you come out, don't speak loudly. Be careful, don't let them see you." "Yes." Garland agreed. This was the first time he left the underground cemetery in many days. The old man took him out of the building along the same route, opened the secret door, and returned to the statue he saw at the beginning. This time they walked in from a door at the back of the hall, still taking a very remote road. Later, they entered a corridor, which was also a dark and winding corridor. At the end of the corridor was a small door. Going in, it turned out that there was a spiral staircase leading to the tower. The two of them walked up the circular brick stairs, circle by circle, slowly. From the small window of the tower, Garland saw monks walking back and forth occasionally. At this time, they had already walked up one of the towers of the church, which should be the lower one on the east side. This made Garland very excited. He was quickly attracted by the scene outside the window and stretched his head out to look. In the courtyard of the church, people came and went, talking about various things. "Don't look at them, don't let them find out." The old man stopped him sternly. The two of them continued to climb up to the top of the tower. Looking down from the small window again, almost the entire church courtyard was in sight. "Look at the farmland behind. It's endless. Look at the tower opposite, the emerald green tiles are like water in the moonlight. At the end of the tower is a small attic. It is also locked. The lock is rusty and covered with dust." The old man struggled with the golden key for a long time before he finally got it open. "Haha, I knew it." The lock opened with a click. "You can't lock me up, I'm back." A musty smell came out when the door was pushed open. In order not to be noticed, the two dared not light a candle. They had to grope in the moonlight. There were mountains of books and scrolls inside, piled up like in a cemetery. In the middle was a small copying table with scriptures placed diagonally, and on it were parchment, quill pens, and a bottle of ink that had long dried up. "Is this where you copied the scriptures?" "That's it." The old man was very proud. "In the early years, all these things were copied by me alone." Garland couldn't resist his curiosity and came to the copying table to touch it. There was a thick layer of dust on the ancient scrolls. "How long have you not been here?" "Not long, only about half a year." The old man was still angry when he talked about this. "They are jealous of me and think I know too many ancient secrets. So they locked this place and stopped me from copying books. What a bunch of hypocrites." Hearing the old man say this, the boy felt sorry for him. "There are so many books in the attic. Are they all scriptures?" he asked the old man again. "Not all of them. There are also some arguments and research. Research on supernatural phenomena." Speaking of this, the old man was even more enthusiastic. His expression suddenly became very nervous. When he was nervous, his two eyes looked in different directions, one at the ceiling and the other at the floor, smiling but not smiling, and crying but not crying, extremely ferocious. "SHH and research on that." "What?" "That don't say it out loud, he will hear it." "What is that?" The boy was confused. "Demon." Another clear voice came from the side of the copying table. Garland took a look. "Huh, isn't it the answer from the devil himself?" I saw Satan sitting in front of the copying table, elegantly picking up the scripture writing pen, writing and drawing seriously. The originally dry ink became shiny in the devil's hands. I don't know where he got the ancient book from, but it was not only densely written, but also had many pictures. While teacher Heminto was not paying attention, Garland quietly approached. He lowered his head and almost couldn't help laughing. "This guy is really good at pretending." What kind of things did he write on the ancient book? Some words were crossed out, some places added letters, and some places wrote a lot of notes. The devil's handwriting is neat, and there is no difference from the original. Although I don't understand what it means, it must be something bad. After smearing many pages like this, he mischievously turned to the back cover, which originally had a crooked little man drawn on it. Garland saw that the devil was laughing like a little girl. It turned out that this guy drew a huge penis for the little man. Garland was really angry and funny. Such a precious ancient book was painted like this by this guy. At this time, teacher Heminto turned around tremblingly, and Garland thought, "Oh no." The old man couldn't see Sayetan again. If he saw this scene later, wouldn't he blame himself? He hurriedly snatched the book and pretended to be flipping through it. "Teacher, what is this book you are copying?" the boy said in a serious manner. "Ah, this one? You actually found this book?" With the faint moonlight, the old man's eyes fell on the boy's hand. The book's crimson cover was painted with fine purple illustrations, and it even reflected light under the moonlight. "Is this book important?" "It's this book. They hid it and made me look for it for a long time." The old man snatched the book and looked at it carefully. Tears actually seeped out of his turbid eyes. "This book was written by an ancient sage. It is the most precious and ancient. It is the treasure I pursued when I was young, and it is also the beginning of all my research. Now, I finally found it again." The old man flipped through the pages tremblingly. The book was really very old. The pages were no longer yellow but almost charcoal black, and the edges and corners were worn out. Fortunately, it was copied on parchment, so it can be preserved for many years. Garland came over to read it together. "This is an ancient book written by a sage. Look at this name, Pizzuto, which is the name of the sage." Garland had never heard of this name, of course, it was made up by the author. But he was laughing. The old man pointed to the big ding-ding figurine on the back cover of the ancient book and kept boasting about how wise the sage was. He is also a hermit. He is my ancestor. He lived alone all his life and pursued the truth of the world alone. Oh! The young man touched the pages of the book curiously. Be careful, don't touch it. This book is too precious, you must take good care of it. The old man was reluctant to let Garland turn the pages. He turned the pages himself, like a treasure. The book was full of words, densely packed. The handwriting and ink colors were all different. After a careful look, Garland guessed that the sloppy black handwriting in the middle of the page was the original work, and the dense red and blue small words around it were all annotations. What is written in this book with so many words? Let me tell you, the origin of this book is not simple. Garland asked a simple question, but the old man gave a long answer. This sage, Pizzuto, was a confused hermit, which is also the meaning of his name. When he was young, he traveled around the world, looking for the oldest scriptures. The oldest. Don't interrupt me. The old man was very angry and continued, God will not let down those who work hard. He found it. In the ruins of an ancient temple, he found this kind of text in the gaps between bricks and stones. That was the world's first book, the earliest scripture. He copied the text and it became this ancient book. So what exactly is the ancient book? Listen to me, young man. Then he spent his entire life studying this ancient book. This text is so old that no scholar can understand it. He had to decipher it himself. These dense small characters you see are the results of his research. Oh, it turns out that he himself doesn't know what is written in the book. Garland finally understood. No, he is just a little bit away. The old man was even more excited. He was almost able to fully understand the meaning of the book. It is said that before he died, he shouted in his dream, I finally understand, but in the end, he failed to write down what he understood. Teacher Hemingway sighed. Alas! People don't understand his behavior and call him a madman. People don't understand people like me either. They are afraid that I will crack the secrets in the book. After they found out that I was copying and studying this book, they drove me out of the scripture writing room, locked the door, and hid the book. Hemingway picked up the cowhide belt hanging on his body and fixed the two ends of the belt on the spine of the book. The ancient book turned into a shoulder bag. Seeing this, Schilling understood the meaning of his dress. It turned out that this old man was waiting to find this book every day. Now that I have finally found this book, I can continue my research. So, Mr. Hemingway. This question was asked like constipation, what exactly is this ancient book talking about? It talks about the ultimate law of this world, how to summon demons from the silent world to the human world. Garland felt that this was a bit of an exaggeration. Does the demon need to be summoned? Hasn't he come uninvited and been by my side every day? Once you understand the secrets of this book, you will understand how the ancient ancestors communicated with another world. You can summon their gods at will, travel between the two worlds, and no longer be troubled by life and death. Oh, Garland didn't know what to say, so he answered casually. Humph, let's go back to work. A kid like you will never understand the meaning of it. The old man urged. 85. Teacher, you are so knowledgeable, can you teach me to read? Garland suddenly had an idea, I can also help you copy the scriptures. You. The old man glanced at him, are you qualified? Reading and writing are only for children of noble families. You are a farmer's child, you are so stupid that you will definitely not be able to learn. The more he said he couldn't do it, the more the boy wanted to challenge. Garland was really full of yearning for reading and writing, and he was particularly envious of those knowledgeable people. He quickly pleaded again, Teacher, I am very smart. If you don't believe me, Teach me a little and see if I can learn it right away. Humph, I don't have that time. By the way, have you finished your work? Teacher Heminto flatly refused and urged the boy to return to the underground cemetery to work quickly. The boy was very disappointed and was dragged back to the underground cemetery by him. The Wasteland tribe also has its own written symbols, which are only mastered by the witch and passed down from generation to generation. Writing is a very sacred thing, a way to communicate with gods and ancestors. Everyone else is illiterate. Even the chieftain and Sagi did not know all of them. However, the symbols of the wilderness tribes were very primitive and not as precise as the northern languages. For example, their Kazo tribe had a symbol, and the livestock in the tribe were all branded with this symbol. Xiaodan also had their own symbols, which distinguished them from each other. Some simple signs indicating directions were also recognized by the teenager. With such a cultural level, he was not considered illiterate in the tribe. As for more complex symbols, Garland had seen them once or twice when he was a child. It was said that they recorded the divination results of some major events and astronomical phenomena in history. They were all hung in the witch's tent, and the characters were carved on the animal bones, like decorative patterns. Only the witch himself knew them. It was already late at night, and Teacher Heminto forced Garland to sleep in the underground cemetery. In order to coax him, the old man reluctantly agreed to teach him a few more words the next day. The next day, the old man regretted it again and refused to teach him any characters. The old man was more concerned about the progress of the work. After negotiation, the two decided that as long as Garland could finish the work ahead of schedule and pile up all the bones in the cemetery, the old man would teach him to write in the remaining days. The progress of the work was naturally guaranteed because Sayetan had been helping the boy. Playing with bones was simply the guy's pleasure. When the old man came down to deliver food that day, he saw words written in wax on the wall of the cemetery. "We are like this now, and you will be like this in the end. Hey, what is this? Is it a poem?" the old man asked curiously after reading it out. This sentence was naturally written by the devil. His handwriting was vigorous and powerful, and he could be called a great calligrapher. The marks left by the devil were not only that. There was actually a mural in the underground cemetery, and no one knew when and who painted it. It was two dancing people. The devil dug out the face of one of them and inlaid a real skull on the wall. His own inscription was on the side of the mural. The old man looked at such a masterpiece, savored it repeatedly, and praised it. "Teacher, I have piled all the bones into a wall. If you don't believe me, check it out." Garland pulled the old man to walk in the maze of bones. Every corner was neat and gleaming. With the help of the devil,